Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Furnace. Bah. The woman's face was cold. She said, "Who is your good wife? Go to hell." Zhang Heng's expression became even colder when he heard it. He looked at Bei Qingqing and said, "You promised me that you would marry me after those people were released. Now on our wedding night, are you going to regret it?" "I didn't really agree to it, so how can I regret it?" Bei Qingqing looked at him with a hint of sarcasm on her face, and said, "Besides, you know what you have done. You will definitely send people to hunt down those people you let go, right?" After the words fell, Zhang Heng was silent for a moment, raised his eyebrows. "You knew." "It's easy to guess." Bei Qingqing took a deep breath, and said, "You have been practicing magic in this lovely manner, and I don't know how many lives you have killed. The victims in this manner know what you have done. No matter what, you will not let them go." He. Zhang Heng sneered, grabbed Bei Qingqing's wrist, pulled her in front of him, and said, "Since you knew that, why did you agree to my condition of letting them get married? If they stay in lovely manner, those people will only die. You let them outside and then hunt them down. Although they will also be in danger of death, at least there is a chance of escape. It's death either way. Why shouldn't I try?" Bei Qingqing looked at him coldly and said, "As for you, I wanted to play tricks on you and then find a chance to escape. However, the thought of doing that with you makes me sick. If this sneak attack succeeds, it can be regarded as me getting rid of harm for the people. If it fails, the worst that can happen is that you will die. You can dream of letting me practice dual cultivation with you." As soon as the words fell, Bei Qingqing grabbed a pair of scissors from behind with her other hand. As she spoke, she stabbed the scissors into her neck. She didn't think about assassinating Zhang Heng again, because she had failed to succeed in her previous sneak attacks behind the door. Now that one of her hands was held by Zhang Heng, it would be even more impossible to kill Zhang Heng. If she wanted to commit suicide, she would still have some chance. But Bei Qingqing still underestimated the difference in strength between ordinary people and warriors. Although she had awakened the special spiritual talent and was stronger than ordinary people, to be honest, her strength was limited. In front of Zhang Heng, she was not much different from an ordinary person. "Humphrey!" Zhang Heng snorted coldly, and his big hand reached forward and grabbed Bei Qingqing's other wrist. With a little force, he pinched Bei Qingqing so hard that she groaned and the scissors in her hand fell to the ground. Zhang Heng threw her out and threw her on the bed, saying, "Stinky woman, you really pissed me off now. Well, since you're not going to obey me, even if I don't have this luck, I'll take away the spiritual energy in your body today. I'll take as much as I can. When I've enjoyed enough, I'll throw you out and let people insult you. I'll make you, a shameless bitch, know what regret is." As soon as the words fell, Bei Qingqing on the bed turned pale. When she thought of such an ending, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Even the strongest heart couldn't help falling into despair. She wanted to bite her tongue to commit suicide, but she saw that Zhang Heng pointed a finger at her body, and then she couldn't move at all, not even a finger. "Stupid." Zhang Heng looked at Bei Qingqing, who was lying on the bed and couldn't move, and he was a little angry. If Bei Qingqing was willing to cooperate, the benefits he could get were almost unimaginable, and he would definitely be able to break through from the Wanshai realm to the Shanhai realm. Once he became a warrior of the mountain and sea realm, He would have the capital to dominate the area. By then, in the Kangnan area, as long as he did not provoke the government and the domain master did not intervene, he could almost walk sideways. However, Bei Qingqing's temperament was so strong that it was difficult for him to resist. He could only let this excellent dual cultivation furnace be used once and take as much advantage as he could. He came to the bed and was about to do something wrong to Bei Qingqing, but suddenly there was a loud shouting in Zhang's house, accompanied by a rumbling sound. "Huh?" Zhang Heng frowned and sensed it carefully, only to find that the movement outside was not small at all. Among them, there were several breaths of Wanshai realm warriors. Suddenly, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. knowing in his heart that this must have been leaked when he let the victims go before, attracting the government warriors to come and encircle and suppress. Zhang Heng was furious and slapped Bei Qingqing in the face, making the woman's fair and tender face red and swollen, and the corner of her mouth was broken and blood was spilled. "It's all your fault, bitch, what a bastard!" Zhang Heng cursed, but he didn't hesitate at all, picked up Bei Qingqing, and fled out the door. Regardless of whether the servants and men of Zhang's house could stop him, he took Bei Qingqing and fled from the back door alone. He knew in his heart that if something happened, the government would come to arrest him, and he would definitely not be able to beat them with his skills. It's better to run away at this time, and the facts proved that Zhang Heng's choice was indeed correct. Although it was not the government who came to encircle and suppress this time, Song Yufeng also brought several Wanshai realm warriors, and it was more than enough to deal with Zhang Heng, a wild evil cultivator of Wanshai realm. However, even though Zhang Heng had reacted quickly, he was still blocked by two Wanshai realm warriors not long after he went out. "Boss, the people are here," one of the warriors shouted, attracting more warriors from Buping Tower. Zhang Heng's face changed, and he wanted to force his way out of the siege, but he was still blocked by the two warriors from Buping Tower, and he was very upset. He knew that being besieged by two Wanshai realm warriors, it was basically impossible for him to escape today, and he had done the devilish act of killing people to practice martial arts, and the government officials would definitely not let him go. At this point, he had no choice but to fight to the death. As for Bei Qingqing in his hand, what he couldn't get, no one else could get. "Let's die together." At this time, Song Yufeng, accompanied by a Wanshai realm warrior, came to this courtyard. When he saw Zhang Heng carrying Bei Qingqing on his shoulders, he immediately understood the identities of the two. Seeing that Bei Qingqing was restrained by Zhang Heng and looked like she could be killed at any time, Song Yufeng frowned slightly, his mind turned, and the expression on his face suddenly became playful. "Are you Zhang Heng?" Song Yufeng asked knowingly, using a lazy tone to try to calm Zhang Heng's mood. "Humphrey, I am." Zhang Heng snorted coldly, and saw the clothes Song Yufeng was wearing. There was a pattern embroidered on the chest, with two very artistic fonts, writing the word Buping. He seemed to have thought of something, and his brows suddenly frowned, and said, "You are not from the government, but from Buping Tower? Oh, you have a good eye." Song Yufeng laughed and said, "You guessed right, we are from Buping Tower. Put the people down, and we will have a good talk." Hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with a few strange colors, and the idea of burning jade and stone that had risen in his mind before was restrained at this moment. With a tense face, he put Bei Qingqing down from his shoulder, locked Bei Qingqing's neck to ensure that he could break this slender neck at any time, and then asked, "What are you doing here? What do you think?" Song Yufeng asked back, and said with a playful look, "Hand over the woman in your hand, and I can let you go." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Heng's face changed slightly, squinted at Song Yufeng, and said, "You are lying to me. I practiced magic with human blood, and have killed countless untouchables. How could you let me go?" TSK, you are thinking wrong, aren't you?" Song Yufeng smacked his lips and said, "You don't think that we are here to get rid of harm for the people? Wake up, that is the duty of the government. What does it have to do with our Bupinglu? If we hadn't heard that you have a woman with a natural spiritual body here, do you think we would come here with fanfare? What's the benefit for us? Or is it an honor for us to get rid of you, the bully, and the people are grateful to us? Don't be silly, we are all adults, who would do these empty things. Hearing this, Zhang Heng was silent for a moment, and was somewhat persuaded. If someone from the government said this, he certainly wouldn't believe it, but Bupinglu is just a private organization. Although it has always had a reputation for doing good deeds, it is different from the government after all. Seeing that he still had some doubts, Song Yufeng used his little finger to pick his ears again, and said casually, "Of course. If you are very weak and can be easily killed, it's okay for us to get rid of the harm for the people, but since you are quite strong, there is no need for us to fight desperately. There are 3 warriors in the Wanshai realm that I brought with me. Although you will definitely die if they join forces, if something goes wrong, You can also drag one or two of them to be buried with you. TSK. To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to do this. So, from my point of view, you hand over the people. I will take them back to ask for credit, and then you can go wherever you want, as long as you don't hang around in front of us in Bupinglu. We are too lazy to bother you. Do you understand? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Heng was silent. According to Song Yifeng's heartfelt words, he also realized that what Song Yifeng said might be true. Indeed, from Song Yifeng's perspective, he brought a woman with natural spiritual charm back and handed her over to the big shots of Buping Tower, which was the most meritorious thing. If they wanted to deal with him, although the three Wanchai realm warriors would surely kill him, Buping Tower itself would also suffer great losses. He was not a government official, so there was no need to fight him to death. You want her spiritual charm? Zhang Heng glanced at Bei Qingqing, then looked at Song Yifeng. No, you have no cultivation, and her spiritual charm has no effect on you. You want to take her back and present her to the big shots of your Buping Tower, right? It's no good asking these questions, just hand her over honestly, Song Yifeng said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Heng sneered, pulled out a hairpin from Bei Qingqing's head, and then stabbed her face in Bei Qingqing's horrified eyes, and then slashed it fiercely. You. Song Yifeng's face changed slightly. He saw that Zhang Heng didn't stop and cut several more cuts on Bei Qingqing's face. Although it was not fatal, it was more painful for a woman than death, because from now on, Bei Qingqing was an ugly monster with a disfigured face. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heng laughed and said, since you're attracted by her spirit, then what she looks like will not affect your dual cultivation, right? Brother, will you be angry if I do this? The anger in Song Yifeng's eyes flashed, and he said with a sullen face, if you dare to play any tricks again, my patience will run out. If you really destroy this woman, you will definitely die. After the voice fell, Zhang Heng looked at Bei Qingqing, whose face was covered with blood and whose wounds were as hideous as ravines. He clicked his tongue several times, and seemed to be very satisfied with his work. As I said, what he couldn't get, others couldn't get it either. Even if he got it, he would definitely make the other party feel a little uncomfortable. Otherwise how could he feel happy? Well, since you're so kind, I will give you this woman. Go back and tell the big shots in your family that you can use her even if your face is broken. Ha ha ha. As he said that, Zhang Heng threw Bei Qingqing in his hand to Song Yifeng, and then fled in the opposite direction, rushing out of the door. At the moment when Bei Qingqing was thrown out, Song Yifeng said with a sullen face, kill. As soon as the words fell, the three Wanchai realm warriors on the side received the order and shot out like sharp arrows, killing Zhang Heng without any scruples. Zhang Heng's face changed drastically. The smile on his face had not completely disappeared, and the expression on his face was only horror and anger. He said, it's just that her face was destroyed, and you really want to fight with me? No one answered him. Song Yifeng caught Bei Qingqing and immediately took out a handkerchief from his arms, wiped the blood stains on Bei Qingqing's face, and pressed the wounds on her face for her. But he couldn't press them at all, because the wounds were too deep. Seeing this, Song Yifeng's heart sank, and he looked at Zhang Heng again. The anger in his eyes could no longer be hidden. He had no intention of letting Zhang Heng go from the beginning. The reason why he said those words was just to trick Zhang Heng into releasing the hostages in his hands. No matter what the result was, Zhang Heng had to be killed. Otherwise, with Zhang Heng's method of killing people to practice martial arts, letting him go would be tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountain. In the future, who knows how many innocent people will die in his hands. Song Yifeng told Zhang Heng that bringing this woman back was the most important task, but in fact it was not. Eradicating Zhang Heng, the demon cultivator, was the most important task. Under the joint siege of the three Wanchai realm warriors of Buping Tower, Zhang Heng was quickly beheaded, and with his death, Bei Qingqing, who was immobilized by Zhang Heng, finally resumed her movements. She lay on the ground, feeling the burning pain on her face, looked at Song Yifeng, and said with a dead heart, I will not be anyone's dual cultivation furnace. You kill me. Chapter 252 Responsibility. Bei Qingqing was lying on the ground, staring at the sky with empty eyes. Her sight had lost focus. More than a decade ago, when she was abandoned on the street by her parents, King, who was nearly 5 years old, had already despaired of the world. When she was about to starve to death, it was her kind-hearted grandmother who took her back to Shanzhuang. There were more than a dozen orphans like her, some of whom had lost both parents, or were abandoned like her, and were adopted by her grandmother for various tragic reasons. For more than a decade, her grandmother had taken care of them in Shanzhuang and raised them to adulthood. Just when King thought that the world would be kind to her again, the flood came. Shanzhuang was submerged, and her grandmother and many brothers and sisters died in the flood. Only King was left, leaving Shanzhuang alone and helpless, leaving her hometown to seek a way out. Then, she came to this Green Willow village, was deceived by Zhang, and lost her freedom. Bad luck came one after another. The victims who were deceived into coming here died in Zhang's hands one after another. Just when King thought she was going to be killed, something unexpected happened. She awakened that special talent and possessed a power different from that of ordinary people. To be honest, at that time, King really thought that she could change her fate with her own strength and escape from Zhang's clutches. But, it turned out that she thought too much. In front of Zhang, she was still like a child without any power to tie a chicken, without the ability to resist at all. The reason why Zhang didn't kill her and left her life was because after awakening, she had a more worthy way to be used, that is, to become the dual cultivation furnace of that disgusting man. Now Zhang was killed, and she seemed to be rescued, but from the conversation between Song Yufeng and Zhang just now, she could also hear that the other party saved her just because he had a fancy to her spirit body, and the plan in his heart was no different from that of Zhang. What is this? Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth? Tired, King fell to the ground, too tired to even breathe. In such a cruel world, as a woman, she was abandoned by her parents when she was young. As a weak person, she could only flee in a panic in the face of the flood. As a disaster victim, she could be sucked blood and dug out of her heart by the warriors who practiced magic at any time. As a furnace, she was fought over and taken away by people as a tool. No one cared. She was a living person, a person with feelings and warmth. Those powerful people just wanted to squeeze out the last bit of surplus value from her, no matter how cruel the method was. Tired, too tired. You misunderstood. Song Yufeng looked at King, who was exhausted and had no desire to live, and sighed slowly, saying, I just said this to Zhang just now, just to let him let you go. I didn't mean to let you become someone's furnace. Of course, I know that neither of the two adults would be happy to do so. After the voice fell, King did not respond, still staring blankly at the sky. She heard what Song Yufeng said, but no matter whether what Song Yufeng said was true or false, she had no interest in distinguishing it. She felt desperate for this cruel world. This world without any warmth. Song Yufeng looked at her, and after a moment of silence, he slowly exhaled and said, I know you must be very confused now, right? Actually, if you are willing, I can marry you. King was stunned for a moment. Her neck twisted stiffly, and she looked at Song Yufeng unexpectedly for the first time. It was not because of anything else, but because what Song Yufeng said at this moment was really too weird. Under King's gaze, Song Yufeng looked calm and frank, and said, It does sound strange when I say this, but I hope you know that I am making this suggestion sincerely. Zhang wants to marry you because he wants to possess your spirit and charm and make you his dual cultivation cauldron, but I'm just an ordinary person and have never practiced martial arts. Your spirit body means nothing to me, so you can rest assured that I don't want to marry you with the idea of using you. Are you feeling sorry for me? King whispered. Yes. Song Yufeng nodded without hesitation and said, but it's not accurate. Your face became like this because of my lack of ability. If I could have stabilized Zhang just now and stopped him from acting rashly, you wouldn't have suffered these injuries. So from this point of view, I owe you. A real man walks in the world, and he will take revenge when he has hatred and complain when he has grievances. Since I owe you, I will naturally find a way to make up for it. Marrying you is a way for me to express my sincerity. And the most worrying thing for a woman after her face is flawed should be that she can't find a suitable husband, right? In this case, I think you should accept my proposal, because I think I am still a person worthy of entrusting your life to. Of course, if you have someone in your heart, or don't want to marry me, I can also recognize you as my sister, and I will do my best to find a doctor to treat your face. Baking King listened to Song Yufeng's words in a daze, and said, "You don't like me. If you just feel guilty about me, why do you have to do this? Do you have many wives?" "No, I haven't married yet, and I'm still single." Song Yufeng shook his head and said, "As for whether I like you or not, it may be important in the conditions for ordinary people to marry, but it is not important to me. In my opinion, the main factor that determines whether anything or any choice is important is responsibility and commitment. I have made you lose face and unable to get married, so I should be responsible for your marriage to the end." Fool. Baking King looked at him for a long time and couldn't help laughing. "How can there be a fool like you? Then, do you agree?" Song Yufeng asked. "No." Baking King sat up from the ground, exhaled slowly, and snorted, "I have hands and feet, so you don't have to be responsible for me. It's okay if my face is lost. It doesn't matter if I can't get married in the future. At most, I can adopt some homeless children like my mother-in-law, and this life will be valuable." As she spoke, she suddenly relaxed a lot, and her heavy heart became lighter, because she suddenly realized that there are still good people in this world. Like the fool next to her who was yelling that he wanted to marry her, he was a fool who was too good. Since there were still such people in this world, why not continue to linger for a while? "Okay." Song Yufeng nodded and said, "Since you have decided, I can help you. I am the head shopkeeper of the Kangnan branch of Bupinglu. My monthly salary is 500 taels of silver. I live and eat in Bupinglu, so my monthly expenses are very small. I can only keep 10 taels of silver, and the rest will be given to you to build a charity house and take in orphans. Who wants your money?" Baking King turned around and glared at Song Yufeng. Just as she was about to say something else, a faint laugh came from the side. "To be honest, I think you two are quite a match." A figure came from the clouds, with light steps. In an instant, he had arrived in the yard, looking at Song Yufeng and Baking King with a smile on his face. "Mr. Deputy Building Master." Song Yufeng saw Chu Yun and hurriedly stepped forward to bow and said, "Why did you come in person?" "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have seen this good show," Chu Yun said, patting Song Yufeng on the shoulder and said, "You did a good job. You are worthy of being promoted by me. If you marry this girl, your monthly salary can be doubled to 1,000 taels of silver." "You are joking." Song Yufeng smiled bitterly, thinking that Chu Yun was joking. Baking King's expression dimmed a little. The reason why she rejected Song Yufeng was not because she felt that Song Yufeng was pitying her. She didn't have such a strong self-esteem and didn't allow anyone to pity her. She just felt that a good man like Song Yufeng should marry a beautiful wife, and she was too ugly and didn't deserve it. "Fool!" Chu Yun shook his head slowly, sighed with emotion, then reached out and took out a resurrection fruit. He squeezed the fruit gently, and the juice came out from the flesh. It floated in the air as a ball of juice. With a thought, it came to Baking King. Baking King was a little surprised and subconsciously dodged, but the ball of juice had already covered her face and flowed into the hideous wounds. After only a moment, a cool feeling came from the wound. Baking King stood there in a daze. When she came to her senses, she touched her face with trembling fingers. The feeling was smooth and delicate. She covered her face with her surprised hands and touched it hard for a long time, but she could not feel any scars. "My lord, you..." Baking King looked at Chu Yun, and then she realized that the magical juice just now had restored her scratched face to its original state. "When your face was scratched, I was watching, but I didn't show up. Now I'm helping you recover, which is what I should do, so you don't have to thank me." Chu Yun looked at her with a smile and said, "The reason why I didn't intervene was because I wanted to see how the big shopkeeper of our Bupinglu Kangnan giant city would handle the first commission in his life. So, if you want to blame someone, blame the fool next to you." Haha. As he spoke, Chu Yun's figure had already floated away, leaving only Baking King and Song Yufeng standing in the yard. Baking King stared at Chu Yun's departing back in a daze, and then touched her face. It took her a long time to realize that she really turned back to her original appearance. And next to her, Song Yufeng was also staring at her in a daze. "What are you looking at?" Baking felt a little embarrassed, so she pretended to be annoyed and glared at Song Yufeng angrily. "I didn't see anything." Song Yufeng coughed dryly, collected his thoughts, and said, "I just think you are pretty." In fact, Baking's appearance is not stunning, but just above average, but at this moment, she is wearing a wedding dress. She has just experienced despair and regained hope. The change in her state of mind makes Baking have a unique charm that is detached from the world and returns to the world. This made Song Yufeng, a fool who rarely deals with women, stare at him for a while. "Still looking?" Baking stared at him and said dissatisfiedly, "If you stare at me again, be careful or I will poke your eyes." "Okay, okay." Song Yufeng turned his head away quickly, but after a while, he couldn't help but sneak a peek. After thinking about it, he suddenly said, "I don't know if you can do me a favor." What favor? Baking saw that he kept sneaking a peek at her, and she was secretly happy in her heart, but she pretended to be reserved on the surface. "You just heard it. Our deputy building owner said that if you are willing to marry me, my monthly salary can be doubled. I am not greedy for money, but if you want to open a charity to take in orphans, more money will make things easier, right? Do you want to consider it?" Song Yufeng said seriously, but before he finished speaking, the woman punched him in shame. "Even if it increases to 1,000 taels, you can only spend 10 taels of silver every month, understand? Okay. Song Yufeng was startled, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He walked forward, and amid Baking's exclamation, he hugged the woman by the waist and laughed. "Thank you, my lady." Chapter 253 Join. Ding. Congratulations, the mission is completed. The mission reward, 1 heavenly bait, 10 earthly baits, 50 spiritual baits, and 100 ordinary baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check it. The mission reward, 100 merit points, has been distributed to Song Yufeng, a member of the Buping building who completed the mission. Not long after Chu Yun left, the system prompt sounded in his mind. How to say it? This feeling of not having to do anything and waiting for your subordinates to complete the mission to get the reward directly is really too comfortable. The greatest joy of mankind is to get something for nothing. And now, Chu Yun is enjoying this lazy happiness. It seems that expanding the power of Buping building has become urgent. Chu Yun touched his chin. It can be foreseen that as the power of Buping building becomes larger and larger, the members will receive more and more commissions and complete more and more tasks. The rewards that Chu Yun can get will naturally increase, and eventually form a virtuous circle. Of course, if the members of Buping Lu were working for nothing, he might feel a little guilty. However, the system gives merit points to the members of Buping Lu who complete the task and the task reward. If these merit points are accumulated, even ordinary people like Song Yufeng who have no cultivation can one day condense a golden body of merit by their own actions. This is an incomparable benefit. When Chu Yun returned to Kangnan Giant City, as soon as he arrived at Buping Lu, Dao Qianli came up and asked, "How is the situation in Lovely Manor?" "Everything is normal." Chu Yun smiled slightly and said, "The bully in Lovely Manor is dead, and the kidnapped girl has been rescued. And if nothing unexpected happens." "How?" Dao Qianli saw that Chu Yun deliberately kept it a secret, and asked a question out of respect. Chu Yun snorted twice and smiled. "If nothing unexpected happens, the big shopkeeper of our Kangnan Giant City will get married soon." Liu Anlu, who was waiting for the news on the side, was a little surprised when he heard the words, and didn't know what was going on. Immediately, Chu Yun recounted with great interest what he had seen and heard outside Green Willow Manor just now. After listening, Liu Anlu sighed with a strange look on his face, and said, "It is indeed something that my silly brother would do. He is too upright." "There's nothing wrong with sincerity for sincerity." Dao Qianli nodded, and said with satisfaction, "Then when they come back, we will find a day to get married. It would be best to end with this happy event before we return to Jingxia City." After the voice fell, Liu Anlu was happy for his brother first, then looked at Dao Qianli, and said in surprise, "Master Building Master, are you going back?" "Yes." Dao Qianli smiled and said, The headquarters of Buping Building is in Jingxia City. The famine in Kangnan domain has ended, so naturally there is nothing good to stay. As he spoke, Zhao Qianli looked at Chu Yun and said, "By the way, Domain Lord Fu sent someone to find you just now. If you are free, go to the Domain Lord's mansion." "Okay." Chu Yun nodded. Although he had bait with him and wanted to go fishing, he was not in a hurry. After leaving the house, he came to the Domain Lord's mansion. He didn't even need to greet him when he entered. The guards in front of the door were already unguarded against him. He walked into the mansion under the gaze of respect. He came to Fu Qinyan's study and saw Fu Qinyan sitting cross-legged in the study. The golden light of merit was shining all over her body. She seemed to be still studying this special physique. When she saw Chu Yun coming, she raised her head and dispersed the golden light around her body. "Domain Lord Fu, do you have something to ask me?" Chu Yun asked with a smile. "Yes." Fu Qinyan nodded, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "I came to you because I want to ask you something." "Domain Lord Fu, please don't hesitate to speak. We have a lifelong friendship. If there is anything I know, I will tell you everything I know." Chu Yun nodded slightly, but he had already guessed in his heart that what Fu Qinyan wanted to ask was nothing more than questions about the golden body of merit and the golden light of merit. Sure enough, after Fu Qinyan pondered for a while, he said, "I want to know how to shape this golden body of merit. I can feel that it has great potential. If it can be fully condensed, it will be of great help to me. Even if it is not as good as yours, it will be almost the same as Zhao Qianli." Chu Yun heard this and couldn't help but smile bitterly for his good brother Zhao Qianli. Then he thought about it and said, "The golden body of merit is condensed by merit. In this regard, there may be some exercises that are used to absorb merit, but I don't have such exercises here. But I know a way to obtain merit points stably. If Lord Fu really wants to use this to condense the golden body of merit, I can tell you the inside story. Please speak clearly, Mr. Chu." Fu Qinyan nodded immediately. Ever since she learned that someone was deliberately making trouble in Kangnan territory behind the Jialong rebellion, Fu Qinyan has been full of a sense of crisis and is eager to improve her own strength so that she can better protect the people of Kangnan territory in the future and fulfill her duties as the Lord of Kangnan territory. But it's not easy to go further. No matter how talented she is, she has almost reached the peak of nirvana. If she wants to improve her strength, she will have to work 10 times harder, but the improvement she gets is less than 10%. In this case, the appearance of the merit golden body is a brand new path for Fu Qinyan, a path to improve her strength from other directions. As long as there is an opportunity, Fu Qinyan will seize it. Even if it costs her something, she will do it. It's like this. Chu Yun pondered for a moment and said, "As far as I know, there is only one way to gain merit points, but it has a limited condition. That is, Lord Fu, you must join Buping Tower and become a formal member of Buping Tower." After the words fell, Fu Qinyan was silent for a while, then she nodded and said, "I can understand. The method should not be passed on to outsiders. It is reasonable for you to let me join Buping Tower before you can give me the method." "No, Lord Fu, don't get me wrong. I am not using this method as a threat to get you to join Buping Tower, but this method itself requires you to become a member of Buping Tower before you can proceed. Let me put it bluntly, my method is that after you join Buping Tower, Lord Fu, accept the commission of Buping Tower and complete it successfully. In this way, you can get merit points as rewards from these tasks." Chu Yun said after pondering. Every word was honest. Fu Qinyan paused, trying to understand, and said, "Everything that Buping Tower undertakes is unfair. In other words, it can also be understood as doing good deeds, and doing good deeds to gain merit points, which sounds reasonable, but only by joining Buping Tower and doing good deeds can you gain merit points." "Why is that?" "Of course it's because of the system." Chu Yun thought about it in his heart, but shook his head and said, "I can't answer you this question, because this is the core secret of Buping Tower, and only I know it." After the voice fell, Fu Qinyan glanced at Chu Yun, nodded, and said, "I can feel that you didn't lie to me. I have always been honest and speak my mind." Chu Yun smiled. He looked at Fu Qinyan and said, "Joining Buping Tower does not require you to be subject to any restrictions. As long as you ask for it and I agree, it's done. If Lord Fu is willing, you don't have to mention it openly. Whenever you want to do some commission tasks, you can do it at any time. If you encounter a task you don't want to do, you can also not do it. Everything is very free, and Bupping Tower will not restrict you in any way. Now that we've said this, if I still don't nod and agree, I'd be too stubborn. Fu Qinyan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Then she looked at Chu Yun, stood up and said, "Then, I'm willing to join Bupping Tower. Please agree, Mr. Chu." "I agree." Chu Yun nodded. From this moment on, Fu Qinyan was an official member of Bupping Tower. He looked at Fu Qinyan, smiled, and said, "From now on, Domain Lord Fu, you can go out and find something to do. Whenever you encounter something unjust, you stop it, and perhaps you will be rewarded with merit. And if the Bupping building in the Kangnan domain encounters some unsolvable problems and comes to you for help, you complete it, and you should also be rewarded with merit points. These can help you condense the golden body of merit." Now, your own golden body of merit has not yet been completely condensed, and Jakaini's golden body of merit has already condensed into the first level. When the golden body of merit is completely condensed, you will get a big improvement. "I understand." Fu Qinyan showed a faint smile on her face, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Then now, I should call you the deputy building owner, right?" Chu Yun shook his head and smiled, knowing that she was joking, and said, "You know what to call me. Why don't you pour me a cup of tea?" "You actually let me, the deputy building owner, just talk here?" "Virtue." Fu Qinyan rolled her eyes, but still poured a cup of tea for Chu Yun. When leaving the Domain Lord's mansion, Chu Yun was very satisfied. Fu Qinyan's joining meant that Bupping Lu could quickly expand its business in the Kangnan domain. In the future, as long as the Bupping Lu members who stayed here triggered the task and completed it, Chu Yun would be able to receive the reward. It was really too good to be true. Who wouldn't want something that was easy to get? Chapter 254 Recruiting Talents. In the eyes of the people in Kangnan, this sudden disaster came quickly, but it also went away quickly. On August 20th, there were almost no victims coming to the Shanzi shed opened by Bupping Lu to eat and drink. Since Bupping Lu began to supply unlimited food 5 days ago, the entire Kangnan region has entered a stage of resuming work. After solving the most basic and most important problem of having enough food, the people of Kangnan will start to consider more things, for example, production, such as construction. In this regard, Bupping Lu also provided help, providing loan services to the people. The interest rate was nearly 3 times lower than that of normal commercial loans. In a completely non-profitable attitude, it borrowed money from the private sector, so that those people who were in distress in the disaster, and even the victims, had the opportunity and capital to turn over. In the granary, Chu Yun walked out of the space gate and put the last batch of 20 million kilograms of food into the warehouse of Bupping Lu. Then, he turned around and stepped into the space gate again, walked through it and came to Yang Jian, patted his apprentice on the shoulder, and said, "With these grains, Kangnan territory will no longer be troubled by famine, and we can go back." "Yes." Yang Jian nodded vigorously, feeling happy in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. These days, he has been in Chunhu Mansion, dealing with various grain purchases. In addition to dealing with those grain merchants, he also had to deal with the temptations of many people with ill intentions, which can be said to be mentally and physically exhausted. However, it must be admitted that the experience of these things has greatly improved Yang Jian's interpersonal skills, which can be regarded as a good tempering. Now, the famine problem in Kangnan territory has finally been solved, and he no longer needs to continue buying grain in Chunhu Mansion. He can go back to Jingxia City to see his sister and Zhalinger. On the way there, Yang Jian rode Zhaobei and traveled a long distance for a long time. On the way back, it was very simple. He only needed to transfer through the portable space and then go through Chu Yun's space gate to return directly to Daming Prefecture. On August 21st, Chu Yun and his party left Kangnan territory and returned to Jingxia City. Before they returned to Jingxia City, the news about Bupping Tower had spread all over Jingxia City. Various news came one after another, like snowflakes, and when these news reached the ears of the people, no matter what the news channel was, They all conveyed the same meaning. That is, Buping Tower, like a savior, completely wiped out all the disasters in Kangnan territory. Whether it was the Jialong Rebellion, the flood, or the more deadly famine problem, they were all successfully solved with the help of Chu Yun and Buping Tower. In the process, too many things happened. No matter which one, it is worth talking about. What the high-ranking officials in Jinxia City care about most is undoubtedly the fight between Buping Lu and grain merchants. The top families and chambers of commerce led by the three local families, Liu, Sun, and Tang, came to Kangnan like a pack of wolves that smelled blood, ready to make a fortune with the grain they had stored. As a result, they were blocked by Buping Lu and returned empty-handed. Not only that, they also bought tens of millions of kilograms of grain from Buping Lu at a very high price. In the end, after losing everything, they threw all the grain into their hands. The consequence of this incident was that Liu Hanshan, the head of the Yu family, the first local family in Daming Prefecture, died suddenly, and the two major families, Sun and Tang, had direct conflicts and turned against each other, and the fight became a mess. These things were naturally very difficult for the bigwigs in Jinxia City to accept, but after that, everyone had to admit that Buping Lu had now grown into a giant-like force that no one could ignore. Compared with the strength of Buping Lu, what people care more about is actually Buping Lu's influence. After the incident in Kangnan Domain, Buping Lu's prestige among the people has reached a very terrifying level. Everyone watched this incident with their own eyes, and they all knew in their hearts that Buping Lu's actions were for the people, and in the eyes of many people, they were more trustworthy than the government. To be honest, this is actually a very dangerous sign. The prestige of a civilian force in the eyes of the people is higher than that of the government. Generally speaking, the government can never tolerate this situation, but, in Jinxia City, even the Tongnu mansion can only hold its nose and endure the existence of Buping Lu, just pretending not to see it. There are many reasons for this, and the most important ones are three. The first point is that Buping Lu's current voice is too high, and its position in the hearts of the people is too high. Any suppression or targeting from external forces can easily make the person who takes action stand on the opposite side of the people. This is a very aggrieved position, and the government is unwilling to offend the public opinion at this time. The second point is that the founder of Buping Tower is not an ordinary person, but Zhao Qianli, the prince of the Qi Wang mansion, who is a royal relative. The current emperor is the uncle of the owner of Buping Tower. With such a relationship, Buping Tower is equivalent to being coated with a layer of protection. No matter how legitimate the government is, its power is still derived from the emperor. Now, Buping Tower is a force created by the emperor's nephew. Compared with the distance and closeness, it is not certain who is closer. As for the third point, it is the most difficult problem. Even if the matter is turned over to the owner of the mansion Zheng Tanyang may not be willing to touch it. That is, Chu Yun's identity. At the welcome party of Master Lim Duanya, Chu Yun cut off one arm of Sun Tan, the director of the Public Security Department. In public, the posture and confidence he showed did not take the many big figures in Jinxia City into consideration at all. Now, everyone speculates that Chu Yun is a big force outside the Tanji dynasty. With such a relationship, who dares to take action against Buping Tower? Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of those truly powerful forces? So, under these three layers of protection, the reputation of Buping Lu is growing day by day, and even the government has to retreat when it sees it. Under such conditions and prestige, Buping Lu directly ushered in an opportunity for rapid development and expansion, and Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli did so. After returning to Jinxia City, Buping Lu immediately posted a notice to recruit talents and recruit like-minded people from the entire Daming Prefecture to join. Inside Buping Lu, Chu Yun also established a series of reward measures, based on the completion of the entrusted tasks. The more tasks completed, the more rewards you will get. Basically, some ordinary Jiangnu forces are also like this. As long as a clear upward channel and reward system are established internally, the forces can easily become larger and attract fresh blood to join. In this regard, Buping Lu's approach can be said to be rich and powerful. Once the list of various rewards is listed, many Jiangnu people can't take their eyes away. Among them, Chu Yun played the greatest role. Speaking of the things that can be used by people at the lower level, that is, the Qianjun realm to the Wanshai realm, the quantity and quality of the treasures, no one in the entire Daming prefecture should have more than Chu Yun, because Chu Yun can get a lot of bait rewards by completing a task casually now, such as spiritual bait and ordinary bait, which are given in hundreds. More than 90% of these things, or close to 100%, are no longer useful to Chu Yun now. However, if they are used as rewards for Bupinglu, they can play a great role and effect in the hands of those warriors who are only in the Qianjun realm and Wanshai realm, and they are just right as rewards. As for the warriors in the Shanghai realm, Chu Yun also offered generous conditions, such as a lot of martial arts, skills, and treasures of the earth grade. Those Jianghu casual cultivators, who have no followers, have reached the end of their cultivation to the Shanghai realm, and even if their cultivation is improved, there are very few who can reach the earth grade level. Therefore, these earth grade treasures that Chu Yun took out were also very attractive to the Jianghu wanderers in the mountain and sea realm. As the saying goes, there must be brave men under great rewards. Under Chu Yun's generous reward offensive, countless warriors came to Buping Tower to join. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are huge crowds of people. Among them, many people came for the rewards offered by Buping Tower, and many people came for the current reputation of Buping Tower. Joining such an organization is not only glorious, but also admired when walking out of the door. There are also many rewards for completing tasks. Why not do it? But there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Buping Tower recruits talents, so naturally there will be no fewer flies. There are also many spies who have bad intentions or are simply undercover sent by other forces, and Chu Yun had expected this. Therefore, in terms of selecting personnel, Chu Yun used some special means. The first is to do questions. Anyone who wants to join Bupinglu has to take a psychological test consisting of hundreds of questions. The content of the questions is naturally not astronomy, geography, arithmetic, or literature, but some of the most basic questions that test the three views, from shallow to deep. For example, Zhang San is a beggar who often begs in front of a noodle shop. The owner of the noodle shop gives Zhang San some leftovers every day to fill his stomach, but one day, the owner suddenly stopped giving Zhang San leftovers. What do you think might be the reason? In addition, Li Si is a filial son. One day his father had a dispute with someone. Although the other party did not do it, Li Si's father was so angry that he died. Li Si avenged his father and killed the other party's family. Do you think Li Si did it right? There is no right or wrong in questions like this. The answerer needs to make a judgment based on his instinct, that is, the first intuition. In a very short time, after finishing hundreds of questions like this, the answerer's answer can basically show the person's basic three views, as well as his perspective on right and wrong and the world. Since everyone was watching while answering the questions, and each question had a strict time limit, there was no time for the answerers to think. Therefore, in the first few questions, the answerers might be able to give some hypocritical answers, deliberately portraying themselves as extremely decent in the answers, but after hundreds of questions, they would always be exposed. With these hundreds of psychological test questions, Chu Yun eliminated nearly one-third of the answerers among hundreds of applicants, because when you read the whole question, you can clearly feel that those people's three views are relatively extreme, and their perspectives on the problem are mostly based on malicious speculation. For such people, Bupinglu naturally cannot accept them. In addition, after the written test, there is a more important interview. Everyone who passed the written test must take turns to come in front of Chu Yun and accept Chu Yun's mental torture. There is only one question: why do you want to join Bupinglu? This is not an ordinary question, and Chu Yun's way of asking is not an ordinary question. He will use the pupil technique of Yuanling Zhenhun pupil to attract spiritual power, and then use the merit golden body to attract the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and put pressure on the person being asked. Under this triple pressure, even a warrior in the nirvana realm cannot resist easily. Either he does not answer, or he can only speak the truth, because Chu Yun's merit golden body can mobilize too much power of heaven and earth, and it can also be transformed into pure spiritual power. Like other warriors in the Nirvana realm, they use the power of law to attract the power of heaven and earth. Their laws are all single, such as earth, fire, wind and thunder. Chu Yun's merit golden body can directly attract the power of heaven and earth. It is a power of heaven and earth without attributes. When it is added to any attribute, it can achieve a similar increase in the incarnation of the law. In other words, if Chu Yun casts thunder magic and uses the merit golden body to draw the power of heaven and earth at the same time, then the thunder magic cast by Chu Yun will contain the power of heaven and earth, just like Fu Qinyan casts it with the thunder law incarnation. And now, Chu Yun uses the power of heaven and earth to amplify his own mental torture, so his mental pressure is equivalent to a Nirvana realm warrior who has comprehended the power of the spiritual law and uses the spiritual law incarnation. In this way, warriors who have not cultivated to the Fate Wheel realm are almost unable to resist it with their own mental power alone. The final result is still the same sentence: either say nothing, or tell the truth. Chapter 255, Spy. After the 2 tests of the written test and the interview, out of the 500 or 600 people who applied to join Bupinglu on the first day, 327 people finally passed the assessment and successfully joined Bupinglu and became official members. Among them, the number of people who were eliminated by the written test was the largest, and in the interview round, although there were not many people eliminated, almost every one of them was a big fish. After Chu Yun finished the interview with the last person, he turned and came to a small room. There were 20 to 30 figures in it, ranging from high to low cultivation levels, from Qianjun realm, Wanchai realm, and even Shanghai realm. However, no matter what their cultivation level was, these people were now restricted from using force. Their faces were ashen, and they sat on the ground with a look of despair, waiting to be dealt with. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Now Qianli was holding a piece of paper beside him, smacking his lips as he read it, and said, "You don't know until you ask, and you'll be shocked when you ask." Among these 23 people, 19 are spies sent by other forces in Jingxia City to infiltrate our Buping building. Several of them are from Tong Mansion, and the remaining 4 are actually villains wanted by the court for many years. One of them is from the demon sect. As he spoke, Now Qianli put down the paper that recorded the situation of these people, and his face was cold. He said, "We are recruiting talents in Buping building, not to attract flies like you." A group of people lowered their heads and said nothing. They were able to pass the written test, and in a very short time, they wrote hundreds of questions with hypocritical methods, and people couldn't find any faults. This is enough to prove that each of them is a person with deep thoughts, and they are very good at disguise. They are very good undercovers and spies. But, no matter how good the hardware conditions are, they would never have thought that Chu Yun would have an unreasonable lie detector. Under the gaze of Chu Yun's soul-shaking pupils and the pressure of his spiritual power, they spoke clearly about why they wanted to join the Buping building. While waiting for the interview, after hearing the first person go in and out and talk about what he experienced inside, these spies had already noticed something was wrong. However, the interview room was surrounded by masters that Qianli transferred from the Chiwang mansion. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to, so they could only walk into the room with a fluke and accept Chu Yun's questioning. But after this question, they almost sold out their underwear. Why did they come and who was behind the scenes? All of them were shaken out. What should we do with these people? Now Qianli saw Chu Yun coming, and asked with a sidelong glance at those people, "Send those 4 people to the government." Chu Yun pointed at the wanted criminals and made a conclusion with one word, which made those people's expressions fall into despair. They closed their eyes in silence with dead hearts. With the mistakes they made, if they were sent to the government, they would have several heads chopped off. In fact, during Chu Yun's interview, some people were asked about their criminal records or wanted by the government, but not everyone was rejected. Those who had reasons, were wronged, or were simply persecuted by the dog officials and were wanted, Chu Yun directly passed them. As for those who did not commit serious crimes but could not be ignored, Chu Yun considered them at his discretion, letting some of them leave and notifying the government for others. Like the 4 people trapped here, each of them was full of evil, raping and looting, and wanted to join the Bupping building just to avoid the limelight and live a peaceful life under the sunshade of the Bupping building. Chu Yun naturally couldn't indulge them, so he sent them to see the officials and urged them to chop off their heads. Then what about the remaining people? Now Qianli looked at the other 19 people, all of whom were spies sent by various forces in Jinxia City. Give each of them 10 million taels of silver, and ask their masters to come to Bupping Lu to pick up their people, Chu Yun said calmly. Now Qianli showed a strange smile on his face and said, these guys in the Qianjun realm and Wanshai realm are probably not worth 10 million. Since they sent the people here and were caught by me, they have to give the money whether they want to or not. Just tell those people that this is the first and last time. Considering that they are first-time offenders, we will not bother with them if they pay the money to settle the matter. But if they dare to do it again next time, you don't follow the rules, and I won't follow the rules either, Chu Yun said, still smiling on his face, but his expression gradually became cold, and the spies present couldn't help but tremble, and suddenly realized the problem, that is, with this gentleman's terrible background, in the Tanji dynasty, I'm afraid no one is willing to confront him head-on. Planting spies is, after all, just a small move that is not put on the table. If you really confront this gentleman head-on, no force has the courage to do it. Okay. Now Qianli nodded, and the corners of his lips immediately raised a little arc. Listening to what his good brother said, it was domineering. He looked at the spies and said, you heard what I said, didn't you? I'm too lazy to send letters to the people behind you one by one. It's too troublesome. I'll send you away now. Take the message back. Before tonight, I want to see a silver note of 10 million taels of silver delivered to Bupping Lu. Otherwise, we will go to your door to ask for it in person. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The spies trembled and nodded repeatedly. Their bosses were all well-known and powerful forces in Jinxia City, and they all wanted to survive in the open. The 10 million taels of silver redemption money today was extortion, but they had to give it. After all, their own family made a move, and others saw through it and caught their handle. If they didn't pay, it would be equivalent to completely tearing their faces with the other party. No matter what Bupping Lu did next, it would be reasonable and in accordance with the rules. Sure enough, when these spies were released and returned to their respective forces, the masterminds behind the scenes, in silence, still took out 10 million taels of silver. In their hearts, they were secretly glad for this way of handling things, because Chu Yun had cut off the arm of Sun Tan, the director of the Public Security Department, because of a disagreement, and everyone still couldn't forget it. Being caught by such a ruthless person, if the other party had no scruples, he could do something even more unacceptable to them. But now, just asking for 10 million taels of silver, plus a warning, this is already a very good result. Who is this person? Many bigwigs sighed at the same time on this day. Putting some spies into the newly established forces is actually a routine operation of the major forces in Jinxia City, regardless of whether they are hostile to the newly established forces. After all, whether there is a desire to harm others or not, it is necessary to be on guard against others. Otherwise one's own forces will easily be harmed by other forces without knowing it. Now, this Bupping building is in its heyday and has risen suddenly. If other major forces don't put some of their own people in it, it will be difficult for them to feel at ease. And now, they can't feel at ease at all. Chapter 256, Blooming Everywhere. Bupping Lu recruited too many new people. Even after the written test and the interview, it could not ensure that all the people who were recruited into the organization were available. Therefore, Chu Yun decided to set up a special supervision group for all the people in Bupping Lu to accept complaints and suggestions from everyone. If a member of Bupping Lu did something harmful to the world while on a mission, anyone who knew about it could report it to the supervision department. The supervision department promised to guarantee the absolute safety of the reporter and would never bend the law for personal gain. Whenever there was a complaint, it would be accepted, and one of the two owners of the building would participate in the whole process to ensure fairness, justice and openness. Bupping Lu is an organization that has almost no requirements for its members. It will not force members to do anything. It is more like a guild, allowing any like-minded person to join voluntarily. After that, They can choose whether to accept the task according to their own will within the organization. With such a high degree of freedom, it is inevitable that there will be restrictions on behavior. If someone does something that corrupts the atmosphere, the end will inevitably be severe punishment. With a big stick in one hand and honey in the other, the Buping building finally got its frame set up. In just 5 days, there were more than 1,000 members in Buping building, and under Zhao Qianli's arrangement, they were sent to various places in Daming Prefecture to establish branches. Before the famine, Zhao Qianli temporarily recruited Buping building members. In addition to the personnel drawn from the Qi Wang mansion, the rest could only be considered temporary members. If they wanted to become regular members, they had to go through 2 rounds of tests, written tests and interviews, just like other newcomers. Of course, when this news spread, many of those temporary members had already run away, because those who had ill intentions had heard about the horror of these 2 rounds of tests. They felt that they did not have the ability to deceive Chu Yun, so they took the initiative to leave. Most of the remaining temporary members had already been tempered during the famine in Kangnan territory. Most of them were available and passed the assessment smoothly. In this way, Bupinglu expanded rapidly and blossomed all over Daming Prefecture. Almost every major city had a Bupinglu branch. It was also from this moment that the reminder sounds of various system tasks, like the sound of nature, rang in Chu Yun's mind almost non-stop. Every day, there were several messages ringing. Ding. Task triggered special mission, Buping Tower, triggered by Zhao Zilong task objective. Recover the gold and silver stolen from the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce task deadline. Within 10 days task reward, 50 points of merit, to be obtained by members of the Buping Tower who complete the mission. 3 earth grade baits, 20 spiritual grade baits, and 50 ordinary grade baits. Ding. Task triggered special mission, Buping Tower, triggered by Li Fei task objective. Find the murderer who killed Song Yu task deadline. Within 2 days task reward, 80 points of merit, to be obtained by members of the Buping Tower who complete the mission. 5 earth grade baits, 30 spiritual grade baits, and 90 ordinary grade baits. Ding. Task triggered special mission, Buping Tower, triggered by a Yulianshan task objective. Defeat the bandits on Yanwu Mountain task deadline. Within 10 days task reward, 100 points of merit, to be obtained by the members of Bupinglu who complete the task. 8 earth grade baits, 120 spiritual grade baits, 350 ordinary grade baits. There are many such tasks that are given at the same time every day. Chu Yun is in charge of the Bupinglu headquarters in Jingxia City, and he can't help but sigh that the saying there is strength in numbers is indeed an eternal truth. He worked hard alone, going to various places to find tasks and trigger tasks, which was not only tiring but also inefficient. Now, the Bupinglu he opened has recruited thousands of people, scattered all over Daming Prefecture. Thousands of members go out every day and encounter many things that can trigger tasks. Of course, because the members of Bupinglu do not have a system, many times, they don't think that the things they encounter are tasks that need to be completed, so they miss them, or they finally complete the tasks after the time limit has expired. This situation exists. But even so, there are still many simple tasks that can be completed within the time limit, and the rewards for this task kept popping up like mushrooms after rain. Chu Yun didn't even need to do anything to see the number of various baits in his system space increasing every day. This feeling was really wonderful. Of course, Chu Yun didn't really do nothing. That would be too much. Chu Yun would not pay too much attention to those tasks of average difficulty, and for those tasks with particularly high rewards, which were definitely difficult, he would follow them throughout the process and provide assistance at critical moments. For example, the task of eliminating the bandits in Yanwu Mountain triggered by Yu Lianshan was rewarded with 8 earth grade baits, 120 spiritual grade baits, and 350 ordinary grade baits. The number of this reward already explained the difficulty of the task. Chu Yun found Liu Lianshan's information and found that he was only at the 6th level of the Wanshai realm. Then he asked someone to investigate the situation in Yanwu Mountain and found that there was more than one peak Wanshai realm in that bandit's nest. So, Chu Yun found his good disciple Yang Jian and gave him this task. saying, "There is a member named Liu Lianshan in the Bupinglu branch of Jinshan Giant City in Bay Domain who plans to go to Yunwu Mountain to suppress bandits. You have done a lot of such things with me, so I will give it to you to help." "Yes, Master." Yang Jian nodded immediately. Apart from anything else, Yang Jian is indeed very experienced in suppressing bandits. After all, he followed Chu Yun and personally witnessed the destruction of the largest bandit nest in Daming Prefecture, Black Tiger Mountain, and participated in it all the time. Compared with a behemoth like Black Tiger Mountain, Yunwu Mountain, which is only at the level of Wanshai Realm, is completely a group of small characters that cannot be on the stage. In Yang Jian's hands, it can only warm up his hands. After leaving the master's study, Yang Jian was ready to tell his sister Yang Xiaoqin and set off for Yunwu Mountain. As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth, Linger beside Yang Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. Suppressing bandits? It must be fun. "Second brother, can you take me with you?" Linger asked, staring at Yang Jian with her big eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Night Attack. Second brother is what Yang Xiaoqin called little Yang Jian. After Linger came home, she saw Yang Xiaoqin calling little Yang Jian like that, so she followed suit. No. Yang Jian subconsciously refused after hearing that, shook his head and said, "I'm going to suppress bandits, not to play. It's very dangerous there." "I'm not afraid." Linger smiled with her big eyes, looked at little Yang Jian, and said, "You know, I also know some fighting skills, just let me go." As she said that, Linger walked forward, hugged one of Yang Jian's arms, shook it back and forth, and acted like a spoiled child. She said that she could fight. And it was true. This little fox is not a human, but has a unique demon bloodline. Now she can transform. Although she has no memory of the past and does not know her own origins, her strength is indeed recovering after coming to the Buping building. I still remember that the first time Master Chu Yun and his apprentice saw Linger, it was in the bamboo forest outside the Black Cloud Mountains. At that time, a huge explosion caused by Linger caused the seventh master of Black Tiger Mountain, the godlike thief, to be blown to ashes. This was enough to prove that Linger had extraordinary power. Later, Chu Yun also came to see Linger's condition and said that the strength of this little fox was close to the level of a human Wanshai Realm peak warrior. "Stop shaking." Little Yang Jian shook his head. Seeing Linger looking at him expectantly, he thought for a while and said, "I'll go ask the master. If the master agrees, I'll take you with me." "Great, big brother will definitely agree." Little Linger immediately cheered, and on the other side, Yang Xiaoqin saw this and immediately came over to join in the fun, shouting, second brother, I want to go too, take me with you." Little Yang Jian secretly had a headache, but a smile appeared on his face. He touched Yang Xiaoqin's hair and said, "Be good, third sister. Wait for your brother to come back at home and bring you something delicious." "Really?" Yang Xiaoqin's attention was immediately diverted, and then she counted on her fingers with saliva. "I want to eat roasted chicken legs, candied haws, and more." Little Yang Jian remembered them one by one, and promised to bring them all to Yang Xiaoqin after he came back. The silly girl immediately forgot her previous request and watched her second brother take Linger away. "She's going to?" In the study, Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at Linger, who looked expectant. "Big brother, you agreed, right?" "I've been in the Buping building these days and haven't been out for a long time. I'm really bored, and I can help my second brother," Linger said aggrievedly, her eyes misty, as if she was about to cry at any time. Okay. Chu Yun smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "In that case, then go, but you have to listen to your second brother, don't run around. Be careful not to be caught and locked in a box." Hearing Chu Yun's threat, Linger shrank her neck, thinking back to when she was locked in the secret box in the Black Tiger Mountain before. She was still a little scared, and then nodded repeatedly, promising that she would follow Yang Jian closely and not leave him for a step. Go. Chu Yun waved his hand. When he saw Linger's look, he knew that she definitely didn't listen, but with Yang Jian watching over her, he wouldn't worry about anything. After all, the bandits on Yunwu Mountain were not very high level. With the strength of the little fox, he could provide some help by following Yang Jian. After the two left, Chu Yun reviewed many documents in the study room, all of which were related to the construction of Buping building. There were many situations encountered in various places. Originally, Dao Qianli should have been able to help, but since this guy contacted Zhu Binglai, the relationship between the two seemed to be rekindling old feelings. Of course, using this word is obviously inaccurate, but in short, the two seemed to be getting closer and closer, until late at night. After Chu Yun reviewed the documents on the table, he gently rubbed his eyebrows and was about to ask someone to bring in a pot of tea, but suddenly his eyebrows raised. His powerful mental power keenly sensed that a trace of dark breath had sneaked into Buping building. Immediately, Chu Yun put down the pen of judgment. In the night, a black-clothed figure quickly passed through the buildings of the Buping building. In the darkness, his figure was almost undetectable. He avoided the 9-story building of the Buping building from a distance and jumped between the houses in the accommodation area. After a few clicks, his figure had already arrived outside a courtyard. "Friend, it's getting late. If you have something to do, please come early tomorrow," a faint voice sounded from behind. The black-clothed figure trembled slightly and turned his head to look over. He saw that under this full moon, Chu Yun was dressed in white, standing there quietly, with his hands behind his back, staring at his figure with a calm gaze. It seemed casual, but in fact, a series of powerful auras had locked the black-clothed figure without any blind spots, and all retreat routes were blocked. Without hesitation, the black-clothed figure directly took action, drew the long sword at his waist, and slashed it out with a sword. The sword light cut through the space and came directly in front of Chu Yun. "You're coming so fast." Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. From the opponent's speed of attack, it was enough to see that the black-clothed man was very powerful. He was undoubtedly a master above the Nirvana realm. He didn't move, but suddenly a golden light shone around him. In the dark night, he looked particularly dazzling, almost like a small sun illuminating the night. Clang! The sword slashed at Chu Yun, making a metallic clanging sound. The power of the sword light was completely blocked by Chu Yun's merit golden body, and it was completely unscathed. Seeing this, the black-clothed man's brows were almost wrinkled into a ball. It was foreseeable that he would inevitably set off a storm of shock. I'm afraid that under the strong men of the Fate Wheel realm, the black-clothed man had never seen anyone who could completely block his full-strength attack with just defense. This was simply outrageous. Such a strong defense was rare even for a peak Nirvana realm expert who specialized in defense, but now it actually appeared on a warrior of the mountain and sea realm. "I advise you to surrender. Let's have a good talk," Chu Yun said, his eyes lingering on the man in black, as if he wanted to see through his mask and black clothes to see through his origins. However, the man in black did not mean to surrender. He suddenly threw out a bright yellow talisman with his big hand, and flew towards Chu Yun at a very fast speed. Boom! In an instant, thunder exploded, setting off a terrifying strong wind, and scattered arcs of electricity exploded. Earth-grade talisman? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and felt the power of the thunder talisman. It was not much different from the million-level divine thunder talisman he had used on Jialong Yuan in the Sunset River before. Facing the thunder, Chu Yun would naturally not be stupid enough to resist it with his golden body. He quickly teleported and came directly in front of the man in black with the method of Star Instant, and slashed the man in black's chest with one palm. The man in black dodged quickly, but still couldn't avoid it. He was hit on the left shoulder by Chu Yun's heavenly martial arts great son Prajna palm, and suffered a lot of injuries, but he did not fight back. Bright yellow golden light flashed out from his hand, and it turned out to be a thunder talisman flying towards the B&B area of the Buping building. Despicable. Chu Yun frowned, knowing what this man meant by this move. If those thunder talismans were left alone, the B&Bs around the Buping building would be blown to pieces by the thunder, and the people living in them would naturally not be spared. Now Chu Yun was facing a dilemma. Either ignore the thunder talismans and let them blow up the Bupping building, or ignore the man in black and let him escape. It was obvious what Chu Yun would choose. He stretched out his hand and grabbed all the thunder talismans scattered around. When they gathered around him, the power of the thunder talismans just exploded. Boom boom boom. Thunderbolts shot down one after another, all of which exploded in the open space around Chu Yun. The golden body of merit and virtue around Chu Yun's body was shining brightly, but he resisted all the power of the thunderbolts with his own strength. The impact he received was no less than that of several warriors at the peak of the Nirvana realm attacking him at the same time. And the final result, Chu Yun's golden body of merit and virtue was shaky and almost collapsed, but his body was intact in it. He pretended to be weak, and used his spiritual power to force some blood out of the corners of his mouth, pretending to be seriously injured by the thunderbolt, to seduce the man in black to attack. However, the result was disappointing. The man in black ran away without looking back. After the light of thunder and lightning dissipated, his figure had disappeared into the air. Damn! Chu Yun frowned, feeling a little annoyed. If this wasn't the headquarters of Bupping Building, there were too many things to worry about around, so it would be impossible for the man in black to escape from Chu Yun's hands. The man in black also seized Chu Yun's concerns and fled at the cost of several thunder talismans and injuries. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, and figures appeared around Bupping Building to investigate the situation. What happened just now? The thunder was so fierce. Now Qianli's voice was the first to sound, and he looked at Chu Yun nervously and said, "What happened just now?" On the other side, the old housekeeper who came from the direction of Bacon Mansion also looked at Chu Yun with a puzzled expression. From the breath he felt, there should have been several powerful thunders that exploded in Bupping Building just now, but when he arrived at the scene, there was almost no trace of lightning damage around. Someone broke into Bupping Building at night. After I found him, he threw out several Earth-grade thunder talismans and has now run away. Chu Yun exhaled slowly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Now Qianli frowned and looked at the old housekeeper. The latter's expression became more solemn and said, Earth-grade thunder talismans, and there are several of them. What is the cultivation level of this person? He is really generous. Nirvana realm, Chu Yun said, looking around, and said, he sneaked into the Bupping Building in the middle of the night. His intention must be not good, and he came here. As he was thinking, a tiny figure walked out from a nearby yard. It was Yang Xiuqin, who was half asleep. She walked out while rubbing her eyes, looked at Chu Yun, pursed her lips and said, Master. Was there thunder just now? It's okay, go back to sleep. Chu Yun smiled at the silly girl, stretched out his hand and pressed it on Yang Xiuqin's temple, trying to calm Yang Xiuqin's mind with a trace of mental power, but found that the little girl's sea of soul was peaceful and peaceful. The earth-shaking thunder just now didn't even cause a ripple on her. Big head, not worried about the rain, heartless, sleeps peacefully even when there's thunder. Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. When Yang Xiuqin went back to her room to take a nap, Chu Yun looked at the yard and fell into deep thought. He had been quietly following the man in black for a while. It was obvious that after the other party sneaked into the Bupping Building, he went straight to the yard where Yang Xiuqin was. But, what is there in Yang Xiuqin's yard that is worth a Nirvana realm warrior coming in the middle of the night? Or, in Daming Mansion, is there any existence above the Nirvana realm who dares to provoke the Bupping Building? It is not easy to figure out these two questions. Once it is figured out, the identity of the man in black is probably no longer a secret. Fearing your identity, Mr. Chu, the major forces in Daming Prefecture should not be willing to take the risk and break into Bupping Tower at night, because once they are discovered, the consequences will be unbearable for them, the old butler said in a deep voice. So, I suspect that this man in black is very likely not from Daming Prefecture. Could he be an outsider? Very likely. Now Qianli also nodded and said, everyone in Daming Prefecture knows that our Bupping Tower has a strong background. Even the government dare not provoke us easily. Those forces in the open will not use force above the Nirvana realm against our Bupping Tower unless it is a matter of life and death. After the two said this, Chu Yun pondered for a long time, slowly exhaled, and said, I seem to have guessed it. Do you know who it is? Gao Qianli asked immediately. Chu Yun nodded and said, he sneaked into Buping building and went straight to Yang Xiuquan's yard. However, there was nothing on the Yang brothers and sisters that was worthy of a Nirvana realm expert to make this trip. In addition to the brothers and sisters, there is another person living here, that little fox. Gao Qianli suddenly realized and said, the man in black came for the little fox. Yeah, Chu Yun nodded and said, the little fox was controlled by the military advisor of Black Tiger Mountain. The origin of the military advisor does not seem to be simple. Before he died, he once said that someone would come to me in the future and ask me to tell those people a message. The thing is in the hands of the godly thief of the seventh master. The thing he mentioned is the little fox locked in the box, and this mysterious man tonight came for Linger. Chapter 258. Taking advantage of the situation. The reason why he was so sure was that after Chu Yun discovered the arrival of the man in black, he did not come out immediately, but followed the man in black for a while and determined the destination of the man in black. It was not accidental that he came to the courtyard of the Yang family brothers and sisters, but he had a clear purpose from the beginning. If that's the case, then this matter is interesting. Gao Qianli touched his chin and said, that force sent a military advisor to secretly control Black Tiger Mountain for many years. I don't know what they are planning, but it must be related to the little fox. Now that Black Tiger Mountain has been wiped out by Buping Tower, they come to our door, and the little fox is also in our hands. We have to fight them. That's not what I care about. Chu Yun shook his head and said, he can find out that the little fox is in Buping Tower, and he can know exactly where the little fox lives. This in itself reveals some information. The old housekeeper looked at Chu Yun deeply and said, they have spies in Buping Tower. It is likely that they are the maids and servants in Buping Tower. For the new members recruited in Buping Tower, Chu Yun used 2 rounds of tests to eliminate the breeding ground for spies, but the servants who did odd jobs in Buping Tower were recruited a long time ago, and no selection was done at the time. Now it seems that it is likely that these people leaked the news. Damn it, I hate this kind of thing the most. Gao Qianli gritted his teeth and said, good brother, do you want to call all the servants over for interrogation? Chu Yun thought so at first, but after thinking carefully, he shook his head and said, no, the maids and servants in the mansion are ordinary people without cultivation. It is unlikely that they are members of that organization. It is more likely that they have been bribed. Even if they are caught, we can't get any information from them. It's better not to alert the snake. What does Mr. Chu think? The old housekeeper waited for good news. Chu Yun pondered for a moment and said, from the perspective of the man in black, he has not revealed anything. He should think that we don't know his purpose and goal yet. In this case, why don't we use the same trick against him and lure the snake out of its hole? As he said that, the corners of his lips slowly raised a little arc. Gao Qianli understood quickly and said, you want to use the little fox as bait to lure that person out. That's right. Chu Yun nodded. The reason why he didn't catch the man in black this time was purely because he was at home and couldn't do anything. He was afraid that if he really fought, the surroundings would be destroyed. But if he arranged it properly and put it outside where he could attack without restraint, the man in black would definitely not be able to escape if he showed up again. I think it's okay. Where is the little fox now? Gao Qianli asked. She went out. Chu Yun rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. I just remembered that she just followed little Yang Jian to the Yunwu mountain in Bei domain to suppress bandits. Outside? That's just right. The old housekeeper smiled and said, the little fox left before the night attack. It is estimated that the spies in the mansion should not have had time to tell the man in black about this news, so the man in black came up empty-handed tonight. Now that he has failed, he will be wary of our Buping Tower, but if he knew that the little fox is no longer in Buping Tower, but has gone to other places, then he will naturally feel at ease to follow and capture people. As long as you, Mr. Chu, can reach Yunwu Mountain first and secretly protect the little fox, the plan can go smoothly, and we in Jinxia City can pretend to arrest people with great fanfare, make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and let the man in black think that we don't know their purpose yet. These words can prove what it means to have an old person in the family is like a treasure. What the old housekeeper said is very true. Chu Yun nodded. The only problem now was whether he could get to the little fox before the man in black. And to be honest, this problem was not really a problem. That night, at the agreed time, Chu Yun opened the space door and came to the portable space. On the other side, Yang Jian also opened the space door, ready to come in and report to the master that he was safe. This was a routine task that Yang Jian had to perform every time he went out. As long as he was not with Chu Yun, he had to come to the portable space once in a while, so that Chu Yun could confirm the safety of his little apprentice. "Master, you came so early." As soon as Yang Jian entered the space door, he saw Chu Yun and couldn't help but be a little surprised. In order not to let Chu Yun wait for him, every time before the agreed time, Yang Jian would enter the space door a while in advance. Unexpectedly, he came in early this time and found Chu Yun was also inside. Suddenly, Yang Jian realized something and said, "Master, is there something important?" "Yes." Chu Yun nodded and said, "Something happened." As he spoke, Chu Yun told Yang Jian what had just happened. After listening, Yang Jian was a little surprised, but he remained calm. "I understand, Master." Yang Jian nodded and said, "Do you need me to cooperate with you?" "No." Chu Yun shook his head. A smile appeared on his face, and said, "The Master will follow you and protect you quietly. When you go back, pretend that nothing happened. Don't say anything to Linger, lest she show any abnormality and be noticed by the man in black. The rest, you should do whatever you need to do after you arrive at Yunwu Mountain." "Disciple knows," Yang Jian responded, and then followed Chu Yun through his space gate and came to the White Crane domain. "Second brother, you're back?" Linger was sitting in front of a bonfire, roasting a rabbit with branches. When she saw Yang Jian coming out of the space gate, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "Yeah." Yang Jian nodded. Chu Yun was no longer beside him, but he knew that his master was already beside him, silently guarding them. He stepped forward and came to the bonfire. He originally sat opposite Linger, but now he came to Linger's side. He didn't do it on purpose. It was completely subconscious. He just wanted to get closer to Linger so that when danger came, he would not be able to help in time. "Second brother, eat it. The rabbit I just caught is so delicious." Linger tore off a roasted rabbit leg. "You eat too." Little Yang Jian nodded, looked around and showed a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. It was as if he felt that it was not good that he and Linger were eating happily here while Chu Yun was guarding them in the dark but couldn't eat anything. This silly disciple. Chu Yun couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Chapter 259, Golden Mountain City. In the night, young boys and girls sat around the campfire, and not far away stood a majestic white horse. This silhouette must conform to many people's imagination of the rivers and lakes. Chu Yun watched in the dark, and he felt very comfortable. In his imagination, traveling in the rivers and lakes should be like Yang Jian, one person, one horse, and one beauty. As for himself, it's not that he is old, it's too strong. The experience of the rivers and lakes is no longer challenging for him. At dawn, Yang Jian and Linger rode on the Pegasus unicorn and continued their journey. When the sun was high in the sky, they arrived at their destination, the Jinshan Giant City in the White Crane domain. Although their final destination is Yunwu Mountain outside the Jinshan Giant City, this mission was triggered by Yu Lianshan, a member of the Jinshan Giant City branch. As an outsider assistant, Yang Jian should first go into the city and communicate and cooperate with the local members of the Bupinglu branch before taking action. After entering the Jinshan Giant City, Yang Jian and Linger took the Pegasus Unicorn Bay and walked through the streets and alleys of the city. They asked a few passers-by about the location of the Bupinglu branch of the Jinshan Giant City, and then they walked straight to the North City district. Not long after, the two came to a luxurious pavilion. Through what he saw and heard along the way, Yang Jian knew in his heart that in the entire Jinshan Giant City, there were not many luxurious buildings like this Bupinglu branch. However, this cannot be said that the local Bupinglu members are extravagant, because the current Bupinglu is really too rich. A fight with those profiteers in Kangnan territory has added tens of millions of taels of silver to the account office of Bupinglu. Chu Yun did not monopolize this money, but used it as the operating funds of the entire Bupinglu. Now that he wants to build branches of Bupinglu in various places, he is naturally willing to spend the money. After all, the money that was cheated from the enemy will not be painful to spend. After entering Buping building, one of the figures standing in the hall came forward. "You two have come to Buping building, but is there anything you need help with?" the man asked with a smile. Yang Jian looked at the other party, took out a blue token from his sleeve, and said, "I am from the headquarters of Jingxia City. Take me to see your chief shopkeeper." The Buping building member glanced at the token in Yang Jian's hand, and his body was shocked. Even though he had just joined Buping building for a few days, he still knew the basic rules. The Buping building divided the identities of members into 7 levels, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple as the levels, among which red was the lowest and purple was the highest. The darker the color of the token held, the higher the status of the person in Buping building. In Jinshan Giant City, the color of the token held by the chief shopkeeper of a Buping building branch was uniformly yellow. The highest purple level token was only owned by 2 people, that is, Gao Qianli, the owner of Buping building, and Chu Yun, the deputy owner. At this moment, the Bupinglu token that Yang Jian took out was actually a blue token, second only to the purple token, and several levels higher than the yellow token of the chief treasurer of the Bupinglu Jinshan Jukan branch. "You. Please wait a moment." The lazy look on the face of the Bupinglu member was swept away, and then he looked at Yang Jian nervously and said, "I'll go and ask the chief treasurer to come over." "No need." Yang Jian shook his head. He didn't really care about this kind of hierarchy, so he said directly, "I'll go with you to see him." As he spoke, Yang Jian raised his chin and motioned for the man to lead the way. "Okay." The man nodded immediately, then walked quickly in front to lead the way for Yang Jian and the others. At the same time, he couldn't help but guess a lot in his heart. He didn't know where this important member of the Bupinglu holding the blue token came from, but after thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. After all, Buping building had only been expanding for a few days, and the members in the building were basically newcomers, and they didn't know much about their own power. Not long after, the 3 of them climbed the stairs and came to the 2nd floor of the Jinshan Jukan branch of Buping building, and walked to a study at the end of the corridor. "You two, this is the study of Liu Lianshan, the head of our Jinshan Jukan." The Buping building member came to the door, made a gesture of invitation to Yang Jian and the others, and then introduced them. Yang Jian nodded, pushed the door and walked in. In the study, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of a large desk. On the desk was a topographic map that looked very complicated. He was frowning and observing it carefully. After Yang Jian and the others walked in, he woke him up and frowned immediately. "What's the matter?" The member of Bupinglu who led the way came to the desk quickly and said to Liu Lianshan, "Boss, these 2 are from the headquarters of Jingxia City." As he spoke, he added in a low voice: "They are holding blue tokens." As soon as the voice fell, Liu Lianshan's mind was immediately lifted. Of course, he knew what the blue token represented, and the expression on his face immediately became very polite. He stood up from behind the desk and looked at Yang Jian with a smile on his face. "I am Liu Lianshan, the boss of the Bupinglu branch of Jinshan Giant City. May I know your name, little brother?" Liu Lianshan asked, cupping his hands. "My name is Yang Jian. I came to Jinshan Giant City to help Boss Liu suppress bandits at the order of my master." Yang Jian also said politely, "Come to suppress the bandits?" Liu Lianshan raised his eyebrows, very surprised by this answer, and then couldn't help asking, "Don't you know who your master is?" Yang Jian's face straightened, and he replied, "My master is Chu Yun." As soon as the voice fell, Liu Lianshan's figure was shocked, and his heart trembled. Anyone who has heard of the 3 words Buping Tower knows that Chu Yun is the core figure of Buping Tower. Although he is only the deputy owner of the building in name, in everyone's heart, he is more important than Gao Qianli, the owner of the building, even thousands of times more important. Of course, this is not to say that Gao Qianli, the prince, is not good, but Chu Yun is really too good. Everyone guessed that Chu Yun should be a force from outside the mortal world. And now, Chu Yun's direct disciple is standing in front of him. which can't help but make Liu Lianshan think, is Yang Jian also a big force from outside the mortal world? This imagination alone is enough to make him tremble with fear. Suddenly, Liu Lianshan's expression became more polite, and his attitude was much lower. He did not look down on little Yang Jian because he looked young, but instead showed respect from the bottom of his heart. I didn't expect that it was the disciple of the deputy building owner who came in person. It really made Liu Lianshan flattered, and it also brought honor to our entire Buping building branch in Jinshan Giant City. Liu Lianshan was polite for a while, and then turned to the main topic and asked, "Little brother Yang said earlier that you came here to help us suppress the bandits?" "That's right." Little Yang Jian nodded. Liu Lianshan looked puzzled and said, "I have indeed reported to the Buping building headquarters that I will go to Yunwu Mountain to suppress the bandits, but the letter was just sent out last night, and it should be on the way now." "How did the deputy building owner get the news so quickly and send you here when he is far away in Jingxia City?" Yang Jian was also a little surprised when he heard this. He only then realized that Liu Lianshan had just written the letter to report last night. He thought Chu Yun had already received the news and sent him here. "Did you just write the letter last night?" Linger on the side also noticed that the matter was unusual. She touched her cheek suspiciously, looked at Yang Jian, and said, "Second brother, yesterday afternoon, Big Brother asked you to come here, right?" "Yes, we set off in the afternoon." Yang Jian nodded. As soon as the voice fell, the expression on Liu Lianshan's face on the other side was even more surprised. "I just wrote the letter in the evening, but they had already received the news in the afternoon." Could it be that their mysterious deputy building owner actually had the ability to predict the future? For a moment, I was even more shocked. Little Yang Jian shook his head, but he didn't care too much. He just said, "Master has great magical powers. We can't figure out these things, so there is no need to think about them. Let's talk about business." "Let's talk about business." "Yes, let's talk about business." Liu Lianshan was stunned, then smiled bitterly, and immediately nodded. He made a gesture of invitation, asking little Yang Jian and little Linger to come to his desk. Liu Lianshan took out a document from the table, spread it out and placed it in front of little Yang Jian, saying, "This is the commission of Kinyan Chamber of Commerce in Jinshan Giant City. Brother Yang, you can take a look first." Hearing this, little Yang Jian picked up the commission letter and looked at it carefully. Linger on the other side also leaned over with her little head, staring with her big eyes blinking. It turned out that the commission to suppress the bandits this time was proposed by a chamber of commerce in the Jinshan Giant City. This small force called Kinyan Chamber of Commerce has a mine outside the Jinshan Giant City. Every once in a while, it will produce a large amount of spiritual ore, which is the main source of income for the Chamber of Commerce. More than 10 days ago, it was the mining season for another quarter. The president of the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce took his trusted men to mine, but they were attacked by the bandits of Yunwu Mountain. Not only were all the goods looted, but the batch of high-quality spiritual ore was also taken away by the bandits of Yunwu Mountain. More importantly, the president of the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce was beheaded on the spot by the bandits of Yunwu Mountain, and none of the accompanying personnel and trusted men were spared. It can be said that the bandits were very ruthless and directly eradicated the roots. After this catastrophe, only the orphans and widows of the president's family were left in the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce. They wanted revenge but did not have the strength to do so. After reporting the situation to the government, nothing happened. Just at this time, the branch of Bupinglu was established in the giant city of Jinshan, so the people of Kinyan Chamber of Commerce came to the door and commissioned Bupinglu to annihilate the bandits on Yunwu Mountain and avenge the president's family of Kinyan Chamber of Commerce. After listening to Liu Lianshan's narration, Yang Jian fell into silence. Linger on the side looked at him with worry, and gently held Yang Jian's 2 fingers with her little hand. The tragedy of the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce was so similar to Yang Jian's experience. They were also killed by a group of bandits and their families were destroyed. Yang Jian pinched Linger's fingers with his backhand and smiled at her. The events of the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce did bring him some bad memories. But those things were in the past, and the people who killed his father had been killed by him personally. He promised his master that he would not indulge in sadness and hatred. A real man should keep his promise. Since he promised, he must do it. So, he took a deep breath, calmed down, looked at Liu Lianshan, and asked, "Are the bandits in Yanwu Mountain very strong?" Why did the people of Qinian Chamber of Commerce report it to the government, but the government ignored it? They are strong, but they are not that strong. It's just that the bandits in Yanwu Mountain have been active outside Jinshan Giant City for many years. They have always been law-abiding and rarely use knives against the people and forces in Jinshan Giant City. In the past, they only targeted those passing merchants or outsiders in doing business. They did not pose much threat to Jinshan Giant City itself, so the government did not take them seriously. The Qinian Chamber of Commerce that suffered this time is just a small chamber of commerce without much influence. If the pursuit is not tight, the people and the government will naturally not mobilize troops for the orphans and widows in the Qinian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Lianshan said slowly, "I understand." Little Yangjia nodded. Yu Lianshan added, "But this time, the bandits on Yanwu Mountain really crossed the line. They not only attacked the forces in Jinshan Giant City, but also wiped out the roots. They did such a ruthless thing that the government would not tolerate. If Brother Yang is willing, you can go to the government with me. We will put pressure on the government together." When suppressing the bandits, the government will definitely send out a certain amount of force to assist. After the voice fell, little Yang Jian thought about it carefully, and finally shook his head and said, "No, I'll do it myself." If he just came here to suppress the bandits this time, he might listen to Liu Lianshan's advice and choose to join hands with the government to go to Yanwu Mountain. But now, the situation has changed subtly. Someone has set his sights on Little Fox and will attack her at any time, and his master has already made preparations in secret. At this time, the priority of Little Fox's affairs is naturally higher than those bandits on Yanwu Mountain. The matter of suppressing the bandits cannot affect the master's arrangements. Little Yang Jian could naturally tell which was more important. Moreover, at this time, it was not a good thing to involve those insignificant people. The strongest official in the Jinshan Giant City was only at the mountain and sea realm. For a master of his master's level, it was really not worth mentioning. If he really wanted to get involved, he would just be cannon fodder. It was unnecessary. Yu Lianshan nodded when he heard this. Of course, he didn't know the inside story. He just thought that little Yang Jian was young and full of energy and felt that he could wipe out the mountain bandits with his own strength. So he didn't say anything more, because in his expectation, little Yang Jian was very likely to be a disciple from a big force outside the mortal world. His own strength was definitely very strong. The bandits on Yanwu Mountain might be solved by this young master himself. Why should he worry about it? Chapter 260, Purple Yang Pupil Power. Outside the giant city of Jinshan, Yanwu Mountain. On the top of the mountain, outside the training room, a broad figure stepped out. Facing the rising sun, Song Qiang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes fixed on the rising sun. While practicing the technique, the charm in his eyes seemed to turn into a vortex, taking in the essence of the rising sun, making his eyes even deeper. At this time, a figure came forward with a flattering smile on his face and said, "Boss, congratulations on your upcoming mastery of the magic skill." After the words fell, Song Qiang turned his head calmly and took a look. The person who spoke was named King U, a loyal lackey among the many bandits in Yanwu Mountain. No matter what order Song Qiang gave, he would firmly execute it. "Well, it's almost there. It's finally almost there," Song Qiang murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of contemplation and recollection. Jiang Ji Tonggong, a technique of the peak of the heavenly grade. For this technique, the Song family, a martial arts family in Nanyang, Chunhua Prefecture, was destroyed. Overnight, the whole family was slaughtered, leaving only him, an orphan, who came to the Daming Prefecture thousands of miles away with the original technique, hiding his identity in a small area. Until now, 19 years have passed. Every night of these 19 years, when Song Qiang closed his eyes, he would dream of his enemies who suddenly came to his house, cut off his head, and asked him about the whereabouts of the technique. Almost every night, it was like this. And now, After lying dormant for so many years, he is finally about to achieve great success in his magic and practice this heavenly technique to the state of great perfection. After waiting for so many years, Song Qiang felt that he should be very patient. But the fact is that when that day is approaching, he is getting more and more impatient. Now his cultivation realm has reached the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Once he cultivates this heavenly skill to the state of great perfection, Song Qiang knows that his strength will usher in a qualitative leap, which is incomparable to the peak of the ordinary mountain and sea realm. At that time, he can sneak into the ancient ruins outside Jingxia City to find a chance to break through. Of course, the premise is that Master Lim Duanya from the capital can open the protective formation outside the ruins. He will enter the ruins and fight. If he can get a Nirvana pill by chance, he can immediately break through to the Nirvana realm. At that time, it will be as wide as the sea for fish to leap and as high as the sky for birds to fly. With his strength at that time, when he returns to Chunhua Mansion, no one in Nanyang will be his opponent. He can finally avenge the tragedy of the Song family's extermination. Thinking of the exciting scene in his heart, Song Qiang exhaled deeply and finally calmed down a little. King Yu, who was standing aside, still had a flattering smile on his face. He looked at Song Qiang and said, "Boss, when your magic skill is perfected, the brothers can finally fight their way out of Yunwu Mountain. Others only know that you are at the peak of the Wanshai realm, but only I know how terrible your true strength is. By then, our Yunwu Mountain will be much stronger, and even the government in the Jinshan giant city will not be able to do anything to us." As he spoke, King Yu's expression was also very excited. Song Qiang glanced at him and could see that King Yu had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, the ordinary bandits in Yunwu Mountain, represented by King Yu, were expecting something completely different from him. Song Qiang wanted to improve his personal strength and then return to Chunhua Mansion to avenge his hatred. However, these ordinary bandits wanted to wait until the boss's magic skill was perfected, and then take them to conquer more territory and show off their power. "Stupid," Song Qiang silently said in his heart. Looking at King Yu's excited expression, he really couldn't bear to reveal his true thoughts to him. In fact, in Song Qiang's plan, when his magic skill is perfected, it will be the time to abandon these mountain bandits and let them fend for themselves. For many years, Song Qiang has always hidden his own strength in Yunwu Mountain, and has always been in front of everyone with his Wanshai realm cultivation. He is so low-key, just to avoid attracting the attention of those big shots, and to practice Xiangji Donggong in this mountain peacefully. As for the power of Yunwu Mountain and these mountain bandits, Song Qiang has always ordered them to keep a low profile, and never took them to actively expand their territory, just to protect his own safety. 10 days ago, Song Qiang was only one step away from the perfection of his magic skill, but at this time he learned a piece of news, that is, the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce in the giant city of Jinshan, its spiritual vein mine will have a huge harvest in the near future. If he didn't do this, Song Qiang would have to practice step by step. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to cultivate the Purple Yang Extreme Pupil skill to the state of great perfection. If he plundered all the resources of the Kinyan Chamber of Commerce, it would take less than 10 days at most for him to achieve his long-cherished wish. Song Qiang had to admit that he was a little impatient this time and made a very radical choice, but Song Qiang didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. For many years, Song Qiang had never offended the government of Jinshan Giant City, just because he was afraid of being targeted by the strong men of the government. Now, his magic skill is about to be perfected. When that day comes, he will completely leave Yunwu Mountain. Naturally, after I leave, he doesn't care about the floods and even the revenge of the government. Anyway, with his strength, even if the people of Jinshan Giant City are out in full force, they can't do anything to him, unless the city lord of Jinshan Giant City asks for help from the domain lord of Bei Domain and asks the masters of Nirvana to come and deal with him. But this is impossible, because all along, Song Qiang's strength was only that of the Wanshai realm. In the eyes of the government, it was useless to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken. As for the bandits on Yunwu Mountain, they had no idea that a disaster was about to happen. They thought that their boss had finally come out of his shell after so many years and planned to make Yunwu Mountain bigger and stronger in his twilight years. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were stupid. "Is there any movement from the government?" Song Qiang asked as a matter of routine. "No," King Wu sneered and said. "The orphan and widow of Qinyan Chamber of Commerce have not made any movement since they went to the government last time. I guess the government of Jinshan Giant City will not come to attack us for a mere Qinyan Chamber of Commerce." "Yeah," Song Qiang nodded. He was actually expecting this. After all, he had never done anything to harm Jinshan Giant City over the years. Even if he had their information on them, he probably never regarded them as any important threat in front of the desk of the Jinshan Giant City government. Now that the Qinyan Chamber of Commerce has been in trouble, if the government does not care, then forget it. Even if they do care, they will mainly focus on finding out the situation in the early stage. After they have determined the situation on Yunwu Mountain, they will send several warriors above the Wanshai realm, or simply a warrior of the Shanhai realm to lead the team to suppress the bandits. With such a strength and scale, it is impossible to stir up any waves in front of Song Qiang, who has a trump card, and they can be easily repelled. When the first batch of bandit suppressors return in defeat, the news will be passed back to the government, and the government will study it for a few days. Even if they finally decide to ask the domain master of the White Crane domain to come and suppress Yunwu Mountain, it will definitely be a long time later. By that time, when the domain master of the White Crane domain, the master of the Nirvana realm, comes with a large army, Song Qiang will have already mastered his magic and escaped. Although these mountain bandits headed by King Wu will undoubtedly be killed by the government, what does that have to do with him? They are just mountain bandits. They call each other brothers, but who would really treat them as their brothers? They are just pawns that can be sold at any time. Song Qiang shook his head, but, at this time, King Wu seemed to suddenly remember something. After hesitating for a while, he said to Song Qiang, "Boss, there is one more thing." "What is it?" Song Qiang frowned. Feeling that something was wrong, King Wu replied, "In that Jinshan Juking, someone has established a branch of Bupinglu, the Bupinglu that wiped out Buishan. I know them." Song Qiang nodded, his face a little deep. For the bandits in Daming Prefecture, the three words Bupinglu are also very loud, because he wiped out the strongest group of mountain bandits in Daming Prefecture. When Song Qiang was about to retire, the disaster stars of Bupinglu actually came to Jinshan Juking and opened a branch. This really made Song Qiang feel a little bad. He frowned, stared at King Wu, and said, "Did the people from Qinyan Shanhui go to Bupinglu for help?" "They should go. After all, the orphan and the widow are desperate, and they will try everything." "It's normal." King Wu nodded, but didn't care at all, and said, "When the brothers got the news, it was several days ago, that shit Bupinglu didn't make any moves. I think they are afraid of our Yunwu Mountain and dare not stand up for the people of Qinyan Chamber of Commerce." "No." Song Qiang's face was gloomy. After shaking his head, he exhaled a long breath. He didn't explain anything to King Wu, but he knew in his heart that judging from what Bupinglu had done since its establishment, it was enough to prove that it was not an organization that just ate and waited for death, but a place to do big things. The government might not take action against Yunwu Mountain for various reasons, but as long as Bupinglu received the commission from the orphan and the widow of Qinyan Chamber of Commerce, it would definitely send people to encircle and suppress them in Yunwu Mountain. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Song Qiang frowned. "This." King Wu hesitated for a moment and said, "The brothers who reported the news didn't think it was a big deal. I just found out when I heard them chatting. A bunch of idiots." Song Qiang's face became even gloomier. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice and said, "Whether it's important or not is not up to you idiots to decide. If you delay my important matter, you won't be able to pay with your heads." "Yes, yes, yes." King Wu didn't dare to talk back at this time. He nodded and said yes quickly, but he didn't agree in his heart. He felt that the boss was making a fuss over nothing. Chapter 261 Going Up the Mountain. "Boss, please be patient." After a while, when Song Qiang's anger had calmed down a little, King Wu slowly opened his mouth and explained carefully, That's just a branch of the Buping building. I specifically asked about it. The boss of the Buping building branch in Jinshan Giant City has the strongest strength of only the Wanchai realm. He is not a threat to our Yunwu Mountain. Song Qiang snorted coldly when he heard it, but his expression did calm down a lot. He believed that King Wu would not dare to lie to him about such a thing. And it was indeed reasonable for a warrior with the Wanchai realm to be in charge of a branch in a remote town. In this way, the Buping building in Jinshan Giant City is also not a threat to him. This is normal. After all, with his hidden power at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, let alone Jinshan Giant City, the only person who can threaten him in the entire White Crane territory is only one territory lord, and the others are just sending food. After calming down for a while, Song Qiang slowly exhaled and said, "These days, let my brothers guard the mountain gate, guard it strictly, and go to Jinshan Giant City to gather intelligence. Before my magical power is perfected, no one can cause trouble for me, otherwise you know the consequences." I understand, boss, please rest assured. King Wu nodded quickly. Yunwu Mountain is not like other thieves' dens, where there are several people in charge. In Yunwu Mountain, Song Qiang is the only one in charge. Anyone who tried to gain power was ruthlessly crushed by Song Qiang. King Wu was originally pushed out by several ambitious people to serve as the second in command of Yunwu Mountain and take away some power from the boss Song Qiang. However, it was that time that made King Wu realize how amazing Song Qiang's true strength was. He was already a 7th level cultivator in the Wanchai realm, but he couldn't even survive a single move in Song Qiang's hands and was about to be killed. If Song Qiang hadn't held back at the last moment, he would have been dead now. And Song Qiang was willing to hold back because he wanted to make the person who was most likely to rise to power his pawn and a means and claw for him to suppress the bandits internally. Sure enough, when King Wu, who was most likely to become the second in command from a bandit, also became Song Qiang's loyal lackey, all the people with bad intentions in Yunwu Mountain gave up their ambitions. After so many years, Yunwu Mountain has always been a one-man show for Song Qiang. It was like this before, and it will definitely be like this in the future. In the cave, Song Qiang used a large number of spiritual ores to arrange a formation to absorb and practice. After an unknown amount of time, a palpitation came over him, causing Song Qiang to stop practicing his skills. He opened his eyes in the dark cave, his eyes full of uneasiness. He was still thinking about Buping Lu, a force that could wipe out Black Tiger Mountain. It must be said, really put a lot of psychological pressure on him. As for the government, Song Qiang had been dealing with them for many years, and he knew their methods, processes and drawbacks very well, so he could safely take advantage of their loopholes. But for Buping Lu, to be honest, Song Qiang was unsure. Although the head of the Buping Lu branch in Jinshan Giant City had a much lower cultivation level than him, but what if he asked for help from the Buping Lu headquarters, which was more powerful? No, it was not a one-time thing. As long as Buping Lu planned to take over the commission from Qinian Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely ask for help, because the strength of the Buping Lu branch of Jinshan Giant City is too weak to wipe out Yunwu Mountain. Regardless of whether he hides his strength or not, the Buping Lu branch of Jinshan Giant City will find a stronger one. So, what kind of masters will come? If it is just a warrior in the mountain and sea realm, Song Qiang is not worried. Even in extreme cases, he cannot beat the opponent, and he can still escape with his own Jiang extreme pupil gong. But what if it is a Nirvana realm? Although Song Qiang knows that this is unlikely, but the same sentence. What if, thinking of this, Song Qiang has no intention of practicing? He stood up suddenly, looking at the few remaining training resources in the cave. He struggled and hesitated for a short moment, then stepped up and walked out of the cave. Now, let's leave immediately. Song Qiang let out a long breath and made up his mind. The divine power is about to be completed. A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. A few days later, what if that Buping Lu is too ambitious and really sends a strong man in the Nirvana realm? Then everything will be over. Although the strong man in the Nirvana realm is not a cabbage and it is impossible for him to come at any time, But the same thing is that he does not understand Buping Lu and does not know how the other party will play his cards. If something unexpected happens, he can't afford to gamble. And now, as long as he escapes immediately, squats in the deep mountains and old forests, and waits for 10 days and a half months, he will practice the Jiangji Tonggong to the state of great perfection before leaving the mountain. At that time, he will be like a dragon entering the sea, and there will be no more restraints. However, as soon as he went out, Song Qiang was immediately shocked, because he suddenly heard that at the foot of Yunwu Mountain, there was a fierce battle sound, and there were bursts of sharp wind-breaking sounds. Resisting the urge to run away immediately, Song Qiang sensed the fluctuations of the battle at the foot of the mountain and found that the strength of the newcomers was not very strong. In his opinion, they were even a little weak. They were not even at the Wanshai realm. What's going on? Song Qiang frowned immediately and hesitated for a while. If this was the method of Buping Lu, then when the people from Buping Lu came next time, he would have used up all the cultivation resources on the mountain. Otherwise, should he leave later? Just then, King Wu came up quickly, sweating all over his face, and said, "Boss, it's bad." 2 people came down the mountain, 1 man and 1 woman, both very young. Although their realms are not high, their combat power is really amazing. Even Lao Hai and Shizi can't do anything to each other. The battle is deadlocked. Please act quickly. After the voice fell, Song Qiang's frown was slightly relaxed. Is the battle at a stalemate? Old Black and Lion are both Wanshai realm bandits on Yunwu Mountain. Although they are not bad when they join forces, since they can fight a stalemate with the attacker, it seems that the other party is not that powerful. After thinking about it, Song Qiang couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that the people from Buping Lu really look down on our Yunwu Mountain. They only sent 2 juniors here. They want to use our Yunwu Mountain as a whetstone for the 2 juniors to gain experience." "I think so too." King Wu nodded quickly and said, "The boy looks only 16 or 17 years old, and the girl next to him is younger than him, but she looks really beautiful." As he spoke, King Wu secretly glanced at Song Qiang. Seeing that the boss's expression did not change, he wanted to take the opportunity to speak and ask for the person to come down and enjoy him. As a result, before he could say anything, Song Qiang had already rushed to the fierce battle at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, King Wu had to swallow his words and hurriedly followed. When the 2 arrived at the battlefield at the foot of the mountain, they found that the bandits had been killed to pieces by a black-clad teenager holding a spear. There was no one beside except a pretty little girl in white, who was leading a white horse with a bored look on her face. After seeing this scene, Song Qiang felt completely relieved. Old Black Lion. King Wu followed behind. His eyes widened instantly, because when he left, Old Black and Lion were still fighting with the boy, and now it has only been a short time, and the 2 have turned into cold corpses and fell to the ground. Yang Jian pulled out the Overlord soul-locking spear from the chest of a fierce bandit, and the soul light on the spear body was surging, taking away all the souls of the fierce bandit. He frowned at the 2 figures who were rushing over. His eyes fell on Song Qiang, and said, "Are you the boss of Yunwu Mountain?" "Little kid, you have some eyes." Song Qiang nodded, looked at little Yang Jian with interest, and said, "Are you from Buping Tower?" "Jinxia Buping." Little Yang Jian raised his chin slightly, with a hint of pride in his tone, then turned the gun head and pointed it at Song Qiang, saying, "I can feel that your strength is not just the Wanshai realm. It seems that you have been hiding your strength for so many years. You are really scheming and your plans must be great." "Huh." Song Qiang raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Can you see through my cultivation?" "I can't see through it, but I can feel it." Little Yang Jian replied, "The aura on you is not much different from that of Yunzong Long, the boss of Black Tiger Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, your real cultivation is definitely above the mountain and sea realm." After the words fell, Song Qiang fell silent, while King Wu on the other side widened his eyes in surprise, wondering how this young man with low cultivation could see all this. It is almost an iron rule that people with low cultivation cannot see through the strength of people with high cultivation, and what Yang Jian said undoubtedly revealed another important information. "Have you seen Yunzong Long?" Song Qiang asked. "He died in front of me." Yang Jian replied, and after a pause, he looked at Song Qiang and said, "And you will be the same." Chapter 262 We meet again. After Yang Jian finished speaking, Song Qiang immediately showed a strange smile on his face. He looked at Yang Jian and said, "You will see. After killing you, I will dig out your eyes and carry them with me. I hope you can wait until the day I die of old age." Having said this, Song Qiang's attitude towards Yang Jian was not the slightest bit contemptuous or relaxed. The young man in front of him was able to kill 2 of his Wanshai realm bandits with the cultivation of Qianjun realm, which was enough to show his extraordinary strength. More importantly, Yang Jian's eyesight was amazing. He could see at a glance that Song Qiang's ability was not much different from that of Yun Zonglong, the big boss of the Black Cloud Mountains. Such a stunning young genius. Even if his cultivation was far inferior to Song Qiang, he would never take it lightly, because he knew very well that in this world, realm is not everything. Through the assistance of many external objects, or the skills in martial arts that surpass the grade, the effect of challenging beyond the level can be achieved. "Boy, tell me who you are." "I won't kill nameless ghosts," Song Qiang said in a deep voice. "Yang Jian." Little Yang Jian nodded and replied, "Bupinglu, Chu Yun's disciple." As soon as the voice fell, Song Qiang's heart was shocked and his eyes narrowed. Of course he knew who Chu Yun was. There were probably not many people in Daming Mansion who had not heard of this name. But even if he was Chu Yun's disciple, so what? Song Qiang showed a disdainful smile on his face and said, "If your master came, maybe I would still treat him with caution, but a young boy like you, you are not even enough to fill my teeth." Little Yang Jian heard the words. His expression did not change, but the look in his eyes was a little strange, because his master really came. Although little Yang Jian could not see it, he knew that his master must be in the dark at this moment, silently guarding them. "You are such an annoying guy." At this time, Dao Linger, who was standing by, put her hands on her waist. Seeing the ferocious-looking guy in front of her speaking so arrogantly, she was immediately very unhappy. So she rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 white arms, and a series of spiritual lights emerged around her body. Outside her body, a fox shadow condensed. The white fox was charming and pure, with a pair of deep eyes, as deep as a pool of water, as if it could suck a person's soul into it. The most eye-catching thing was the fox's tail, not just 1, but 3, fluffy and angry, as if each tail had strong vitality and explosive power. "Demon tribe." Song Qiang frowned, and his eyes showed surprise. "Transformed monster?" Suddenly, he seemed to understand where Yang Jian's confidence in standing in front of him came from. Because it is well known that the demon race can only transform when it reaches the 4th level or above, which is comparable to the level of human Shanghai realm warriors. Since the little fox in front of him has already transformed into a human form, its strength should be regarded as a Shanghai realm warrior. However, in Song Qiang's eyes, the little fox's aura is not solid. Although the phantom of the 3-tailed celestial fox has pure demon spirit power, it is still far from the ordinary 4th-level demon beast. At most, it is equivalent to the combat power of a Pequanshai realm to the early Shanghai realm. For more, it depends on whether the little fox has other trump cards, and with such strength, it is still not enough in front of Song Qiang. The Fox clan is a big clan in the demon domain. A 3-tailed celestial fox is valuable in the eyes of many people, no matter what purpose it is used for. "I am very grateful that you can send such a gift," Song Qiang said calmly, and the meaning behind his words seemed that Dao Linger was already in his pocket. As soon as the words fell, Dao Linger's eyes widened, and she was about to say something, but Song Qiang had already made a move. With Song Qiang's calmness and experience, since he had already determined that the stronger one among the young man and woman was the 3-tailed celestial fox, he made a move without hesitation. A pair of eyes stared closely at Dao Linger's big eyes, and the shining purple light in his eyes was as bright as the purple sun, which instantly captivated people's hearts. At this glance, Dao Linger's figure was immediately shaken, as if petrified, and she froze on the spot, and did not react for a long time. She was not scared, but was shocked by Song Qiang's pupil technique. This is the terrible thing about the Purple Yang extreme pupil skill, which can penetrate any defense with pure pupil skills, ignore the difference in cultivation, and directly shock the opponent's mind. However, Song Qiang has only achieved great success in this move, and has not yet cultivated to the state of great perfection. Therefore, when this pupil technique was used, Zhao Linger stood there for a moment before coming back to her senses. However, this moment of sluggishness was enough for Song Qiang. His figure had already arrived in front of Zhao Linger, and he struck out with his palm, hitting Zhao Linger's crown, trying to knock her out. "Do you think you are worthy?" At this time, a faint voice sounded from the side. The moment the voice appeared, Song Qiang's vigilance immediately rose to the highest point, as if he would encounter a threat that could kill him at any time. So, he immediately gave up attacking Zhao Linger, and without the slightest hesitation, he dodged to the side. But it was still too late. The owner of the voice was too fast, far beyond his imagination. Swish, a knife light slashed out, and the terrifying blade drew a half-moon-shaped knife pattern in the air, cutting a very hideous wound on Song Qiang's left shoulder, spreading to the ribs. Just this one blow made his blood surge, and he was almost disemboweled and died on the spot. Song Qiang widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound in disbelief, only to see a dusty figure walking out of the woods nearby. The figure was wearing black clothes and masking his face, and his face could not be seen clearly, but only a pair of eyes were exposed, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. At this moment, he was staring at Zhao Linger. "After chasing you for so long, I finally found you," the man in black said in a deep voice. Although his tone sounded calm, he could still find a sense of relief after being tired, as if he could rest completely after he finished this thing. "Who are you?" Song Qiang took a few steps back and distanced himself from the man in black who suddenly appeared. The vigilance in his heart was about to explode violently. Judging from the aura of the man in black, he couldn't even see through his strength, but he felt as heavy as a mountain, which brought him great pressure, coupled with the previous terrifying blow. There is no doubt that this person must be a master of nirvana, but how could such a strong man suddenly appear here? When Song Qiang was in doubt, the man in black had already walked straight towards Zhao Linger, without even looking at Song Qiang, as if he was just a stone on the roadside and was completely insignificant. "Follow me." The man in black stretched out a big hand to Zhao Linger, grabbing her arm in an unavoidable manner. Although it seemed like just an ordinary hand grab, it contained a very profound martial arts mystery, almost blocking every escape route that Zhao Linger could avoid, as if it was fate that she would definitely be caught by that big hand. Then, I saw that a figure suddenly appeared between the man in black and Zhao Linger. It was a young man in white clothes who had a beautiful smile. At this moment, he smiled and showed his white teeth, stretched out a hand, and shook hands with the man in black. "See you again," Chu Yun said with a smile. The black-clothed man's lazy and deep eyes suddenly burst into a look of extreme horror, and he subconsciously pulled back. However, his big hand was tightly clasped with Chu Yun's hand. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Chu Yun looked at him strangely and said, "It took so long to find that little fox, and you want to leave before saying a few words. Isn't it bad?" Die. The black-clothed man didn't say anything, but in an instant he had made the most intense reaction. Although one hand was caught and he couldn't draw his sword, the other hand and both feet were fully utilized to attack Chu Yun fiercely. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the sound of close combat continued to sound. The black-clothed man used all his offensive means, and the power of various palm techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques all burst out. However, these attacks, when hitting Chu Yun's body, seemed to be tickling. Under the shining golden light of the golden body of merit, they did not cause any damage. The defense of the merit golden body was too strong. "Have you had enough?" Chu Yun asked softly when he saw his opponent taking a break. Without waiting for the black-clothed man to answer, he said, "You've hit me so many times, so I'll hit you back once. Isn't that too much?" As he spoke, Chu Yun showed his fist as big as a sandbag and hit the black-clothed man's chest with a slap. Bang! The Sun Prajnapam, a heavenly-level martial art, all its power burst out. The black-clothed man was shaken and was immediately knocked out by the power of this palm. and fell heavily into the huge rocks of the mountain. Chu Yun stepped on the ground and immediately chased after him. After the black-clothed man was hit hard, he seemed to be crazy and burst out with terrible ferocity and power. The law incarnation immediately condensed, and the wind laws of the surrounding heaven and earth were used by him to condense a huge law incarnation. The law of wind, I have it too. Chu Yun laughed, and the golden light of merit around him shone brightly, like the incarnation of the law of the man in black, drawing the power of the law of wind between the surrounding heaven and earth, and confronting the man in black. What is this thing? The man in black's eyes were full of surprise. Chu Yun's golden body of merit, its defense was so strong that he had never heard of it or seen it before. Now it can mobilize the power of heaven and earth like the incarnation of the law. This is simply incredible and unreasonable. However, the situation is critical at the moment, and there is no time to think about the surprise. The man in black held his breath and concentrated, and with the power of the incarnation of the law, he attacked Chu Yun's golden body of merit. The battle was about to break out. Chapter 263 One Finger. In the cave created by humans, two terrifying figures were fighting fiercely. One controlled the violent wind and turned into a huge incarnation of the law. The other had great merits and turned into a dazzling golden body of merits. The two external incarnations were like two gods fighting, venting their power to the world, making everyone watching terrified. Among them, the most shocked person, without a doubt, was the boss of Yunwu Mountain, Song Qiang. He stared at the two figures in the distance with his eyes wide open, and suddenly found that everything had suddenly developed in a direction he didn't expect, like a wild horse that had run away, and he couldn't control it at all. He encountered a rare three-tailed celestial fox by chance. He was about to harvest the spoils, but a mysterious man in black suddenly came out and slashed him with a knife, almost disemboweling him. Then, before he could figure out the identity of that person, a more vigorous young man in white suddenly appeared, and with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he beat the man in black and made him flee. What on earth is going on in this world? Song Qiang couldn't help but wonder, why would such vigorous people appear in such a remote place like Yunwu Mountain? It is obvious that he has been the one who has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger for more than 10 years. How come anyone who jumps out now is a strong man above the nirvana realm? His hidden strength, no matter whether he uses it or not, is pitifully weak in front of the other party. On the other side, little Yang Jian looked at little Linger and said, "Linger, are you okay?" "It's okay." Little Linger immediately shook her head, then looked towards the cave and said, "Why is Big Brother here? Is he here to protect me?" "Yes." Little Yang Jian nodded and was about to answer, but he heard a sharp wind in his ears. He immediately dodged and found that Song Qiang, who was already seriously injured, was staring at them with a gloomy face. To be honest, Yang Jian was a little surprised at this moment, and said, "It's surprising that you didn't choose to escape." "Run? If I can escape, of course I want to run." Song Qiang sneered twice and said, "But it's a pity that I am seriously injured and can't run far. If I don't take advantage of now to capture the two of you as hostages, I will be the next one after the man in black dies." After the voice fell, Yang Jian had to admit that this old mountain bandit leader who had been dormant for many years was indeed very perceptive and his judgment was quite accurate. At least, Song Qiang could see the situation clearly at the moment and knew that the man in black would not be Chu Yun's opponent. It wouldn't take long before Chu Yun would kill him, and he was seriously injured. Even if he started running now, after Chu Yun killed the man in black, he could still catch up with him calmly and kill him together. In such a dangerous situation, the only way to break it is to do what Song Qiang did at this moment, to seize Chu Yun's weak spot, that is, this little Yang Jian and the little fox. Only when he has the hostages in hand, he is qualified to negotiate with Chu Yun, and only then can he have a glimmer of hope and save his life. But, Song Qiang calculated everything right, but he miscalculated one thing, that is, the young man with low cultivation, Yang Jian, is not as easy to catch as he imagined. Yang Jian exhaled deeply, and a blue light emerged around him. In that instant, he turned into a majestic phantom of a god. Holy product skills, the righteous god Qin Yuanju, The righteous god descended. Swish, Yang Jian stepped forward and stabbed out with a gun. On the tip of the gun, the power burst out, like a storm, lightning and thunder, tearing through the violent night, and venting the great power of the wild into the broken incompleteness. At that moment, Song Qiang's eyes widened, and he looked at the cold light in front of him with disbelief. That extremely suppressed light was the last light he would see in his life. Puff! There was a sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The tip of the Overlord's soul-locking spear pierced into Song Qiang's throat, and on both sides of the spear, the protection that Song Qiang had just formed with his arms around was pierced to pieces. The head of Yunwu Mountain, a top master of the mountain and sea realm who had hidden his cultivation for more than 10 years, died in the hands of Yang Jian, who, Yang Jian exhaled deeply, and the strength of his body seemed to be drained. He fell down weakly and was quickly caught by Zhalinger beside him. If you could be weaker, we could still fight, but unfortunately you are too strong, so I have to kill you directly. Yang Jian thought silently in his heart. This was the first time that Yang Jian used the descent of the righteous gods to kill people. This was his strongest move and his biggest trump card, which allowed him to use his cultivation in the Qianjun realm to burst out a terrible force that could threaten the strong men in the Shanhai realm. Facing Song Qiang, who was at the peak of the Shanhai realm, even if Song Qiang was stabbed and dying, he could only win with this move, and the rest had no way out. Song Qiang might not have thought until the moment of his death that he had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all his life, but in the end, the tiger didn't get eaten, but he was made a whole pig feast and died in the hands of a young man in the Qianjun realm. It was really true that if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. On the other side, the fierce battle in the cave continued. Chu Yun used the merit golden body to confront the law incarnation of the men in black head-on. The two terrible forces collided with each other, and finally won with the advantage of the merit golden body. Although from the perspective of power level, Chu Yun's merit golden body is slightly weaker than the orthodox law incarnation, Chu Yun's merit golden body also has an advantage that opponents cannot reach. That is, not sticking to a single law attribute. The man in black comprehended the law of wind and entered the nirvana realm, so his law incarnation only has a single law incarnation of wind. Chu Yun's merit golden body uses the power of merit to directly mobilize the power of heaven and earth. As for the power of heaven and earth with attributes, he can mobilize whatever he wants. Therefore, in this battle, Chu Yun can often call up the corresponding attribute power according to the changes and needs of the environment, such as mobilizing the power of earth and wood when defending, mobilizing the power of thunder and fire when attacking, and so on. To be honest, this man in black has been walking in the rivers and lakes for half a lifetime. Since entering the Nirvana realm for so long, he has experienced many battles, but it is the first time he has encountered such a weird opponent like Chu Yun. No matter whether the law incarnations of others are easy to deal with, they are just a single law incarnation. But you do whatever you want, you can change into whatever you want, there is no rules at all, and there is no way to deal with it. After a while, the man in black could no longer resist. The incarnation of the law was directly shattered by the punch of the golden body of merit. The frenzied strong winds scattered and exploded. The figure of the man in black also flew out of the mountain road under the power of this punch. At the moment when he was defeated, he seemed unwilling to give up. The man in black threw out several talismans, which were the thunder talismans used in the uneven building last night, hoping to delay for a while. However, the result was disappointing. Boom boom boom. Several thunder talismans came down, and Chu Yun's figure didn't even touch him, and he teleported out directly. When he arrived in front of the man in black, Chu Yun punched from top to bottom, hitting the man in black's chest. With a bang, the man in black was smashed to the ground, and his chest was sunken a lot, which looked shocking. Throwing spells, right? Attracting thunder, right? This is not an uneven building. I wonder who you are going to hit with these thunders, Chu Yun said, and every time he said a word, he threw a punch. Bang, bang, bang. The punches hit the flesh, and the terrifying force smashed the black-clothed man's body downwards. In the end, he was almost like a nail, being smashed into the ground. He wanted to resist, but found that his whole body was about to fall apart, and every bone was wailing. However, the black-clothed man did not give up. He knew that he would not be able to not fight back, and he would be killed by Chu Yun sooner or later. So after struggling for several times, the black-clothed man pointed out. In an instant, the light exploded, and a brilliant and dazzling finger light burst out from the black-clothed man's hand and flew to Chu Yun's neck at an extremely fast speed. This is it. Chu Yun frowned, his pupils shrank slightly, and seeing the light of this finger actually made him a little dazed, not because of the power of this finger technique, but some deeper reasons. With a sound of swish, the finger light flew past Chu Yun, and Chu Yun dodged it sideways. The man in black who was smashed into the pit, while Chu Yun was dodging his attack, immediately climbed out of the pit, jumped a few times, pulled away a distance, and began to run for his life, although he knew that it was too difficult to escape from Chu Yun at this time, like a fairy tale. But what else could he do? Even ants are greedy for life, and it is impossible to let him surrender. But at this time, Chu Yun spoke in a deep voice. Every word was very serious. Demon Suppression Mansion, Linghai Region, Yuan Sect. Chu Yun took a deep breath, looked at the back of the man in black, and said, "You are the junior uncle of Yuan Sect, Song Dashan." As soon as the words fell, the figure of the man in black was like being struck by lightning, and his whole body trembled. The foot that had been raised suddenly froze in place, as if it was heavier than 10,000 pounds and could not move. He turned around, staring at Chu Yun with his eyes, and said, "What are you talking about?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Carrying a Burden. Chu Yun looked at the figure standing there, exhaled slowly, and said, "I didn't expect it would be you. This world is really wonderful." After the voice fell, the figure of the man in black seemed to be nailed to the spot, standing still. The pair of eyes exposed outside revealed a deep confusion, a light that had been extinguished for a long time, floating there in a daze, as if trying to find something that had passed away. Song Dashan, the junior master uncle of Yuan Sect in Linghai Region. His age is similar to that of the sect master Shangyu Zenren, but his seniority is very high. He is the last disciple accepted by the previous generation of the sect master before he was about to die. Therefore, even the sect master Shangyu Zenren has to respectfully call him junior master uncle. For many disciples of Yuan Sect, the name of junior master uncle is even more well known. Although he is not often in the sect, his legend has been left in the sect, let alone. Just the fact that Lingbai Mountain was changed to Lingzi Mountain is enough for all Yuan Sect disciples to remember. The finger technique you just used is the heavenly finger technique you learned on Lingbai Mountain of Yuan Sect, the finger of heaven. This martial art is your own creation. No one else can learn it before you reach the state of great perfection. So, I recognized your identity. Chu Yun exhaled slowly and said, although he had never seen Junior Uncle Song Dashan, he had seen the same Tao marks as the finger of heaven. In order to comprehend the Wuji Gong, Chu Yun studied for a long time on Lingzi Mountain, so he was deeply impressed. You are a disciple of Yuan Sect? The voice of the man in black became extremely hoarse, and he looked at Chu Yun with red eyes and said, Yuan Sect, how could there be a disciple like you? What I care more about is how Yuan Sect could have a junior uncle like you. Chu Yun replied in a deep voice. After the voice fell, the man in black fell silent. Although the two sentences of the two sounded similar, the meanings were completely different. The man in black said, how could Yuan Sect have a disciple like Chu Yun? He was surprised that a small force like Yuan Sect could cultivate a strong man like Chu Yun. And when Chu Yun said, how could Yuan Sect have a junior uncle like Song Dashan? He was referring to Song Dashan's actions and his current position. After a long silence, the man in black said in an extremely hoarse voice, I won't defend myself, but you'd better hand over that little fox. The force I belong to has already set its sights on you. If you don't hand him over, there will be countless troubles waiting for you later. Do you think I'm afraid? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. The man in black remained silent and shook his head slowly, saying, "You look a lot like me back then, really alike, with the same extraordinary talent and the same youthfulness. But you don't understand how terrifying the power behind this organization is. If you dare to stand in front of it, you will only bring about your own destruction." Chu Yun smiled and said, "If I just don't hand it over, what about the organization behind you? There will be more powerful people coming." The man in black replied stiffly, "They control many people like me, and even there are stronger people. This is a place where they will do anything to achieve their goals." "Okay." Chu Yun nodded and said, "Then let them come." After the words fell, the man in black fell silent, his lips trembled slightly, and he was about to say something, but Chu Yun suddenly changed the subject and brought up the topic again. Chu Yun's face was calm, and he said, "Let me tell you, Junior Master Song Dashin, I remember when I was still in the sect, the rumors I heard about you were all fair and honest. So many years have passed, and you have traveled around the world, but you have ended up polluting yourself." Song Dashin smiled bitterly, with a bitter expression on his face, and said, "What can I do? What can I do? I am in this quagmire and I can't help myself." 26 years ago, the previous master of Yuan sect was about to die. At that time, there were only two people who were qualified to succeed the position of master. One was the eldest disciple of the previous master, Shang Yuan Zenran. The second was the junior brother of the previous master, Song Dashin. Of the two, Song Dashin would be superior to Shang Yuan Zenran in terms of strength, and Shang Yuan Zenran would naturally be inferior in terms of seniority and qualifications. Just when everyone thought that the new position of the leader would be taken over by Junior Master Song Dashin took the initiative to refuse and gave the position to Shang Yuan Zenran. He once said that Yuan sect had done him a great favor and he should repay the sect with his life and soul. But if he was asked to be the leader, he was not at all suitable for it, so he abdicated. After Shang Yuan Zenran succeeded to the throne, Junior Master worked hard in the sect, always working hard for the sect, and solved countless difficulties, finally making the foundation of Yuan sect stable. Later, Junior Master's cultivation reached the peak of the mountain and sea realm. For non-official warriors, it is a huge hurdle to reach the Nirvana realm. You must have the Nirvana pill to break through the realm. So, at the suggestion of Shang Yuan Zenran, Junior Master left Yuan sect and went outside to look for opportunities for breakthroughs, visiting ruins everywhere to find the Nirvana pill. At that time, Junior Master Runkle traveled in the martial arts world, and he was a chivalrous man. He would help the weak and punish the strong, and rob the rich to help the poor. These things were almost commonplace for him. In just a few years, Junior Master Runkle's reputation as a hero spread far and wide in the demon-suppressing mansion. Wherever he went, everyone would give him a thumbs up. However, after a certain year, Junior Master Runkle disappeared and never appeared again. Yuan sect also used the secret method left by Junior Master Runkle before he left to search for him many times, but there was no response at all. Everyone pessimistically believed that Junior Master Runkle died in a dangerous ruin in order to obtain the Nirvana pill. But in fact, it was not the case. "I found the Nirvana pill, but I never expected that it was just a trap." The Junior Uncle's eyes were red, and he spoke in a low voice. "That relic was discovered many years ago, and the Nirvana pill hidden in the ruins was also arranged in advance by those people. They opened the ruins to attract the competition from all parties. The person who finally got the Nirvana pill was regarded as someone who could be used by them. They are raising goo. And I am the poor guy who fought my way out of the siege and finally got the Nirvana pill. After eating the Nirvana pill, I successfully broke through to the Nirvana realm, but a magic pill seed was planted in my body. When the magic pill seed breaks out, there will be an extreme pain that emerges from the depths of my Tao meridians, as if it wants to devour every inch of my soul. That feeling, it's so painful that I can't die." Then, they found me with an antidote and fed it into my stomach. After taking the antidote, the devil's seed not only subsided, but also brought me an extreme pleasure, just like ascending to heaven, paralyzing myself, and wanting to die. However, this antidote is only temporary. After taking it, It can only temporarily subside the devil's seed, but it cannot be solved once and for all. If you can't take the antidote all the time, the devil's seed will recur after a while. 7 months. In this repeated attack and repeated torture, I spent the longest 7 months of my life. They imprisoned me, waiting for the devil's seed to attack, and then fed me an antidote, and then waited until the next devil's seed attacked, and it continued. I was confident that my will was still firm. During those few months, despite the pain, I was still trying to resist, to seek death, and to get rid of their clutches. But, on the last day, they found out my identity and knew where I came from, and then threatened me with the Yuan sect. If I didn't obey, the Yuan sect would be wiped out. Chu Yun stood aside in silence. After hearing these words, he felt heavy in his heart. To be honest, when he just learned about the identity of the junior master through the finger of heaven, Chu Yun was a little angry and a little bit unacceptable. Because from the perspective of a Yuan sect disciple, it is very difficult to accept that a character who is always exposed to the world and is always great and glorious suddenly becomes a dark person in front of him. The huge contrast and the gap with reality are annoying. But now, after listening to the experience of the junior master, Chu Yun can no longer say anything sarcastic. Ask yourself, if it were him, in the position of the junior master, what would happen? Isn't the seed of the magic pill a drug in the fantasy world? The people of that organization used this dirty thing to control the body of the junior master and tortured him for 7 months, and then threatened the sect that the junior master cherished. Even a man of iron can't bear it. Over the years, I have obeyed their orders and done more than one thing against my will. I have killed more than one person who should not have been killed. The behaviors that I used to despise and regard as my enemies became my daily routine. In the end, I became the kind of person I hate the most. I tried to resist, tried to warn, tried to report the news to the court, let the government wipe out these shady people, and let the government protect the safety of Yuan sect. But the result was a deep failure, without any hope. They gave me 3 chances. I failed all 3 times. The next time, they will trample on Yuan sect. I can't die. I can't fail. Once I deliberately fail and die in a mission, they will immediately destroy Yuan sect and threaten me in this way. Therefore, I dare not make any rash moves, dare not disobey their orders, and for many years, I have used the antidote of the magic pill seed to paralyze myself, which has continued to this day. Junior Master let out a long breath, his eyes red and saliva flying. Perhaps this was the first time in so many years that he had the opportunity to speak freely with others. Most of the time, he treated himself as a machine that did things upon receiving orders, a machine that could get antidotes and enjoy himself after completing tasks. His mind was almost broken by the repeated torture and the pressure of despair, but he could not fall down, because behind him was Yuan sect. Once he fell down, once he died, once he failed, that terrible organization would immediately destroy Yuan sect. It turns out, in a place that all of us Yuan sect disciples can't see, there is you, Junior Master, who has been silently protecting us. Chu Yun was silent for a long time before he finally let out a breath slowly, feeling very depressed. That's the place where I was raised. Only when he mentioned Yuan sect, would a spring-like smile appear on his face, and he said, if you have not been abandoned by your parents, you will not know the feeling of being taken in and raised by a new family. When Master accepted me as his last disciple, he was already very old, and his mind was almost that of an old child. He was my master, equivalent to my father, and even my best friend and childhood playmate. When he died, he was sober for once, and said that Yuan sect was the hard work of his life, and that I was gifted and would definitely become the strongest person in the sect in the future, and he asked me to protect it. I agreed. A man, a real man, must do what he promised. Chapter 265 Plot. Tell me about you. The junior uncle shook his head slowly, forced a smile in his eyes, looked at Chu Yun, and said, I haven't returned to the sect in many years. How is Yuan sect? Fine. Chu Yun nodded and answered seriously, the sect leader is still Shang Yuan Zenren, and the various peaks in the sect are basically peaceful. Although some people colluded with Moxin sect and intended to cause some trouble not long ago, They were eventually pacified. Now everything is on track and there is nothing to worry about. After the words fell, the junior uncle digested it for a long time before finally nodding and said, "It seems that many things happened in the sect during my absence, and it was able to give birth to a disciple like you. Who is your master?" "Zhu Jinsong," Chu Yun replied. I seem to remember him. Junior master thought for a long time and said, "He was a very outstanding disciple, but he was also a person who could not settle down. He often went out to make trouble and often got into trouble, especially with that face. He was naturally popular with women. Wherever he went, he was in love with women. Once he was even chased to the sect." Hearing these words, Chu Yun smiled bitterly. In the original owner's memory, Master Zhu Jinsong was indeed such a person. Until now, many people thought that Zhu Jinsong, like Junior Master, had died outside. After all, there was no news for so many years. But, let's not talk about him. "What's the matter with you?" Junior Master looked at Chu Yun and said, "Why did you appear here? And why did you build this pupping building? Are you still a disciple of Yuan sect now?" No longer. Chu Yun was silent for a while after hearing this, and slowly shook his head and said, "I have asked Master Shang Yuan to expel me from the sect." "Why?" Junior Master looked puzzled and felt that there must be something hidden. Chu Yun exhaled slowly and said, "Because I killed Qin Wuji, the domain lord of Linghai domain. Yuan sect could not protect me, and I did not want to implicate the sect, so I asked Shang Yuan Zenran to expel me from the sect, and I left my hometown and came to this Daming prefecture." The junior uncle slowly sat down on the ground, looking lazy, obviously wanting to hear Chu Yun continue. Chu Yun thought about it, and without hiding anything, he said, "I was originally the eldest senior brother among the disciples of Yuan sect this year. After I became successful in my cultivation, I went to Linghai City and became the chief shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion. In Linghai City, I found that someone colluded with the demon clan and used hypnosis formations to sell human warriors who blocked the beast tied to the demons in the evil spirit mountains as meat. I found out some of them, but this kind of thing did not end. After a search, I found out that the person who colluded most with the demons was actually the lord of Linghai territory, Qin Wuji. So, I killed him." After hearing this, the junior uncle opened his mouth slightly, as if he was shocked, as if he was sighing. After a long time, he said, "You are more courageous than I was at the beginning." Chu Yun smiled complicatedly when he heard this. He looked at the junior uncle, and then at Yang Jian and Zhao Linger who were standing obediently and dared not speak. "Uncle Master, can you tell me what's going on with this little fox?" Chu Yun pondered for a moment, and finally got straight to the point. Okay. Uncle Master closed his eyes and said, "She is the means we use to restrain Zhengtan Yang, the palace master." Zhengtan Yang? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Uncle Master nodded and said, "Zhengtan Yang has a son who is extremely talented. He was once a peerless genius who amazed the entire Daming Palace. He had a 9th grade martial spirit, but he died unexpectedly. As far as we know, his son is not actually dead and still has a glimmer of hope. And this little fox has a very complicated origin. It is the bloodline of the 9-tailed Sky Fox, the royal family of the demon clan. The heart of the Sky Fox can save Zhengtan Yang's son." After the voice fell, Chu Yun's eyes showed surprise, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Zhao Linger beside him. Little Yang Jian had been listening to what his master and junior uncle said. When he heard what happened to Zhao Linger, he was shocked. When he turned around, he saw Zhao Linger's frightened expression. The junior master continued, "Many years ago, the organization got this little fox that was wandering outside, and sent people to send it to the Black Cloud Mountains outside Jinxia City, using the special spiritual mines in the Black Cloud Mountains to give birth to the little fox and accelerate her growth. It was originally expected that she would mature in the next 2 years. At that time, the organization could kill people and take their hearts, and use the heart of the Sky Fox to control Zhengtan Yang. But you know the result." Chu Yun nodded and said, "I destroyed the Black Tiger Mountain in the Black Cloud Mountains, and the 7th Master and the Bandit's Nest took away Zhao Linger, and then Zhao Linger came to me again." "That's right." The junior master nodded and said seriously, "So, Now you should know how important this little fox is. She is the means used by the organization to control Zheng Tanyang, and Zheng Tanyang, as the lord of a mansion and one of the strongest people in the Tangji dynasty, must be involved in things that are bigger than the sky. If you insist on protecting her, the result will be that there will be endless masters who come to trouble you, and you can't hide from it, and you can't afford it at all. Chu Yun did not respond after hearing this, but looked at Junior Master and asked another question, saying, "Some time ago, in the Kangnan area of Daming Prefecture, someone drove a dragon to stir up trouble in the Sunset River and caused floods. Is this incident related to the organization behind Junior Master?" "I don't know." Junior Master shook his head slowly and said, "Organizational matters are all single-line contacts. I only know the part one I'm responsible for. As for the tasks of others, I have no right to know. However, listening to your description, this does seem to be something this organization would do. More than 90% of the possibility." "Are you so sure?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. "Yes." Junior Master nodded with certainty, saying, "They have done a lot of this kind of thing recently, not only in Daming Prefecture, but also in other prefectures. They also have their conspiracies and arrangements. As for what exactly it is for, this is related to the core secrets of this organization. I am afraid that not many people in the organization's top management know it." "Okay," Chu Yun responded calmly, and then looked at Zhao Linger beside him. Little Yang Jian was holding her hand, giving her some warmth and strength support. "Little fox, don't worry, I won't hand you over." Chu Yun smiled. "I know," Zhao Linger responded, then shrank back a little embarrassedly. "It's just a little cold." She should feel a little cold. Anyone who is targeted by such an organization, whose purpose is to dig out her heart, will feel very cold, as if falling into an ice cellar. Alas! Upon hearing this, the Junior Master sighed slowly and said, "I told you so much, but you didn't listen at all. You guessed it would be like this." Chu Yun said as a matter of course, then paused and said, "Rather than being afraid of the revenge and threats of this organization, I would rather want to know what its power is in Daming Mansion." "What do you want to do?" the Junior Master was startled and asked. Chu Yun smiled. His white teeth were very bright, and he said, "If you died by yourself, the organization might think that you were deliberately committing suicide, and then implicate you on sect. But if all the people of this organization in Daming Prefecture died, then no one would suspect you, right? You are crazy." Junior Master's eyes widened, looking at Chu Yun, and said word by word, "It's not that I'm crazy, but that you have never dared to think so for so many years. In my opinion, the only reason for your 3 previous attempts and 3 failures is that you don't have my help. Now that you have seen me, it's time to resist." Chu Yun said, with a playful smile on his face, and said, "Believe me, Junior Master, you have no choice but to follow me all the way to the end. No matter whether you have confidence in me or not, you have to listen to me." Chapter 266, Change of Shape. Upon hearing this, Junior Master fell silent. He understood what Chu Yun meant. Junior Master's biggest appeal had always been to save Yuan sect. Whether he died or failed in his mission, it would eventually lead to the destruction of Yuan sect, so he couldn't let himself die or fail in his mission. From the time he revealed his identity to now, Junior Master had always hoped that Chu Yun could understand the horror of that force, and hoped that Chu Yun could hand over the little fox to him and let him complete the mission to save Yuan sect. But Chu Yun disagreed. Now, the gap in strength between the two sides is so great that no matter what Junior Master thinks, no matter what his difficulties are, it is impossible to take the little fox away from Chu Yun. In other words, his mission will inevitably fail, and the Yuan sect that he wants to protect will also be destroyed. At this time, Chu Yun provided him with another way, that is, resistance. Kill all the people of this organization in Daming Prefecture. If this organization is wiped out here, naturally no one will suspect Junior Master. I admit that this is a feasible path. Junior Master was silent for a moment, and said, "But, do you know how difficult and dangerous it is? In that organization, there are many strong people like me, and there are even countless stronger people. If you are really determined to go against them, you will not have a good ending. I'm already against them. Chu Yun said slowly. If the mastermind behind the Jialong rebellion is someone from your organization, then what we in Buping Lu have done is already standing on the opposite side of them. I will never be afraid of the enemy's strength. I will only be afraid that my sword will not be fast enough. Junior Master was silent and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were full of bloodshot. He said, "You are gambling with the safety of the entire Yuan sect. I can only gamble with you. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Chu Yun smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, Uncle Master." As he spoke, Chu Yun turned around and came to the side of Yang Jian and Zhao, looking at them with a gentle look. "Did you hear everything?" Yes. Zhao nodded weakly and said, "They want to dig out my heart. I won't agree." Chu Yun patted her little head, then reached out and took out a piece of spiritual jade, poured spiritual power into it, aimed at Zhao body, and swept it from top to bottom. "Master, what is this?" Yang Jian asked. "Transformation," Chu Yun said, using the spiritual jade to sweep Zhao from head to toe, and then with a thought, he began to change while holding the spiritual jade in his hand, also starting from the beginning, changing little by little. Soon, Chu Yun's body, appearance and even clothes became exactly the same as Zhao. Zhao was shocked. Her eyes widened, looking at the identical self in front of her. It was like looking in the mirror. The feeling was extremely wonderful. After becoming Zhao, Chu Yun also imitated Zhao, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and his expression was exactly the same as Zhao. "Are they similar?" he asked with a faint smile. "Yes, very similar." Zhao couldn't help but reach out and touch Chu Yun's face and hair, and pinched her own. They were all the same, and the touch was also very real. The name of the spiritual jade is called shape-shifting. It is a treasure that Chu Yun caught with a piece of heavenly bait. Its greatest function is to change a person's body. When using it, first use the spiritual jade to scan the real person you want to dress up, then hold the spiritual jade in your hand and turn it into spiritual essence to flow throughout the body, and you can easily complete the transformation of the body. There is no flaw. Among the three people present, Zhao was extremely surprised by Chu Yun's transformation. The other two, seeing Chu Yun's actions, immediately knew what was going on. "Master, do you want to pretend to be Zhao and infiltrate the enemy?" Yang Jian asked worriedly. Chu Yun nodded to him, without saying much, and said, "Take Zhao back to the farm. Master will come to pick you up after he finishes his work." "Okay." Little Yang Jian nodded vigorously, knowing that Chu Yun meant to let them go to the portable space, but it was not easy to say it directly in front of others, so he could only use the word farm instead. After settling the little apprentice, Chu Yun immediately smiled with ease, walked to the side of the little master, and said, "Okay, let's go." Alas, the little master sighed softly, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a golden spiritual light turned into a rope, tightly wrapping Chu Yun's hands. Under such a restraint, even if an ordinary warrior reaches the mountain and sea realm, he will become powerless, and it will be even easier to tie up the little fox. But, for Chu Yun, he just needs to be careful not to break the rope. "Where is your hiding place?" Chu Yun asked. "Qingfeng City," Junior Master replied calmly, adding, "I was arranged by them to work in the wild before. They knew that I was soft-hearted and would not give me any tasks related to people. After arriving in Daming Prefecture, I was sent to the manor outside Qingfeng City, where I have been receiving tasks." "How many people are there in the manor?" Chu Yun continued to ask. "About 20 or 30 people, but except for my superior and a few other thugs, they are not important people, just small peripheral roles of this organization." Junior Master exhaled slowly, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "By the way, I seem to have heard that an important person in the organization will come to Daming Prefecture in the near future. I don't know the specific situation and didn't pay much attention to it. I just heard a conversation when I passed by. According to my guess, they should come for the ruins outside Jinxia City and want to get something from the ruins, but I don't know what they want." Understood. Chu Yun nodded, and after hearing the latter, he couldn't help showing a playful expression on his face. This ruin outside Jinxia City attracted him, and the important figures of this organization, but it has not been opened until now. It must be said that this is really a bit of fate. Master Lin Duanya is not a reliable person. The ruins have not been opened yet. I don't know if the important person you mentioned has left. If there is still time, it is better to deal with them together. Chu Yun touched his chin and muttered. Chapter 267 Lurking. Junior Master listened to this, with a bitter smile on his face. To wipe out the whole nest. It's easy to say, but how difficult is it to do it? Let's not talk about the important figures of the organization who may or may not come. Just looking at the defense force in the manor, it is already terrifying. In addition to Junior Master himself, there is a superior and 3 thugs in the manor. Each of them is a master of Nirvana. Even if Chu Yun and Junior Master join forces, it will be difficult for them to fight against 4 masters of Nirvana at the same time with their strength. Moreover, Junior Master was injured after fighting with Chu Yun, and he has not recovered yet. During the battle, it is already the limit to be able to hold back 1 Nirvana. In other words, this time, Chu Yun will have to fight against at least 3 masters of Nirvana at the same time. How can he say in such a calm tone that he wants to wipe them out? Chu Yun smiled but said nothing. With the flying speed of the two, it didn't take long for them to arrive outside Qingfeng City. On the way, the Junior Master's tone was neither hurried nor slow, but he told Chu Yun everything he knew about the situation in the manor. From this point, we can also see the character of this Junior Master. Before they decided on this dangerous road, he tried his best to stop them, and once they had embarked on this road, he would immediately get rid of those unnecessary emotions and focus on doing useful things that he could do. We're here. The Junior Master carried Chu Yun to a lower altitude, and after passing through the cool clouds, a manor that didn't look busy appeared in front of their sight. From the time they approached the territory of Qingfeng City, Chu Yun no longer flew by himself, but maintained his own character of being captured, and let the Junior Master carry him on the road with one hand. Before arriving at the manor, Chu Yun clearly saw that the two of them passed through an invisible formation, and a formation card flashed on the waist of the Junior Master, so nothing happened. The security of this manor is still very strong. There are formations outside the manor that can be triggered at any time. It is fine if you walk on the ground, but if you fly from the sky, you will be detected by the formation immediately, and then a series of countermeasures will be made. Whether it is a maze, a killing formation, or a trap formation. The two flew into the manor and came to a yard. There was a study in front of them. A middle-aged man with a long beard, like a scholar, was writing with a pen. "You're back?" Hearing the movement in the yard, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, put down his pen quietly, and his eyes fell on the little master and Chu Yun. There was nothing good to see on the little master, so his eyes swept over him. The focus of his eyes was mainly on Chu Yun, who was standing aside. After staring at him for a long time, he smiled and said, "You were raised by our organization. What if you ran away? You can't escape your fate." Chu Yun was restrained by the Junior Master, and his eyes wandered around the middle-aged scholar's chest, neck, danshan and other vital parts. Although he was confident of taking action now, he chose to wait and see. He only pretended to struggle weakly, and then was cut on the back of his neck by the Junior Master. Chu Yun immediately cooperated and fainted. With his eyes closed, his consciousness was extremely clear to detect everything around him. "Why did you take so long?" asked the middle-aged scholar. "The person is not in Buping Tower." The Junior Master replied indifferently, "I went there that night but found nothing. I met Chu Yun, the deputy owner of Buping Tower. After I escaped, I found out that the little fox and Chu Yun's disciples went to Bay territory to suppress bandits, so I chased them and captured them." The middle-aged scholar said, "Oh, not surprised or surprised. The news was provided by his people." Of course, he knew what happened that day. The reason why he asked was just to see if the Junior Master had anything to hide from him. Now it seems that it is still the same as usual. "How strong is Chu Yun?" asked the middle-aged scholar. "Very strong," the Junior Master said indifferently. "I can't see his tricks. He injured me in just one encounter. If I hadn't bombarded the surroundings with thunder talismans to force him to save people, I would have had a hard time escaping last night." The middle-aged scholar seemed to be thinking about something. He was naturally aware of the strength of the Junior Master's uncle, who was not much worse than him. With such strength, he was so embarrassed when facing that young man. Suddenly, his evaluation of Chu Yun and Buping Lu in his heart was raised to a higher level. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, the middle-aged scholar looked at the junior master's uncle and said, "The organization has issued a new task, asking you to kill Chu Yun and find a way to put the blame on the government. It is best to point the target of hatred directly to Zheng Tanyang to see if there is really an organization behind Chu Yun to put pressure on the government." "I can't do it." The junior master shook his head and said, "If I have to go, I will die." "Of course I'm not asking you to go alone." The middle-aged scholar glanced at him and said, "Yao Liu, Bai Yan and Zi Qingzi will assist you. When necessary, I will also take action." "Under the siege of 5 people, can't you take down Chu Yun?" Yes. The junior master nodded. "He has been like this for so many years in the organization. If the task cannot be completed, he will directly say that he can't do it, and if the task is feasible, he will do his best to do it. In addition, you just said that you escaped from Chu Yun last night by bombarding the surroundings with thunder talismans. Is there anything important there?" the middle-aged scholar suddenly asked. "No," the junior master answered truthfully, "just some ordinary houses and dormitories, some of which are not even uneven buildings." He. "If so, it's interesting." The middle-aged scholar suddenly showed a strange smile on his face and said, "This Mr. Chu seems to be a kind-hearted person. It is really stupid to give up an enemy who came to the door for some insignificant lives. But since that's the case, it will be easy for us. Go and investigate whether there are people in Jingxia City who are weak but have a good personal relationship with Chu Yun. If there are, capture them and use them as a means and bargaining chip to threaten him. I don't need to say more about how to leave traces, right? Try to lead them to the government and Zheng Tanyang and let them fight." "Yes." The junior master nodded again. The middle-aged scholar looked at the unconscious Chu Yun and said, "As for this little fox, it is still a young child, so let's raise it first. Feed it with the spiritual ores that Yao Liu brought from the Black Cloud Mountains to let it mature as soon as possible. Time is running out and we must get Zheng Tanyang in our hands as soon as possible." After the words fell, the junior uncle was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Zheng Tanyang is the person we must get. Why do you want me to kill Chu Yun and put the blame on him? What if the powerful force behind Chu Yun is powerful and kills Zheng Tanyang? Then our plan will be in vain." Oh, the middle-aged scholar raised his eyebrows, looked at the junior uncle with some surprise, and smiled. "You are very different today. You actually asked questions on your own initiative. What's the matter? You don't have enough antidote recently, and you want to help me share the worries and earn some pocket money?" The junior uncle had a tense face and didn't react, but he secretly blamed himself for showing something strange, which was immediately noticed by the middle-aged scholar. However, the middle-aged scholar had just written a good piece of calligraphy, and he seemed to be in a good mood. He didn't care and didn't think deeply. He just said, "Zheng Tanyang is indeed very important. But now that Chu Yun has an accident, no matter how important he is, he must be tried. You might as well think about it. If the power behind Chu Yun is average and can't threat Zheng Tanyang, it's harmless to just try. And if the power behind him is bigger than the court and can crush Zheng Tanyang to death, then it is even more necessary to test it, because the uneven building built by Chu Yun is almost our enemy everywhere. If we don't reveal his bottom now, when our big plan starts in the future, it will be too late." "I understand." The junior master nodded and kept silent. The question in his heart was finally answered. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Then, a bald and strong man strode in with a face full of rebelliousness. "Hey, this pretty boy is finally back?" The bald man saw the junior master in the yard, curled his lips and sneered, "It's just catching a little fox. But you wasted so much time. The antidote given to you by the organization might as well be fed to dogs." "Yao Liu." The middle-aged scholar's face sank and he shouted. The junior master was just like usual, ignoring the rumors of the bald man. This bald man was Yao Liu, one of the 3 thugs of the middle-aged scholar. Like the junior master, he was controlled by the organization with the magic pill seed. But not every controlled person was as bitter and vengeful as the junior master. After tasting the antidote, Yao Liu quickly succumbed to the organization and took the initiative to attach himself to it. He only followed the middle-aged scholar's lead and could be called a loyal lackey. However, what is puzzling is that the person the middle-aged scholar trusts most among his thugs is the junior master Song Dashin, who always has a cold face. Yao Liu tried to please the middle-aged scholar several times, but the middle-aged scholar always gave him the cold shoulder. That was why Yao Liu was very unhappy with the junior master who was trusted by the middle-aged scholar. Whenever there was a chance, he would target him with words. As for fighting, let's put it this way, no one can fight each other with the middle-aged scholar, because whenever they fight, the middle-aged scholar's men will lose their strength. Whoever dares to take the initiative to provoke a dispute will have very, very, very serious consequences. There will be no antidote to take. Therefore, Yao Liu walked in with an unruly face and said a few harsh words, but that was all he could do. The junior master ignored him. "How is the matter? I asked you to keep an eye on going," asked the middle-aged scholar. "Are you still not confident in my work?" Yao Liu sneered, revealing a nonchalant expression. "Everyone has been killed, no one is left alive, the whole process is very clean. I guarantee that no one can find any clues." "Yeah." The middle-aged scholar nodded, but his attitude towards Yao Liu was always indifferent, far from being as close to the junior master, and he could still say a few jokes. And the reason why he was so partial was not because of any skill to control subordinates, but just personal preference. Under the control of the magic pill seed, every thug must be loyal and must obey orders, so as a superior, the middle-aged scholar does not need to use any skill to control subordinates. In terms of relationship, the reason why Yao Liu, who has always taken the initiative, is not trusted is that the middle-aged scholar believes that he has no bottom line at all. For the joy of the antidote, he can easily become a knife in the hands of others and let others gallop. This kind of person is unreliable. Although the junior master uncle had a cold face, said nothing, and wanted nothing, the middle-aged scholar knew that he was a trustworthy person. As long as the safety of Yuan sect was still there, the junior master uncle would never have any problems. So, he was trustworthy. This matter was interesting. The middle-aged scholar thought that he was not a good person, but he did not follow the principle of birds of a feather flock together for Yao Liu, who was also not a good person. Instead, he was somewhat repulsive. As for the junior master uncle Song Dashin, who had principles, persistence, and bottom line, he trusted him and never doubted him. Bai Yan went to receive a distinguished guest and will not be back until the afternoon. Yao Liu, go and call Kingzi over. I have something for you to do later, the middle-aged scholar said in a deep voice. After the voice fell, Yao Liu touched his bald head and turned away. Distinguished guest. Junior master's heart moved slightly, and he knew that the person the middle-aged scholar was talking about must be the important person from the organization he had heard before. He came for the ruins outside Jinxia City and was finally going to show up today. Not long after, Yao Liu came back again, with a thin dwarf beside him. He looked very thin and hunched, like a dwarf, with a very wretched expression. This person was Kingzi. What do you want me to do? Just tell me quickly. Kingzi yawned and said, there are 3 women waiting for my favor over there. I'm in a hurry. Junior master glanced at him sideways, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. After being controlled by the magic pill seed, not everyone will be like junior master. More people choose to indulge in enjoyment and indulge themselves. Yao Liu is bloodthirsty and enjoys the pleasure of torturing and killing people, while Kingzi is lustful and can be called a sex-hungry ghost. He must have more than 2 women around him every day, otherwise he cannot be satisfied at all. The organization, including the middle-aged scholar, will satisfy their hobbies, as long as you can successfully complete the task and be obedient. Whether you want to kill people or want women, the organization will give it to you. People like the junior master who don't want anything are like aliens. At this moment, Yao Liu took Kingzi into the yard. As soon as the latter entered the door, his shifty eyes swept around and soon locked onto Chu Yun. The light in his eyes was frighteningly bright. Chapter 268 Provocation. Superb. Kingzi stared at Chu Yun. The light in his eyes was about to turn into substance. and it was no exaggeration to say that his saliva was about to drip out. To be honest, being looked at by a man with such eyes was really disgusting, especially since Chu Yun was still a little girl of 13 or 14 years old at the moment. "Is this the little fox that escaped? Sir, can you take her?" Before Kingzi finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar glared at him coldly and said, "Mind yourself." Kingzi was severely rejected, but he didn't care at all, just muttered, "It's just for fun, just dig out the heart when you need it, what's the big deal?" These words can also be regarded as contradictory, but among the people present, whether it is the middle-aged scholar, or Yao Liu, the little master uncle and others, no one cared at all, because the relationship between them is not a simple superior and subordinate, but a more pure use, which does not need to be maintained by those superficial enthusiasm. "I called you here this time because I have something to tell you. The latest order of the organization is to kill Chu Yun, the deputy owner of Buping Building, and put the blame on Zheng Yang, the owner of Daming Mansion," the middle-aged scholar said, looking at his junior uncle, and said, "This operation will be led by Song Dashan, and Yao Liu and Kingzi will cooperate." After the voice fell, Kingzi didn't care. He didn't think about anything except women. It didn't matter to him who led. However, the bald strong man Yao Liu on the side couldn't help frowning when he heard it, and said, "Boss, it's best to leave it to me to do such a thing as killing. This pretty boy is so soft-hearted. Is he worthy of it?" The middle-aged scholar had a calm expression. He actually expected Yao Liu's opposition. Ever since he accidentally revealed once before that he intended to promote someone to become a formal member of the organization, Yao Liu has been very enthusiastic about this position and flattered him everywhere. However, since everyone knew what Yao Liu was after, the middle-aged scholar naturally looked down on his initiative to get close to him, and instead favored Song Dashan. After all, a person with a bottom line and a lifeline in their hands, no matter what, is much more reliable than Yao Liu. However, the opportunity that Yao Liu was fighting for, wanting to go further, is not rare for Song Dashan. The middle-aged scholar had hinted several times, but Song Dashan didn't say anything, which made the middle-aged scholar secretly disappointed. Now is the time to use people, and the organization is about to have a big move. If there is no reliable confidant in hand to open up new territory, then in the future in this world of great contention, he will inevitably fall behind the dark brains in other regions. However, there is no need to rush. With Song Dashan's temperament, as long as I still hold the Yuan Pavilion in my hands, I am not afraid that he will not obey. Maybe I should find an opportunity to knock on the Yuan sect and give him some reminders. The middle-aged scholar thought secretly in his heart. Of course, the knocking he mentioned here is not just a simple knocking. For the weak Yuan Pavilion, this light knock may represent a huge iron hammer like a mountain. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged scholar withdrew his thoughts and was about to order Yao Liu to obey his orders. "I am not worthy. Do you deserve it?" At this time, the taciturn junior master suddenly spoke. His tone was calm and a little cold. Yao Liu touched his bald head and couldn't help laughing. "I thought you, a pretty boy, were a mute who would not fight back when beaten or scolded. I didn't expect that you would also compete with me." "The sun is really rising from the west." The junior master looked at him coldly and said, "I am asking you a question. I am not worthy. Do you deserve it?" After the voice fell, the smile on Yao Liu's face slowly withdrew, replaced by a disdainful expression, saying, "Of course I am more worthy than you." "Okay." The junior master nodded, and with a clang, the long sword was unsheathed. Yao Liu was startled and said, "You want to fight me?" The junior master didn't say anything. The momentum in the blade was already accumulating, ready to strike out at any time. Seeing this scene, Kingzi was a little surprised, but still looked indifferent. He lazily stayed at the foot of the wall, looking like he would not help anyone and just watch the fun from the side. The middle-aged scholar frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect that the junior master, who had always been tolerant, would actually draw his sword against Yao Liu today. This was a little beyond his expectations. Perhaps, Song Dashin's character has really changed. He is now much sharper than before. Very good. I was afraid that you would always be lazy and useless. The middle-aged scholar thought that he should have taken action to stop the fight, but at this moment he chose to remain silent and stood aside waiting calmly. Seeing that the middle-aged scholar actually acquiesced to the challenge of the junior master, Yao Liu's expression suddenly became ferocious. He cursed the bastard in his heart for being biased. At the same time, he shook his arms and was about to attack. Swish! At this time, the junior master slashed with a knife, but he had been preparing for a long time. After all, Yao Liu was a bit slower and only started to prepare later. He was inferior in reaction and accumulation of strength. At this moment, facing the junior master's full knife, his heart tightened. He stepped back, and the junior master raised his knife to chase. In a moment, the two took more than 10 steps in a row, but Yao Liu still could not avoid the range of the junior master's blade. Finally, the knife came down. The iron-colored light on Yao Liu's arms surged, turning his arms into a pair of iron arms, crossing them above his head, and facing the junior master's knife head-on. Snap! The knife fell, making a fierce metallic clang. Under the blade, Yao Liu's arms shook violently, and most of their power was cut off, but the blade was still pressing down, with no reduction in momentum. Damn it, you little white face! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yao Liu cursed angrily, and was about to fight back. The junior master's face was stern, and he drew his knife and chopped it continuously. In an instant, he had chopped dozens of times, slashing on Yao Liu's pair of iron arms, making crackling sounds. Yao Liu's pair of iron arms were not only extremely powerful, but also extremely defensive. It was a heavenly grade skill that specialized in this pair of iron arms. Although it was a side door, it was also very powerful in the field of expertise. For example, at this moment, under the slashing of the junior master's knife, Yao Liu lost the initiative. If he could not defend himself, the result would inevitably be death. However, he was able to block the swords in a passive situation. From this, we can see the power of Yao Liu's iron-armed divine fist. However, this powerful defense can't last forever. Under the continuous attack of the junior master, the mysterious light of Yao Liu's iron arm gradually dimmed, and the original flesh color was faintly revealed, which means that the defense of the iron-armed divine fist is about to be broken. The middle-aged scholar saw this scene and nodded slightly. In his heart, Song Dashin's strength was originally higher than Yao Liu. After taking the initiative at this moment, he was unyielding and would not stop until Yao Liu's iron-arm defense was broken. This momentum also made him very satisfied. It's almost done. After this battle, Yao Liu should be convinced. The middle-aged scholar thought to himself that he had made up his mind to make Yao Liu lose more uglily this time, and wait for Song Dashin to completely break Yao Liu's iron arm before coming out to end the duel. Yao Liu roared and kept waving his arms to block. While blocking the attack of the junior master, he was also looking for opportunities to break through the junior master's defense and counterattack. However, such an opportunity was not waiting at all. The junior master's attack was both offensive and defensive, and he had no chance to fight back. The defensive power of this pair of iron arms was finally coming to an end. Finally, there was a sound of click. The mysterious light of Yao Liu's arms completely collapsed, like broken glass, turning into fragments and flying away, and the junior master's knife was slashing from his left shoulder. Yao Liu was startled and quickly dodged to the side, shouting, "I surrender." However, he still didn't dodge. Puff! The junior master slashed his shoulder with a knife, and blood gushed out like a fountain on the spot, splashing far away. Enough. At this time, the middle-aged scholar nodded and ended the competition. When he looked at the junior master again, his eyes were very satisfied. He still knew the limits. In his opinion, that knife could obviously cut off one of Yao Liu's arms, but the junior master did not do that, but only opened a cut on Yao Liu's shoulder. The reason why Yao Liu said "I surrender" in a hurry was because he was afraid that the junior master would cut off his arm and ruin his martial arts. But only Chu Yun, who pretended to be unconscious, knew that the junior master did not hold back just now. The reason why he did not cut off Yao Liu's hand was because the previous injury affected his spiritual power. Otherwise, if the junior master had stabbed him, Yao Liu would have become a cripple, and he would not be able to practice the iron-armed divine fist in the future. The battle ended. Yao Liu collected the scattered qi, pressed the wound on his left shoulder with his right hand, and when he was about to say something to the middle-aged scholar, his body suddenly trembled. Ugh! Yao Liu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt a pain in his heart. When he looked down, he found a sharp knife tip sticking out of his chest, stained with his blood. When he turned around, he saw the cold face of the junior master's uncle. Under his extremely astonished gaze, the junior master's uncle suddenly twisted the handle of the knife. With a puff, blood splattered, and Yao Liu's heart was directly crushed by this. He died on the spot. Chapter 269, Assault. Yao Liu stared at the pavilion in front of him with his eyes wide open, and then his body slowly fell backwards, gradually seeing the top of the leaves, and then the pale sky. When he saw the tip of the knife, he knew that it was the junior master who killed him, and this result was simply unacceptable to him. Why did you kill me? This question emerged in Yao Liu's mind. His lips trembled, and he wanted to open his mouth but couldn't ask it at all. He could only quietly feel that his life breath was constantly passing away, and he was about to return to silence. This sudden scene really scared everyone present. You killed Yao Liu, Kingzi said in shock. The junior master pressed Yao Liu's shoulder with one hand and held the long knife with the other hand. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he turned the handle of the knife and slowly pulled the blade out of Yao Liu's body. The process looked very bloody, because blood kept spurting out from Yao Liu's wound, and some of it even splashed onto the body of the junior master. But he didn't care. What are you doing? After the middle-aged scholar was silent for a long time, he clenched his hands into fists in his sleeves, and asked word by word, gritting his teeth. He is insulting me, the junior master replied stiffly. So he wants to die. The middle-aged scholar was silent again. Based on his experience of working with Song Dashan in the past few years, he thought he knew this person better. He didn't fight for anything, didn't grab anything, and never cared even when facing humiliation and abuse from others. The middle-aged scholar thought that his stable character could be maintained forever, but who would have thought that it would suddenly explode today and cause an unacceptable result? This is really a case of not making a sound or being shocked. A long time ago, the middle-aged scholar heard someone say that you should not easily provoke those honest people. Usually, if you bully them, they will just laugh it off. But people are all made of flesh and blood. How can they really forget such things? It's just accumulated in their hearts. Once one day, this long accumulated anger suddenly erupts. It will inevitably lead to great terror. Many people seem to have good tempers, but if they are not angry, they will trample mountains and rivers and smash the world. The middle-aged scholar didn't take this seriously before, but today, after seeing the performance of the junior master, he knew that there really are such people. But in fact, he did think too much. The reason why the junior master killed Yao Liu was simply because he wanted to cooperate with Chu Yun to kill everyone here, not because of what Yao Liu said to him today. He didn't care before, and he won't care in the future. Let me see. The middle-aged scholar took a deep breath. Still unwilling to accept the result that Yao Liu was dead, he stepped in front of Yao Liu's body, squatted down, and carefully explored Yao Liu's wounds, as if he still held a glimmer of hope, thinking about whether there was a possibility of rescue. Although 99 out of 100 people would die on the spot if they were hit by a knife in the chest, what if Yao Liu was born with a right heart? If he was rescued in time, he might still be able to survive. Although he looked down on Yao Liu, he had to admit that Yao Liu was very useful as a knife, and he would not give up so easily. But what the middle-aged scholar never expected was that just as he squatted down, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly came from behind him. The middle-aged scholar was startled, and then he became angry. How dare you? As he spoke, he dodged to the side, but no matter how fast he was, he could not avoid this unprepared knife. With a swish, The junior master's long knife cut a long and deep cut on the back of the middle-aged scholar, deep enough to see the bone, and the flesh on both sides of the wound immediately burst open. Intense pain came from his back, and the domineering sword of the junior master uncle also entered his body through the wound, stirring and attacking his Danshin frantically. However, the strength of the middle-aged scholar was terrifying after all, and he was much stronger than the junior master uncle under normal conditions. At this moment, he supported the ground with one hand, and his body did not hesitate at all. He turned over and stood opposite the junior master uncle, staring at him vigilantly, his eyes full of anger and disbelief, and said, "Do you know what you are doing? How dare you suddenly kill me? I should have done this a long time ago," the junior master uncle said in a deep voice, and a smile finally emerged on his cold expression. It seemed that there was a cloud that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart. At this moment, with the slash of the sword, it disappeared. It can be said that the clouds have been cleared to see the blue sky. "Do you want to die?" The middle-aged scholar glared at the junior master fiercely and said, "Even if you want to die, do you want Yuan sect to die with you? Do you know that I can destroy that damn small sect thousands of times with just one word?" "I know." The junior master nodded calmly, paused for a moment, and then said, "So, I won't let you have another chance to speak." "Crazy. Really crazy." Kingzi stood aside, watching the junior master like crazy, first killing Yao Laliu, and then drawing a knife against their boss, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Among the few of them, Kingzi thought that Yao Laliu, him, and even Bai Yan might betray, but the junior master was definitely the most reliable one, because the others basically had no worries, but they had to work under the middle-aged scholar because of desire and the control of the magic pill seed. But the junior master had worries in his heart. He was concerned about the entire sect. As long as the sect existed, junior master would be willing to be their puppet. Now, junior master didn't care about anything and killed Yao Laliu and the middle-aged scholar. Kingzi didn't know any other explanation for this scene, except that he thought junior master had gone crazy. At this moment, a sharp gust of wind suddenly attacked from the side of Kingzi. What? Kingzi was shocked, and the expression on his face was even more stunned. With his reaction speed, he could only make some subtle expressions at this time, and his body changes were a bit slower, because the speed of the attack was too fast. The sword light streaked across the cold air like a meteor, and it was so fast that it came in an instant. In less than a quarter of an hour, the extremely sharp sword energy had already arrived in front of Kingzi. Puff! The sword energy penetrated Kingzi's body, entered from the front of the throat, pierced the entire cervical spine, and came out from the back of the neck. Junior master used a knife, so the person who used a sword at this moment was naturally Chu Yun. After junior master attracted the attention of everyone present, Chu Yun, who was hiding aside and pretending to be unconscious, suddenly became extremely free, and no one noticed his existence at all. And when his target, Kingzi, was finally completely attracted by junior master's behavior, Chu Yun's attack, which had been accumulated for a long time, finally hit out. It was like a thunderbolt. Kingzi was caught off guard and was directly pierced through the neck by a sword, and died on the spot. It was even more painful than that of Yao Laliu. Before he died, Kingzi couldn't even say a word. There were a total of 5 strong men in the small courtyard, but now there were only 3 left under the sudden attack of Chu Yun and junior master. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged scholar found that he was alone and seriously injured. Because of the sword attack by the junior master, there was still a lot of sword intent in his body, which blocked his energy and made it impossible for him to gather the strongest fighting power. He panted heavily, looking at the little fox in front of him, whose body shape gradually changed and turned into the image of an adult man. The middle-aged scholar knew that he had fallen into a trap. "You actually colluded with outsiders." The middle-aged scholar took a deep breath and looked at the junior master in front of him, as if he was extremely heartbroken. The junior master stared at him coldly and said, "Don't show this drama of trust being betrayed in front of me. You know you are not such a person, and you are not worthy of others' loyalty." Ha! Ha ha! Hearing this, the middle-aged scholar first sneered, and then laughed unbridled. Tears almost came out of his laughter, and he was extremely out of control. Okay, you are worthy of being someone who has been with me for such a long time, and you really know me well enough. The middle-aged scholar took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. When he looked at Junior Master and Chu Yun again, his eyes had become extremely cold, and he said, "Then, since you dare to betray me, do you know how terrifying my real strength is? You two want to kill me." Daydreaming. After the voice fell, Junior Master's face changed, because in this very short time, he felt a very huge breath coming out of the middle-aged scholar. As the brain of the organization, the middle-aged scholar is not only responsible for commanding the overall situation, but also has strength that can't be matched by Junior Master, Yao Liu and other thugs. But in addition to the superficial cultivation and strength, this middle-aged scholar also hides many unknown means, which can provide him with extremely powerful combat power, so that he is seriously injured at this moment, and when facing Junior Master and Chu Yun at the same time, he is still confident and not panicked at all. Out of fear of this organization, the knuckles of the hand holding the knife of the Junior Master uncle have turned white, and he is very nervous. He has never seen the trump card of this middle-aged scholar, but he can imagine how terrifying it would be. He has made plans in his heart. If things reach the point of no return, he will send Chu Yun out safely even if he sacrifices himself. For many years, this concept of sacrifice has been deeply engraved in his heart. And Chu Yun is undoubtedly a person worth sacrificing. He is old, and Chu Yun is young. Compared with his Yuan sect, he definitely needs people like Chu Yun more. However, Chu Yun, who stood opposite the middle-aged scholar, had a look of disdain on his face. The corners of his lips slowly raised a little arc, and a contemptuous expression appeared on his face. "Stinky boy, how dare you look down on me?" The middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes. In this short period of time, he had already noticed Chu Yun's emotions. The disdainful contempt made him extremely angry. However, the next moment, the anger in his heart came to an abrupt end, because, in front of him, a huge figure appeared. The figure was wearing a purple imperial dragon robe, with tassels on his head, and stood high above the 9 stars in the sky, as if he was a god or master who dominated all destinies and all living beings. The terrifying figure stood behind Chu Yun and gently pointed a finger at him. The righteous god descended and crushed all living beings. Boom! The power of that finger was extremely terrifying, as if a whole star fell from the 9 heavens, carrying an unstoppable momentum and oppression, and crashed into him. The trump card of the middle-aged scholar, the accumulated strength of the middle-aged scholar, seemed to be insignificant in front of this terrifying power. Although this power was far from the level of a strong man in the Fate Wheel realm in the eyes of the middle-aged scholar, it was undoubtedly a half-step Fate Wheel realm. That terrible power was simply not something that a warrior in the Nirvana realm could stop. The middle-aged scholar roared unwillingly, using all his strength to resist this terrible attack. But under the power of that terrifying finger, his arms were quickly shattered, turning into fine pieces of flesh and bone, then his shoulders, then his chest, and then his entire body. This process was extremely fast, less than a blink of an eye. But the middle-aged scholar's powerful life ended in a flash in this quick moment. The junior master stood there, looking back blankly, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Such a powerful middle-aged scholar had already exploded the last trump card of his life. But in front of Chu Yun, he was just a match for him. Just one finger, the big stone that had been pressing on his heart for many years suddenly broke, turned into dust, and disappeared. Chapter 270 Restoration. Looking at the corpse of the middle-aged scholar, the junior uncle was silent for a long time, and finally let out a long breath. He had imagined this scene countless times over the years, but now that it really appeared in front of him, it felt very unreal. On the side, Chu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief, walked forward, patted the junior master's shoulder gently, and said, "I need to adjust my breath. You look around. If anyone notices the movement here, you must deal with it. We have to clean up this place before noon." Hearing this, the junior master took a deep breath, looked at Chu Yun, and asked, "Do you want to catch them all in one fell swoop?" "Of course." Chu Yun smiled, took the shape-shifting jade, came to the body of the middle-aged scholar. After some changes, He turned into the appearance of the middle-aged scholar again, and said, "That Bai Yan, didn't he go to pick up the important people of your organization? Now that he is here, how can he not be buried here?" These matter-of-fact words made the junior master want to laugh, but he still tightened his cheeks, nodded, and walked out of the yard. This is the headquarters of the organization in Daming Prefecture. The core members are only the middle-aged scholar and the thugs below. The remaining 20 or 30 people are ordinary members. No one is allowed to get close to the middle-aged scholar's study. In addition, there is not much noise here, so after the battle, the manner is normal. Then wait. Chu Yun smiled. When the junior master came back, he had cleaned up the manor. Everything was as usual, until afternoon. Several figures flew from the direction of Jingxia City in the distance. Chu Yun dressed up as a middle-aged scholar and was sitting by the window, drinking tea. The junior master stood beside him with a stern face. When the figures flew into the courtyard, one of them took 2 steps forward. "Sir, the distinguished guest has been brought here." Bai Yan clasped his hands and clasped his fists. This person was the last thug under the middle-aged scholar, who was sent out to pick up someone before. "Yes." Chu Yun nodded, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he stood up. There were 3 distinguished guests that Bai Yan brought back. One of them was an old man with an arrogant look. The other 2 were a middle-aged man with a broad figure and a very young woman with a cold look. "Long time no see, all 3 of you," Chu Yun said with a smile in the tone of a middle-aged scholar. "You're welcome, Brother Yan." The middle-aged man bowed and stepped forward very naturally. The 3 of them walked into the study together. The junior master and Bai Yan looked at each other and came to the sides behind Chu Yun. "Please, the best tea, just brewed." Chu Yun started to fill a cup of tea for the middle-aged man. Because the junior master didn't know what these distinguished guests were called, he tried not to call them. "Master Li, please go first." The middle-aged man smiled and declined, letting the arrogant old man next to him drink first. The latter snorted and replied stiffly, "I don't drink tea, ha." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. It seemed that there was nothing he could do about the old man's bad temper. He could only put down the tea and flattered him. "This time when we went to Jingxia City, Master Li broke through the defensive formation. I think it won't be long before the ruins outside the city can be opened." What Lin Duanya said about being a master of the Beijing Formation Master Guild, I think he is just a name in vain. He can't even compare to a finger of you, Master Li. Humphrey. Master Li heard this and snorted complacently. A group of people who are just sitting there doing nothing can naturally not be compared with me. The defensive formation is quite exquisite, even for me. It will take some time to crack it. If it depends on the kid surnamed Lin alone, he won't be able to open it in his lifetime. The 2 of them boasted about their business, which made Chu Yun, who was listening on the side, understand one thing. The 3 had just returned from Jingxia City. It turned out that they were going to break the protective formation outside the city. This Master Li, like the Master Lim Duanya invited by Zheng Tanyang, was a formation master. However, seeing that Lin Duanya had not opened the protective formation for such a long time, they became anxious, so they invited the more powerful Master Li to secretly open a hole in the protective formation. In this way, when Master Lim Duanya found the gap, he could naturally break the formation, and they hid their merits and fame, and would not be known by outsiders. It really fits the consistent tone of this organization. They always hide behind the scenes. Even if they want to achieve something, they have to hide it for fear of being known by outsiders. Chu Yun thought in his heart, but a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "The master knows whether it is effective or not once he makes a move. It is worthy of being Master Li." Yan admires it. This flattery also made Master Li very satisfied, and his face was flattered. Even in such a shady organization, a capable arraign master will also be sought after by others. Even if he has a bad temper, others have to deal with him with a smile. After dealing with Master Li, who has the worst temper, the atmosphere in the study suddenly became much more easygoing. The woman with a cold temperament remained silent all the time, with a cold and calm expression, muttering something in her mouth, as if she was practicing. The middle-aged man was quite warm with Chu Yun and talked to him. This time, in addition to sending Miss C into the ruins to obtain the Ice Phoenix spirit, I also want to urge you on behalf of that adult to determine the location of the Jinxia city array before that day comes. I understand. Chu Yun nodded. His face was calm and unperturbed, but many question marks appeared in his mind. The Ice Phoenix Spirit, the Jinxia city array? What are these? The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and said with deep emotion, after so many years of waiting and preparation, we are finally about to wait for this day. The hope of restoring the country is just around the corner. As long as we solve those key areas, this huge Tangji dynasty will collapse in an instant. After the voice fell, Chu Yun's face, along with the middle-aged man, showed a look of emotion, but he was quite shocked in his heart. Restoring the country. The goal of this organization is to restore the country? Since the Tangji dynasty unified this land, thousands of years have passed. During this period, no small country has been destroyed, because it did not exist at all. If the restoration of the country mentioned by the middle-aged man is true, then it means that the country they want to restore is the country that was destroyed before the founding and unification of the Tangji dynasty. In other words, the history of this organization is almost as long as the entire Tangji dynasty. It has been passed down to this day for thousands of years. What is this concept? An organization that has been passed down for thousands of years. In an instant, Chu Yun's heart was filled with thousands of waves. On the other side, Bai Yan, who was standing behind Chu Yun, was listening to the conversation of several people nonchalantly, but suddenly frowned slightly, as if he noticed something unusual. He first glanced at the junior master beside him, then looked at Chu Yun's back, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Sir, didn't you say before that you wanted Yao Leiliu and I to do something? I wonder where Yao Leiliu is now. I'm afraid I'll make mistakes." Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and said, "Yao Leiliu." Before he finished speaking, two fierce auras rose at the same time. One came from Bai Yan, and the other came from the junior master. The difference was that Bai Yan's attack was aimed at Chu Yun's back, while the junior master's attack was aimed at Bai Yan. Bang, puff. Two fierce sounds rang out almost at the same time. In the former case, Bai Yan hit Chu Yun's back with a palm, which was solid, but was completely blocked by Chu Yun's golden body of merit, and he did not suffer any damage. In the latter case, the junior uncle slashed with a knife, cutting a huge gash in Bai Yan's waist and abdomen, and blood flowed, making Bai Yan's face pale. This sudden scene startled the three guests. The arrogant Master Li opened his eyes wide at this moment, and the cold woman frowned. In their opinion, the three people on the opposite side were all in the same group. What was going on when they suddenly jumped up and beat each other? Internal strife? Bai Yan stepped back to the wall of the study, covering the wound on his waist, his face pale, and said, "You are not Lord Yan. Who are you?" Chu Yun touched his chin, and the place where Bai Yan hit him didn't hurt, but he was still a little surprised, so he asked humbly, "How did you see it?" Bai Yan didn't answer. Junior Master said, "There are some differences between your words and attitudes." And Yan Changshan's. What really made him confirm your identity was his tentative words. The real Yan Changshan would not allow his subordinates to interrupt when meeting important guests. Bai Yan would be kicked out before he could finish his words. Chu Yun heard this and immediately made two tsk sounds. For people who are really close, even if they look exactly the same, they can still see the differences from subtle clues. If you want to perfectly play another person, you may be able to do it, but it definitely takes time to prepare. Chu Yun didn't have much time, so it was normal to have flaws. However, Chu Yun was already quite satisfied to be able to get these words out. "You are not Yan Changshan?" The middle-aged man understood immediately after listening to the conversation between the two. At the same time, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and his momentum immediately soared. Regardless of Chu Yun's identity, he must have bad intentions to pretend to be Yan Changshan and communicate with him. It was a pity that he was not familiar with Yan Changshan and could not see through Chu Yun's true or false. However, the middle-aged man's face changed quickly because he found that with the circulation of his spiritual power, an extremely stagnant and sticky feeling emerged in his danshan. When he wanted to force his luck to disperse this sticky feeling, a sharp pain came with it, as if the spiritual energy in his entire danshan was glued together with the flesh and skin. Once he used force to rush, It would tear off a large piece of flesh and blood. The only way was to cut off his arm. That tea is poisonous. The middle-aged man frowned and quickly guessed the truth. Chu Yun nodded and said, "Dear guests from afar, if we want to entertain you, we must add some seasoning to make it look solemn." As soon as the words fell, "Let's go," the middle-aged man immediately said in a deep voice, without hesitation, and forcibly broke through the shackles in his danshin. In an instant, although the operation of spiritual power had been restored, it was a loss of 800 of his own for killing 1,000 enemies. With the damage to his danshin, his strength was greatly damaged, and it might cause permanent injuries that could not be repaired. In the future, the spiritual power in his danshin will continue to be lost, and he will gradually become a useless person without cultivation, and he will never be able to practice again. But, no matter how important the consequences are, it is most important to keep alive at this moment. If people die, what is the point of having a high cultivation level? Chu Yun smiled lightly and gave a look to the junior master uncle. The latter nodded and immediately went to chase Bai Yan. When the two of them attacked at the same time just now, Bai Yan was cut open in the waist and abdomen by the junior master uncle with a knife. He was already seriously injured. At this moment, facing the pursuit of the junior master uncle, he was already a life-or-death situation. On the other side, three figures who were trying to escape from the study quickly flashed before Master Li's eyes, and then he saw a young figure appear in front of him, holding a long sword and stabbing out with a sword. Among the three people, the one with the highest cultivation was the middle-aged man, who had the cultivation of the peak of the Nirvana realm, but after taking Chu Yun's cup of tea, his danshin was broken, his cultivation was greatly damaged, and his strength was only 1/10 of that, so he was no longer a concern. As for the cold woman, although she was young and had a high cultivation level and had broken through to the early stage of the Nirvana realm, in terms of strength, she was much weaker than the middle-aged man. The remaining, the most troublesome person was the formation master, Master Li. Humphrey. Master Li snorted coldly. Although he was surprised, he was not panicked at all, because outside his body, there were several protective formations and counterattack formations that he had triggered himself. Even if he stood still, it would be difficult for ordinary Nirvana realm warriors to break his defense. As the sword thrust out, the dragon flame on the ancient dragon sword burned, and the halos of protective formations emerged where the sword pointed, instantly blocking Master Li's body behind. With a bang sound, Chu Yun's sword pierced through a protective formation, and then pierced through several protective formations in succession. Master Li's face suddenly changed when he saw this. He didn't expect Chu Yun's brute force to be so strong. Pushing the sword in his hand, he had an unstoppable force, which broke all his protective formations. Formation masters are not good at single combat. After being approached by a powerful warrior, the consequences are naturally imaginable. With these things on his body, he can't save his life. Puff! With the sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh, Chu Yun thrust out with a sword, piercing Master Li's chest and piercing his heart. Master Li, goodbye, and thank you for helping me open the ruins, Chu Yun said with a smile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Soul Blood Pearl. Master Li's death happened so fast that everyone present could not react at all. The middle-aged man and the young woman had already run out of the study room at the first moment, but Chu Yun suddenly teleported in front of them and killed Master Li with a sword. When they turned around, they found that Master Li had fallen in a pool of blood. Chu Yun chased after him with a sword. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and the momentum around him suddenly rose to the peak, but it seemed shaky and extremely unstable in the process of rising. His face turned pale for a moment, and he quickly pushed Chu Yun with the palm. The powerful palm power surged out, sweeping the might of the mountains and seas in an instant. There was a bang. Chu Yun's figure with a sword was shattered in this overwhelming palm power, like glass fragments, shattering piece by piece. Dead? The middle-aged man was surprised, But soon his heart was shocked, knowing that this could not be true. Sure enough, the next moment, a sharp sword light flashed by his side. The middle-aged man subconsciously raised his hand to block, and a metal armor on the outside of his arm lit up with a heavy light. Crack! The metal armor broke immediately after the sword slashed. As expected of a force that clamors to restore the country, it has a rich foundation. Chu Yun smiled faintly and said with emotion, but the delay of this attack can only delay the death of the middle-aged man. No matter if he dies early or late, he will eventually die. At this moment, the young woman running in front suddenly drew her sword. Around her body, a series of cold breaths quickly condensed into a huge figure, turning into an incarnation of the Law of Frost. For a warrior in the Nirvana realm, the strongest combat form is naturally based on the combat form of the incarnation of the law. Chu Yun just glanced at her, but it was as if she didn't exist. The golden light of merit and virtue shone brightly around her, turning into an extremely solid golden body of merit and virtue. The young woman slashed out with a sword, and the sword light outlined the frost all over the sky and field, turning into a huge ice sword, slashing towards Chu Yun's merit gold body. Chu Yun's body was facing away from the young woman, and the merit gold body was shining brightly. He still rushed towards the middle-aged man without looking back, and stabbed out with a sword in his hand, which was sharp and unparalleled. There was a loud bang. The giant sword condensed by the Law of Frost suddenly slashed on Chu Yun's merit gold body. Then it was directly blocked outside the body by the extremely hard gold body, and it broke into pieces. What? Seeing her own ice giant sword turned into broken ice crystals and disintegrated, the young woman's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. And while she was stunned, Chu Yun's sword had already pierced deeply into the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man screamed, and the terrifying power condensed on his fists. In this situation where there was no escape, he punched him head-on. Boom! The huge fist collided with Chu Yun's sword, bursting out with incomparable power, and the sharp wind swept around, cutting everything around. After this brief collision, Chu Yun's sword first broke through the middle-aged man's fist, stabbed deeply along his arm, and finally stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest, and continued to move. Finally, there was a plop, and the middle-aged man's body fell to the ground with his back. From his back, a sword stabbed out, nailing his entire body to the ground. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Chu Yun leaned over and whispered this sentence in the middle-aged man's ear. Then he drew his sword and stood up, and saw that the middle-aged man's eyes gradually dimmed, and finally lost all the breath of life. The young woman widened her eyes, standing at the gate of the courtyard, watching this scene. Her heart was extremely incredible. The man in front of him was only a warrior of the mountain and sea realm, but he was able to kill Master Li and Elder Liu in 2 moves. And now, it seemed that it was her turn soon. On the other side, Junior Master Runkle quickly caught up with Bai Yan, and after a brief battle, he successfully killed him. He let out a long breath, and then immediately looked towards Chu Yun, as if he wanted to come over for support. Chu Yun glanced at him, smiled slightly and said, "You should take a rest. Leave this to me." Junior Master Runkle nodded and was about to take a rest, but when he looked at the young woman, he seemed to suddenly think of something. "Are you from the Qin royal family?" Junior Master Runkle asked in a deep voice. "Humphrey." The young woman snorted coldly and did not answer, but her expression clearly showed that she was ready to fight to the death. Chu Yun looked at Junior Master with interest and asked, "Is there anything so great about the Qin royal family?" Junior Master looked calm, exhaled slowly, and said, "If she is really a royal family, she must have a drop of soul blood bead on her body. The only function of this thing is to allow the person who is attached to transmit all the scenes she sees back to a certain place before she dies. In other words, if you kill her, all this will be known by the person behind the scenes." Chu Yun frowned slightly when he heard this, which surprised him. There are all kinds of things in this world, and even such things exist. Isn't this a death replay? But if this is true, then this matter is a bit difficult to handle. In order not to expose Junior Master's affairs, the woman in front of him obviously cannot be killed, but can only be captured alive. While the two were talking, the young woman had already made a move angrily. The incarnation of the frost law around him condensed several giant swords again, slashing towards Chu Yun and Junior Master. It must be said that her courage was somewhat surprising. When she was fighting Chu Yun alone, she had no chance of winning. Now she dared to challenge the Junior Master at the same time. Chu Yun went forward thoughtfully and faced the two icy giant swords head-on. The golden body of merit and virtue around him shone brightly. With the unparalleled defense, he smashed the two frost giant swords directly with the blessing of his physical body. The reason why Chu Yun dared to come to this enemy's base alone and fight with many Nirvana masters was that he relied on this strengthened golden body of merit and virtue. Let's put it this way. As long as there were not more than 3 Nirvana masters attacking him at the same time, a single Nirvana attack would not be able to break the defense of the golden body of merit and virtue. For example, at this moment, the two frost giant swords condensed by this young woman had strong attack power, but in front of the defense of Chu Yun's golden body of merit and virtue, they were broken at a touch. The young woman's face changed again, pale. Her attack could not even break the opponent's defense, so how could she win? In this despair, Chu Yun's figure has come in front of her, and there is only a thick layer of the incarnation of the Law of Frost between them. Chu Yun punched out and hit the incarnation of the Law of Frost. In an instant, the ground shook, and the huge incarnation of the Law of Frost was shaken by this punch. Chu Yun's attack did not stop, and he continued to punch and palm, hitting the incarnation of the Law of Frost like a rainstorm. The young woman wanted to resist and counterattack, but soon she could only passively defend under Chu Yun's continuous attack. But even so, her incarnation of the Law of Frost was also rapidly consuming her own spiritual power, and it would soon run out of bottom. Finally, with a loud bang, the incarnation of the Law of Frost of the young woman was broken by Chu Yun's punch. Under the strong aftershock force, the figure of the young woman flew backwards, and Chu Yun's figure chased after her. The young woman swung her sword and slashed. Chu Yun came close to her and grabbed the young woman's wrist with his big hand like a dragon's claw. With a strong squeeze, the long sword in the young woman's hand flew out and stuck diagonally on the ground. The young woman's face turned ugly. One of her hands was tightly held by Chu Yun, and the other hand immediately clenched into a fist and hit Chu Yun's chest. Chu Yun grabbed out with one hand again and pressed on the young woman's wrist. Both hands were caught, and the young woman was about to kick Chu Yun's leg. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and said, "You young man have no martial ethics. Why are you kicking everywhere?" As he said that, before the young woman's attack came out, he showed a playful smile, and his forehead suddenly hit the young woman's forehead, making a close contact. There was a bang. Under the collision of Chu Yun's head hammer, the young woman's brain was hit violently, and the whole person immediately fell into a coma and fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, the corner of Junior Master's mouth twitched, and he said, "You really have the heart to do it." "What's the matter?" Chu Yun shook his head indifferently, and then asked, "Since we can't kill her, just knock her out." "Of course." Junior Master smiled bitterly, nodded, and said, "We have wiped out all the core members here, and I will take care of the remaining rubbish." Chu Yun responded, and then watched Junior Master walk out. He retracted his gaze and focused on the study room beside him. This is the headquarters of the organization. Since he has come here, it would be a bit too unlucky to return empty-handed. With a thought, he opened the space gate through the sun mark, grabbed the unconscious woman on the ground, and walked into the space gate together. Inside the space gate, Yang Jian, Zhao Linger, and Zhao Li were sitting together. When they heard the movement behind them, they immediately turned around and looked over. After seeing Chu Yun, Yang Jian and Zhao Linger looked at each other, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. "Master, you are back." Yang Jian immediately came forward and asked with concern, "How is it? Is everything going well?" "It's done." Chu Yun smiled slightly, patted Yang Jian's shoulder, threw the unconscious young woman to the ground, and then reached out to grab the dragon binding rope and tie the woman up. "Who is she?" Zhao Linger asked. Chu Yun showed a strange smile on his face, and said with a very bad taste: "Someone who wants to dig out your heart." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Linger's face turned pale, took 2 steps back, and hid behind Yang Jian. "Then this is?" Yang Jian couldn't help asking. Chu Yun replied, "This person has a special magic. If I kill her, the people behind her will know that I did it. So I can't kill her, I can only imprison her here and leave her there for now." As he spoke, he stepped forward and waved to the gold-digging spirit beast Da Huang, who was lying lazily on the grass, saying, "Don't be idle. Come here quickly, there is work to do." As soon as the voice fell, Da Huang was immediately shocked, and he climbed up from the ground with a grunt, and ran to Chu Yun with his short legs, breathing heavily. Chu Yun smiled at this, and then his eyes swept across the faces of Yang Jian and the other two, and said, "Come and take a look. Let's go out to find treasures." As he spoke, Chu Yun stepped out of the space gate. Da Huang walked in front, jumping and leading the way. The horn on his forehead emitted a golden light, which spread outward like a radar wave, looking for anything valuable. Behind Chu Yun, 3 curious figures followed carefully. They came to the small courtyard and saw traces of fighting on the ground. There were 2 bodies lying not far away, one of which was Master Li and the other of the middle-aged man. Little Yang Jian was used to this scene. Although he was young, he was well informed as he followed Chu Yun. He was used to this kind of dead scene. Little Li was not a human being. She only glanced at the human bodies without any emotion or interest. Only little Linger, like a frightened rabbit, immediately shrank behind little Yang Jian after seeing the 2 bodies. Perhaps it was because she knew that someone wanted to dig out her heart. From that time to now, she has been in this panic, so that even now that she knows that the danger has been lifted, she still can't help being afraid and looking for anything that can bring her a sense of security. Da Huang took the lead and walked into the study with small steps. After searching around with the horn on his forehead, he quickly determined a direction. It passed through the back door of the study and came to a small garden in the backyard. After searching around, it walked straight to a rockery. After circling the rockery twice, Da Huang immediately came to a rock. Its 2 small claws were like shovels and began to dig. Although its claws were not big, it was very fast. It didn't take long to dig the rock of the rockery, and half of its body had already drilled in. After another round of deep digging, the rocks behind Da Huang had turned into fine soil and sand, and a small mountain was piled up behind. Under Chu Yun's gaze, a narrow tunnel was dug out by Da Huang. Chu Yun stepped forward, knowing that this rockery must have its mechanism, and as long as the mechanism was opened, this secret passage would be revealed. But since there was a bug like Da Huang around, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Just dig directly. "Let's go in and take a look." Chu Yun smiled and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed Da Huang into the tunnel. As everyone walked in, lights lit up on both sides of the tunnel. It seemed that some induction array was triggered by itself, which could emit light that illuminated an area. However, not long after walking, a brighter light emanated from the underground space in front. That kind of light was a light that made people's mouth curl up and drool all over the floor. It was simply called Jewels and Gems. Wow! Linger, who was hiding behind, also noticed the light in front of her and immediately exclaimed. Perhaps it was because of the nature of women, she didn't even have time to be afraid under the light of gold, silver and jewelry. The scene in front was indeed worthy of exclamation. There were gold, silver and treasures everywhere, which was so luxurious that people couldn't open their eyes. Chu Yun saw this, but he only took a look and looked away. He already had enough of these external things and was really not interested. So he stepped forward and walked into the depths of the secret room with mountains of gold and silver under his feet. What he was looking for was something more important. The antidote to the magic pill seed. Chapter 272 Antidote. There is a magic pill seed in the body of the junior master, which can break out at any time. Only by taking the antidote can it be temporarily suppressed. If this problem is not solved, the junior master will have no choice but to die. Although Chu Yun saw that the junior master had already made up his mind to sacrifice when he agreed to betray with him, Chu Yun still did not want the junior master to die if possible. After walking a few steps forward, Chu Yun came to a wall. Da Huang was standing by the wall at this moment, wandering around. It seemed that the things in the wall attracted it more than the gold and silver behind it. Hey, interesting. Chu Yun couldn't help but smile and said, "It's okay if the treasure is hidden in the secret room under the rockery, but the real treasure is actually hidden in the mechanism in the secret room. This really makes me don't know what to say." "You can guard against those villains, But why do you guard against a gentleman like me?" As he said, he stepped forward and knocked on the wall twice. Boom boom. Immediately, several large holes appeared on the wall, revealing the space behind the thick wall. At the same time, the cross-section of the gear of the mechanism was also revealed in the wall, but it was obviously unable to operate at this moment. For the designer of this mechanism, he probably would never have thought that someone would use such a method to find and crack his mechanism, right? After breaking the wall, Chu Yun found a storage room of about 2 cubic meters in the space behind the wall, which was filled with various resources for cultivation. There were weapons, armor, skills, formation diagrams, and talismans. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chu Yun couldn't help smacking his lips when he saw this. Although he was already rich enough, he couldn't help but sigh after seeing the resources in this storage room. As expected of an organization that has gone through thousands of years, it has a rich foundation. This is just a branch of Daming Prefecture, and it is so rich. Among them, there are not many martial arts, but there are more than a dozen of heaven-level ones, and there are countless one-time formation diagrams and talismans. A rough calculation shows that there are dozens or hundreds of them, and the grade is not low, basically above the earth grade. Seeing these things, Chu Yun knew that there was a reason why the junior master could throw those earth-grade thunder talismans without any regret when he attacked him in the uneven building. In addition, there are naturally many elixirs. In addition to some conventional elixirs for auxiliary cultivation, there are also some special elixirs. "How did you find this place?" At this time, the voice of the junior master came from behind, and then came to the secret room. "Are all dealt with?" Chu Yun smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pointed to the storage room behind the wall, and said, "Look, this is Yan Changshan's treasure house. There should be quite a few antidotes for your magic pill seeds here, right?" After the voice fell, the junior uncle was silent for a moment. Then he slowly exhaled and said, "No need." "What do you mean by no need?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not easy to escape from the sea of suffering, and you say no need. Are you planning to fight the magic pill seed with your own willpower? Don't tell me that you can do that. I don't believe it. It's really not possible." The junior uncle smiled bitterly and nodded. Chu Yun also fell silent and said, "In that case, what you mean is that you don't want to live anymore. Rather than becoming a puppet of that thing, I'd rather die." Junior uncle replied calmly, sighed slowly, and said, "Over the years, in order to get the antidote for these magic pill seeds from those people, I have done a lot of things that I shouldn't have done, and killed a lot of people who shouldn't have been killed. To be honest, I should have died a long time ago. Now before I die, I can kill those people with my own hands. My death is not unjust." "Bullshit." Chu Yun immediately cursed. "Why are you doing this for those antidotes? You are doing this to protect Yuan sect. No matter what you are protecting." Junior uncle shook his head, glanced at the storage room, and said, "There are only 6 antidotes. Taking one can only last for more than a month. Even if I am willing to live on, after half a year, I will be worse off than dead. In that case, it's better to just end it here." Chu Yun stepped forward and said, "As long as people are alive, there is a chance. No matter how powerful the magic pill seed is, there must be a real antidote. Why not try to find it in half a year? What if you find it?" While the two were arguing, the 3 people on the side stayed obediently beside a mountain of gold and silver, not daring to speak. Zhao Li looked at Zhao Linger, Zhao Linger looked at Yang Jian, and Yang Jian looked at Zhao Li again. The 3 looked at each other. "What are they arguing about?" Zhao Li tilted his head and asked. "It seems to be about the antidote." Yang Jian understood and was very embarrassed. Although he had not had time to ask Chu Yun what the relationship between the junior master and Chu Yun was, he could see that the master did not want the junior master to die. But the number of antidotes was not large, and the master could not do anything for the time being. Suddenly, Yang Jian remembered something, and immediately looked at Zhao Li, saying, "Sister Zhao Li, can you take a look at the ingredients of the pills over there, and then try to imitate some?" Pills? Zhao Li followed Yang Jian's gaze and looked at the storage room behind the wall. She scratched her head and said, "It should be possible. I want to try it." As she spoke, she floated to the wall of the secret room, looked at the pills in the storage room, grabbed one at random, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured the pill into the palm of her hand, observed it carefully, and took a few deep breaths, as if sniffing. What a wonderful thing! It combines the essence of many plants and condenses together in a special way. But there are some useless impurities. It would be better if they were removed, Ali muttered, and her words soon attracted Chu Yun's attention. Yes, and you are here. A smile appeared on Chu Yun's face, and he quickly came to Ali's side and said, "Can you imitate it? Alchemy requires fire. Can you control fire?" "Of course." Ali nodded, and then said with sudden realization, "It turns out that the way to condense these pills is to roast them with fire. No wonder their ingredients are catalyzed into this state. Although I can't use fire, I can also catalyze them into this state." "Great." Chu Yun smiled immediately, looked at the junior master, and said, "Point out the antidote to the magic pill seed. As long as there is a finished product, Ali can imitate it himself." After the voice fell, the junior master was also stunned. For him, this was something that he could not imagine at all. If Ali could really imitate it himself, then the magic pill seed in his body would not pose any threat. "Really?" the junior master couldn't help but ask. "Of course." Ali nodded confidently, and then said, "However, I don't know the names of each of those plant ingredients. I still need to find the raw materials carefully. I will write down all the ingredients I already know for you." As he said that, Ali stretched out his hand and drew a few times in the air. With a halo of light, he wrote a prescription in the air, listing the names of various spiritual medicines. These were all spiritual medicines that Ali had planted or seen with her own eyes. At this moment, she recognized them all. For the antidote of the magic pill seed, all the ingredients required are more than that. "Okay, we will go back to Jinxia City immediately. Regarding the antidote ingredients of the magic pill seed, I will mobilize all resources and send you a copy of all the plants and spiritual medicines that can be found in the Tanji dynasty, so that you can confirm the prescription as soon as possible." Chu Yun took a deep breath and said, "Great." Ali cheered immediately. For her, there was nothing that made her happier than getting in touch with more plants. On the other hand, seeing Ali's confidence, and trusting Chu Yun, the junior master was completely convinced that Ali had the ability to make the antidote, and for a moment, he was filled with emotion. Then, he paused for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Miss Ali, is there a permanent solution to this antidote?" Ali tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. Seeing this, the junior master couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Well, it seems that I am too greedy. It's okay if there is no antidote. It's okay." "What do you mean by a permanent solution?" "After taking this thing, the medicinal power will not disappear." "Oh, I mean after removing the impurities." "For example, this pill without impurities removed, the medicinal power should only last for a short period of time after taking it," Ali said as a matter of course. After the voice fell, the junior master's body was shocked, and then he realized that what Ali meant was that what she practiced was a permanent antidote, not a staged antidote. For a moment, his heart was filled with surprise, and he didn't know what to say. "Okay, let's go back now." Seeing the excitement of the junior master, Chu Yun couldn't help laughing, and then waved his hand and put all the treasures in the secret room into the space store. Then, he strode out of the secret room, and after letting Zhali, Yangjian and Zhalinger return to the portable space, he and the junior master looked at each other and flew into the air together. Chu Yun took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. He raised the energy in his body, and with a bang, he slammed his palm towards the manor below. The power of this palm, after the superposition of all the power, burst out with the palm power of the sun Prajnapam. The terrifying power accumulated in a very short time, and burst out after piling up. There was a loud rumble as the palm landed on the manor. The terrifying power flattened the manor to the ground. Countless smoke and dust rolled up, covering the entire area. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the manor had disappeared. Only a ruin full of broken walls remained. The terrain had become a basin, sinking into the ground, and the hole appeared as a huge palm print. "There will be no traces this way. Let's go." Chu Yun smiled slightly. "Yes." Junior Master nodded, followed Chu Yun, and left the manor without looking back. At the same time, He also left the bottomless black abyss that had trapped him for many years without looking back. Ahead was Jinxia City. In his heart, there was a bright light. Chapter 273 Recruitment Order. In the evening, Chu Yun returned to Jinxia City. In Buping Building, Now Qianli was pacing back and forth, looking a little worried. "Why are you wandering around at night instead of sleeping?" Chu Yun's laughter rang out. Now Qianli was delighted and looked over quickly. He saw Chu Yun appear in front of him, with a strange figure beside him. "You're back? How's everything going? Have you dealt with the guy who attacked Buping Building?" Now Qianli asked hurriedly. Chu Yun heard this, glanced at the expressionless junior master beside him, then nodded and said with a smile, "It's solved. It's good that it's solved." Now Qianli breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face, and said, "That guy actually dared to break into Buping Building at night. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. This is because I am in charge of Buping Building. Otherwise, I have to go out with you and beat that guy so hard that even his parents wouldn't recognize him." Now Qianli said, seeing Chu Yun looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but said, "Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you still believe in my strength? I'm very strong now." "No." Chu Yun shook his head and said with a smile, "You also have this opportunity now." "What do you mean?" Now Qianli was puzzled. Chu Yun pointed to the junior master beside him and said, "The person who broke into Buping Building at night that night was him. You can do it now." Huh? Now Qianli looked over and saw that the junior master had a blank expression on his face, and his expression froze for a moment, and many question marks appeared in his mind. Seeing this, Chu Yun stopped teasing him and said, "This man is called Song Dashin, and he is an old acquaintance of mine. He did not intend to break into the Buping Building at night, but was instructed by someone. There is an organization behind him that controls him with a drug called the magic pill seed. If he does not obey, he will be in great pain." After I recognized his identity, I went back with him and wiped out the branch of that organization in Daming Prefecture. After he finished speaking, Now Qianli suddenly realized and said, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." As he spoke, he gave a dry laugh to the junior master and said, "Since he was ordered by someone and had to do it, I won't care. My good brother's friends are my friends. Please take care of me in the future." "Thank you." The junior master clasped his fists and said politely. Now Qianli smiled at him, then looked at Chu Yun and said, "Do you know where that organization came from?" "That's a bit scary." Chu Yun slowly exhaled and said, "Before I wiped them out, I disguised my identity and got some information out of them. According to the core members of that organization, their goal is to restore the country, and there is also a Qin royal family that has been passed down for at least thousands of years." As soon as the voice fell, Now Qianli couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, smacking his lips and said, "Isn't that a force that existed before the founding of the Tangji dynasty? This is too scary. We have to report this kind of thing quickly. Let's go to Zheng Yang courtyard to find the lord of the mansion." No. Chu Yun shook his head and denied the proposal. "Why?" Now Qianli was a little puzzled and looked at Chu Yun in confusion. Chu Yun said, "Do you know why the organization asked Song Dashin to catch the little fox? Because the little fox is the blood of the nine-tailed sky fox clan. Digging out her heart can save Zhengtan Yang's son who died young. The organization hopes to control Zhengtan Yang in this way. If we want to find Zhengtan Yang, the matter of the little fox cannot be hidden. At that time, there is no guarantee that Zhengtan Yang will not dig out the little fox's heart to save his son for his own selfish reasons." As soon as the voice fell, Now Qianli suddenly understood and nodded. If that's the case, then this matter really can't be told to him. After pondering for a while, Now Qianli said, "Then, I will first inform the old man in my family, and through his channels and relationships, tell the bigwigs in the capital. There is such an organization that exists and is causing trouble everywhere with such a purpose. The court must pay attention to it." "Yeah." Chu Yun nodded and said, "We must indeed inform Prince Cheng." Now Qianli nodded and was about to set off immediately. Chu Yun stopped him and said, "There is one more thing." "What?" Now Qianli turned around and asked. Chu Yun said, "Now mobilize all the relationships you can influence and collect as many samples of plants or spiritual medicines as possible. No matter what type of plants and spiritual medicines, There is no requirement for quantity, but there must be many types. At the same time, let Buping Tower issue a call for collection of any kind of rare plants and spiritual medicines, no matter what the ingredients are, even if they are toxic and harmful, and the price must be generous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianli glanced at his junior uncle and said thoughtfully, "Is it for making an antidote?" "Yes." Chu Yun was not surprised by Zhao Qianli's intelligence. He smiled and said, "Zhao Li has the ability to control plants and spiritual medicines. If she is given enough samples of plants and spiritual medicines, she can become the strongest alchemist in the world. Any difficult and complicated diseases and the making of elixirs will not be difficult for her." "I understand." Zhao Qianli nodded. He knew that Zhao Li had easily solved the problem of water source toxins in Kangnan domain, so he had great trust in the ability of this mysterious girl Zhao Li and immediately went out to do business. With the current influence of Buping Tower, it is not difficult to collect samples of plants and spiritual medicines. After Zhao Qianli's order was issued, all the major medicine shops in Jingxia City and the scattered herbalists got the news. As long as they took samples of plants or spiritual medicines to Buping Tower, they could get corresponding rewards. The amount of the reward is related to the scarcity and preciousness of the plant sample. Only one sample of each spiritual medicine is collected, and after receiving it, it will be announced on the bulletin board of Buping Tower. In other words, as long as someone brings a plant sample that is not on the bulletin board, they can get the corresponding reward in Buping Tower. And the amount of this reward is very exciting. The next morning, Chu Yun brought Zhao Li to the warehouse of Buping Tower, where samples of various plants and spiritual medicines have been piled up like mountains. They are all stocks brought by various medicine shops in Jingxia City, and there are also contributions from a small number of herbalists in the mountains. Buping Tower is well known for being honest and fair, and both individuals and shops hope to trade with it. As soon as she pushed the door and walked in, Zhao Li's big eyes immediately lit up with a fiery light. Her mouth opened slightly, and she exclaimed, "What is this place? Is this heaven?" Zhao Li couldn't help muttering to herself. She was so excited that she couldn't even maintain her human form. With a light tap of her feet, her figure had already floated into the air, turning into a ball of light, and then dissipated, floating to various places in the warehouse in the form of countless light spots. Those light spots fell on the samples of plant spirit medicines, as if communicating with them, and as if communicating with them. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. If he didn't know that Zhao Li was not human, he would probably think that she was too excited at the moment and ascended to heaven on the spot. After standing at the door of the warehouse and waiting for a long time, Zhao Li finally changed back belatedly, condensed into a human form again, and stood in front of Chu Yun. "It's really so satisfying." Zhao Li's face flushed. Looking at Chu Yun, her expression seemed to contain incomparable gratitude. Chu Yun smiled and asked, "Have you found the ingredients of the antidote among these material samples?" Yes. Zhao Li then remembered this and nodded quickly. After carefully recalling it, he said, "There are a total of 164 plant ingredients in the antidote. I have already recognized 32 of them. Now with the plant samples in this warehouse, there are only 3 left." "3 more?" Chu Yun nodded and said, "The various spiritual medicine samples in this warehouse are just the common spiritual medicines that have been stockpiled in Jingxia City. After Buping Lu issues this call for collection, countless people will bring all kinds of rare plants from all over the world, and they will always be gathered together." Zhao Li nodded his head, and then heard Chu Yun say, "However, since you like it so much, this call for collection can continue, and we will strive to let you see all the plants and spiritual medicines in the world as soon as possible." "That would be great." Zhao Li clasped his hands together, and couldn't help but feel overjoyed just thinking about that scene. Chapter 274 Passerby. In the following days, the herb collecting industry in Jingxia City ushered in a high-speed development opportunity. For individual herb collectors, it was like the new year. In the past, the rare spiritual medicines they collected in the mountains were usually sold directly at auctions or some well-known medicine shops. Since Buping Lu issued the collection order, Almost all herb collectors would choose to go to Buping before selling to see if the spiritual medicine they collected appeared on the public notice board. If it did, everything would be normal, and it would be nothing more than walking a little further, but if not, it would be a big profit. There are special appraisers in Buping who will purchase it at more than 3 times the price of the spiritual medicine, because each spiritual medicine will only be collected once. The price is very touching, and it has almost become the first choice of all herb collectors. In just a few days, the number of spiritual medicines sent to Zili's warehouse has almost exceeded 10,000. The cost of purchasing these spiritual medicines is undoubtedly a huge expense, but for Chu Yun, who is rich and powerful, it is just a drop in the bucket. After the battle with many profiteers in Kangnan, Chu Yun had accumulated enough wealth to last him a lifetime, so he naturally didn't care about the money for medicine. After spending so much, Dao Li finally found all the last 3 kinds of herbs and could start making the antidote. It's okay, don't be nervous. Although there is only 1 copy of each kind of spiritual medicine now, it doesn't matter if you fail. We already know all the ingredients of the antidote. Next, just collect them according to the prescription. Dao Li's expression was a little serious when Chu Yun saw her, so he smiled and said something to comfort her. I will definitely succeed. Dao Li clenched his fists and nodded to Chu Yun seriously. It seems that because there are too many kinds of spiritual medicines and plants seen in these days, Dao Li feels that he has received too many benefits. If he fails now, it will be very inappropriate, so he is very serious. The junior master was sitting aside, seeing more than 100 different spiritual medicines and plant samples placed in front of Dao Li. He had been waiting for this moment for an unknown period of time. Now that it is finally coming, his mood has become calmer. Let's get started. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Dao Li nodded vigorously, then waved her hands, and with a special power, all the spiritual medicines and plants floated in the air. She was like an excellent performer, waving her baton, mobilizing every spiritual medicine and plant sample in the air, composing a unique chapter. Under Dao Li's command, the ingredients of each spiritual medicine and plant began to undergo different changes, each transforming each other's form and performing fusion and debugging. It was an extremely meticulous process, and also an extremely long process. Chu Yun stood aside and watched, and became more and more clearly felt a strange mystery. It must be said that Dao Li's process of refining medicine looked really natural, as if she was performing some kind of art, which was pleasing to the eye. In the end, the more than 100 spiritual medicines and plant ingredients were extracted from each other, condensed into a ball of emerald green liquid in the air, floating quietly, exuding a sweet scent. Success. Dao Li smiled and looked at Chu Yun excitedly. Well done. Chu Yun smiled at the right time to encourage Dao Li, then looked at the junior master beside him and asked, how do you feel about the effect of this medicine? Will it have an effect on your magic pill seed? Yes. The junior master opened his eyes, and a gleam of light burst out of his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart, and said, I can feel that the pharmacology contained in this medicine is very unique. It is very similar to the antidote for the magic pill seeds I took before, but that special smell is more intense and more refined. I believe that as long as I drink it, the magic pill seeds in my body will completely disappear. As he said this, the junior master could no longer bear it, stretched out his hand and grabbed the medicine, and took it into his hand. After taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and sucked the medicine in. The medicine turned into a ball of clear air at the entrance, flowing into the body along the esophagus, and instantly reached all the limbs and bones. At that moment, Junior Master felt as if his soul was trembling. The feeling of comfort and joy was stronger, more intense, and longer lasting than any other time he had taken the antidote for the magic pill. But soon, as if joy turned to sorrow, a sharp pain came from his body. Junior Master's face changed. His eyes, which were originally half closed in comfort, immediately opened wide and revealed a look of surprise. What happened? Chu Yun saw this and knew that something had changed, so he asked hurriedly. Dao Li stepped forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed Junior Master's wrist. After sensing it, he said, The bad thing in his body was stimulated by my medicine and produced an uncomfortable reaction. What will be the consequences? Chu Yun asked. Dao Li thought about it seriously and replied, if the potency of the medicine I prepared is strong enough, that bad guy will be killed. As the two were talking, the body of the junior master's uncle trembled more violently, and soon fell to the ground, twitching constantly. In his body, the magic pill seed was stimulated by the power of the medicine and burst out with fierce power, like a beast trapped in a trap and wounded, struggling fiercely. But soon, the junior master's face turned pale, and he spit out a mouthful of black blood with a wow sound. The black blood spit on the ground seemed to be corrosive, corroding the floor into a big pit, and there were blood clots in the blood, which had broken, like a bug, twitching twice, looking very disgusting. Seeing this, Chu Yun said, this should be the magic pill seed in the junior master's body. It seems to have been completely killed. Sure enough, after the junior master spit out this mouthful of black blood, his breath instantly recovered to the peak, and the whole person could be said to have swept away the haze and opened the clouds to see the blue sky. He pushed himself up with one hand, and stood up from the ground. He took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and looked at the blood clot on the ground, and couldn't help laughing. There was hatred, emotion, and a sense of relief in that laughter. Yes, that's the seed of the magic pill. They gave me this thing to eat, but it wasn't this big at the time, only the size of a fingernail. Now it seems that it has been in my body for these years, and the food is not bad, and its size has more than doubled. The junior master joked with interest. Chu Yun smiled when he heard this and said, in that case, congratulations. You have finally regained your life and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Upon hearing this, Junior Master nodded with emotion and exhaled, saying, yes, I have finally gotten rid of the control of this thing and can finally live as a normal person again. Every day and night before, as long as he closed his eyes, he would think of what he had done over the years, and what he had done after being controlled by this magic pill seed. It was not a life for a person at all. And now, that dark experience has finally come to a perfect end. Everything is over. What are your plans next? Chu Yun looked at Junior Master, and before he could answer, he smiled again and said, my Bupping Tower is still recruiting talents. If you are willing, I have many good positions for you. Bupping Tower. Junior Master thought for a moment, and suddenly looked towards the distant north. A trace of emotion appeared on his face. After slowly exhaling, he said, no, I want to go back to where I should go. After the words fell, Chu Yun was slightly startled, and then exhaled and nodded, knowing what he meant. Junior Master was going to return to his sect, to Yuan sect, and this was indeed what Chu Yun expected. Although it was a pity that Junior Master could not let Junior Master stay in Bupping Tower, he would respect Junior Master's decision. Okay, when are you going to leave? Chu Yun asked again. Now, Junior Master smiled, without the slightest hesitation. After saying that, he bowed to Chu Yun and Zhali and said, you two saved my life. Now I can be reborn, all thanks to you. If there is any place that can use me in the future, no matter if it means going through fire and water, even if it means risking my life, as long as the message is delivered, I will definitely complete it. You are too polite. Chu Yun shook his head and said with a smile, we are all from the same school, and we should help each other. These are what I should do, so don't worry about it. Dao Li tilted her head and muttered, is it possible to do anything? Of course. Junior Uncle nodded seriously and said, as long as it is something I promised, I will do it no matter what. Miss Zhali, if you have anything to tell me, please just tell me, and I will do my best to do it. It's nothing important. Dao Li smiled embarrassedly, and then said, I just want you to help me see if there are any rare plants or elixirs. If so, please send them to me. The Junior Master was stunned when he heard this. He thought it was something very difficult, but it was just such a small matter. After smiling, he said, okay, I will treat this as the most important thing. After that, he bowed to Chu Yun and Zhali again, and then walked out. His back was pulled far away and the sun set and gradually disappeared beyond the horizon. Chu Yun looked at the Junior Master's back and felt quite emotional. Although he did not think that his true master came from Yuan sect, He undoubtedly had some sense of belonging to this place. If it had not been for killing Qin Wuji, he would not have left the Spirit Sea so quickly. I am in tears when I think about it. Chu Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Ali, who was circling around the pile of spiritual medicine samples in the warehouse. He said, I will go to collect some elixirs for you to see these days. You can try to imitate some of the useful ones. Okay. Ali was full of interest and nodded with a smile. This was not a troublesome thing for her. Chu Yun had done so much for her, and she wanted to repay him in her own way. When he returned to Buping building, Chu Yun met Zhao Qianli on the top floor. Good brother, you are finally back. How is the matter with Brother Song? Has Miss Ali made the antidote? Zhao Qianli asked. It's all solved. Ali's ability to refine medicine is beyond doubt. The magic pill seed in his body has been completely eliminated and will never recur. Chu Yun nodded and smiled. That's good. That's good. Hey, why didn't I see him? Where did he go? Zhao Qianli asked again. People are just passers-by in the world, coming and going in a hurry. Now that the trouble has been resolved, he will naturally return to where he should be. The corners of Chu Yun's lips slowly curled up, and he answered meaningfully. After a pause, he looked at Zhao Qianli and asked, let's not talk about him anymore. I heard that you have something to talk to me about? Yes, I have good news to tell you. Zhao Qianli smiled and said, outside Jinxia City, Master Lim Duanya finally lifted the protective formation outside the ruins. Ah, is it finally lifted? Chu Yun was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yeah, who would have thought that it would take so much time? Zhao Qianli's expression was quite complicated, and he said, I originally thought that Master Lim Duanya's methods were very clever, but I didn't expect that a small protective array would take him so long to crack. It was really beyond my expectation. Seeing his look, Chu Yun was embarrassed to say that the protective array was not actually broken by Master Lim Duanya, but by Master Li, sent by the organization that wanted to restore the country. Lim Duanya only found the loophole that Master Li broke, and then he successfully cracked it. Otherwise, it would take Lim Duanya himself a long time to crack it. But no matter what, the protective array of the ruins has finally been opened, which is the most important thing. After waiting for so long, Chu Yun was finally able to enter the ruins to search for treasures. Chapter 275. The ruins open. Outside Jinxia City, in the Rift Valley, Lim Duanya's face was solemn, his figure floating in the air. In front of him was a huge palace complex, magnificent and splendid, as if it contained countless opportunities and treasures hidden in the inner space of the Rift Valley. However, between him and those palace complexes, there was an extremely solid protective formation, forming a huge energy shield that covered the entire ruins. At this moment, Lim Duanya waved his hands, and golden runes floated around him, exuding a mysterious aura. Under his command, those runes quickly merged into the protective formation in front of him, as if sending troops and generals to continuously kill into the formation. With Lim Duanya's continuous mobilization, the protective formation was shaky, and soon there was an obvious flaw, and a hole broke open at the edge of the formation. Seeing this, Lim Duanya's face was shocked and became more excited. With red eyes, he continued to control various formation runes to kill as much as he wanted. 37 days. Do you know how I survived these 37 days? Damn ruins. I finally caught your weakness. I will tear your protective formation to pieces today. Lim Duanya said viciously, and his men were even more merciless. They sent out array talismans one after another, all hitting the weak points of the protective formation. Behind the Rift Valley, many figures from Jinxia City were watching eagerly. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Master Lim Duanya worked hard and finally completely defeated the protective formation outside the ruins. There was a loud bang, and the entire Rift Valley space was shaken. The energy shield formed by the huge protective formation was finally broken under the continuous attack of Master Lim Duanya. The violent energy fluctuations echoed over the Rift Valley like a hurricane, but eventually returned to calm and disappeared. The palaces behind the ruins appeared in front of everyone, and there was a smooth road ahead without any obstacles. A figure flew up into the air. It was an official from the Tanya mansion. He came to Master Lim Duanya and said with a smile, Master Lin, You have worked hard for so long and finally defeated this protective formation. You have lived up to everyone's expectations. Lin Duanya glanced at the official from the Tang mansion. Although the other party was flattering, he couldn't listen to it at this moment. Because before that welcome party, he had boasted in front of everyone that he would defeat this protective formation within 5 days, but now it has exceeded the time limit by more than a whole month. Although it is said that good food is not afraid of being late, it is so late that it really makes his prestige a little shaken, and his face is a little embarrassed. Looking back at the palace complex in the ruins, Master Lin Duanya took a deep breath, his expression calm, and said, "The matter here is over. I will leave and return to the capital now." So urgent? The official of the Tang mansion was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Master Lin Duanya was unwilling to say more. The money had been collected and the matter was now done. Why didn't he leave? What was the point of staying? After leaving this sentence, he flew towards Jingxia city. When he came, he put down some things there. Now that he was on his way back, he naturally had to take them away. The official looked at Master Lin Duanya's figure going away. Out of politeness, he wanted to say a few words to him, but seeing that Lin Duanya was determined to leave, he said nothing more. After all, for everyone in Jingxia city, the opening of this relic was the best thing. As for Master Lin Duanya, the formation had been broken, so what was the point of keeping him? Not long after, a sea of people appeared outside the Rift Valley. The major forces in Jingxia city have sent people to keep an eye on this place these days. Once Master Lin Duanya breaks the protective formation, the news will be immediately transmitted back to the city. When the people from Bupinglu arrived, there were only 3 people, namely Chu Yun, Dao Qianli and Jiang Jian. Other forces were so powerful that many people came. Compared with them, the number of people coming to Bupinglu, which has been thriving in recent days, seemed a little thin. But even if there were only 3 people, as long as Chu Yun was still there, the major forces present would not underestimate him, because, in the minds of many people, Chu Yun has become a person that no one dares to provoke, not only because of Chu Yun's amazing strength, but also because of his unfathomable identity and background. As for Yang Jian and Zhao Qianli on the side, they are just 2 extras. Is this the relic? I heard from Brother Qianli that the history of this relic is more than 5,000 years. Yang Jian followed Chu Yun and just got off the back of the Pegasus unicorn nearby. He couldn't wait to look at the layers of palaces deep in the Rift Valley. Yes, Chu Yun nodded, with a complex smile on his face, and said with emotion, "Your master came to Jingxia city just for this relic. After such a long time, it is finally opened." This relic is of extraordinary significance to Chu Yun. Apart from other things, with Chu Yun's current peak of the mountain and sea realm, he urgently needs a nirvana pill to help him break through the realm. And the nirvana pill is something that the system cannot fish out, and he cannot get it from the government, so he can only try his luck in these ancient relics. However, Chu Yun is still very confident about whether there is a nirvana pill in this relic, because he has a map of the relic in his hand, which clearly marks many pharmacies. Given the scale of this relic, 5,000 years ago, its owner must have been extraordinary, and it is reasonable to have a nirvana pill in the pharmacy. While the master and the apprentice were talking, Dao Qianli looked around, and soon he saw the figure he wanted to see, Zhu Binglai, the daughter of the Minister of War. "You came so quickly." Zhu Binglai also noticed Dao Qianli, and without any scruples, she walked up to him directly, said after saying hello, "Yes, my good brother has been thinking about this relic for a long time. Now that it is finally opened, he can't wait to rush over." Dao Qianli responded with a smile, and his expression was obviously very intimate with Zhu Binglai. After a pause, he asked, "You came early, did you see anyone go in?" Zhu Binglai nodded and replied, "The Tong mansion has sent people to explore it, but they haven't come out yet. Based on my observation of this relic, the danger level inside should be extraordinary. The strength of that group of explorers is not outstanding. The highest cultivation is only in the early stage of the mountain and sea realm. If they go too deep, I'm afraid they will be in danger." After speaking, Zhu Binglai shook her head. She was obviously not satisfied with the Tong mansion's approach, because it was tantamount to sending people to die. Zhao Qianli nodded when he heard this, and looked at a place not far away, where the Tang Mansion people gathered. There were many familiar figures inside, and one of them was staring at them coldly with a sinister look. The owner of the site is Zhao Qianli and Zhu Bingali's old friend, Zheng Yuan, Deputy Director of the Public Security Department of Tang Mansion. Ever since that day, when Buping Building became a big hit at Master Lim Duanya's welcome party, Zhao Qianli, who had disappeared for 3 years, once again appeared in the sight of the powerful circle of Jingxia City. For Zheng Yuan, this is naturally not what he wants to see, but he has no way. Not to mention that Zhao Qianli's status and position are not worse than his. Just talking about Chu Yun, the deputy owner of Buping Building, that is already in existence, he dare not provoke. With Chu Yun standing beside Zhao Qianli, Zheng Yuan dare not play any tricks. Didn't you see that Sun Tan, the chief of the Public Security Department, had one arm cut off by Chu Yun in public, and was forced by the owner of the mansion Zheng Tanyang to apologize to Chu Yun? Zheng Yuan can't afford to provoke such a transcendent person, and Zheng Tanyang will not tolerate him to provoke such a person. At this moment, Zheng Yuan saw Zhu Bingalai and Zhao Qianli standing together, talking and laughing. He was immediately jealous. After a cold snort, he saw Zhao Qianli looking at him. He glared back without any hesitation, but Zhao Qianli ignored him. This damn waste. He just made a good friend by chance and got a big leg. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me? It really makes me angry. Zheng Yuan was a little furious. As the nephew of the house owner, he was very talented and always got what he wanted. Before, Zhao Qianli dared to compete with him for a woman, but he was beaten to pieces by him with a little trick and disappeared from the public view for 3 years. Now, the situation has changed. Because of Chu Yun's appearance, Zhao Qianli has returned to the vision of the powerful circle of Jingxia City. As the eldest son of Zheng, he actually has no way to deal with Zhao Qianli and Buping Lu. It really makes people feel extremely aggrieved. Let's go in. At this time, Chu Yun retracted his sight from the direction of the ruins, looked at Zhao Qianli and Zhang Jian beside him and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Zhao Qianli nodded, then turned his head to look at Zhu Bingalai and said, "Bingalai, how about you go with us?" Zhu Bingalai smiled apologetically, pointed to the side, and said, "No, I'm here with my sisters this time, so I won't go with you." She pointed to the back, where there was also a group of beautiful figures dressed up, all of whom were rich ladies in Jingxia City who didn't like red dresses but loved weapons. They have their own small circle, and Zhu Bingalai is an important role like the big sister in this circle. At this moment, Zhu Bingalai must not be absent when entering the ruins. Zhao Qianli heard this. It was a pity, but he could only say goodbye to Zhu Bingalai, and then followed Chu Yun and Zhang Jian to fly into the ruins. According to the complete map of the ruins in Chu Yun's hand, this ruins should have been the base of a certain force 5,000 years ago. Those palaces look conspicuous, but in fact they are just a building similar to the one on the main peak. In the complete map, there are many important places around the main peak, including various secret realms and cave paradises. However, after a long time, not all of those important peaks and cave paradises have been preserved. Many of them have been lost in the long river of time and have now lost their value for exploration. If you want to explore at this moment, there are also several different options. The most conspicuous choice is naturally the palace complex in front of you. You can directly enter the palace to explore. In addition, you can also enter other places in the rift space, go to different peaks, or explore in the cave paradise. After observing outside, Chu Yun determined the direction of advance, chose a road closest to the pharmacy, and flew over with Zhang Jian and Zhao Qianli. Those palaces are connected to each other. According to the prompts on the map, each palace has a special protection mechanism. Some places are protected by arrays, and some places are protected by mechanical puppets. But no matter what kind of protection method is used, there is an iron rule. That is, as long as there are treasures, there must be protection. Moreover, the more precious the treasure, the stronger the protection. In Chu Yun's map, only how to deal with the protection method in the palace is marked, but it does not say what kind of treasure is hidden inside, which makes this trip more fun and unknown. The distribution of the palace group is very regular. Generally speaking, it is an array in the form of begwa. Each palace on the outermost side is open, but if you want to enter the palace in the middle part, you can only enter from the outside layer by layer. But the problem is that not every direction to enter the palace can reach the deepest part, and there are many palaces that are simply dead ends. And how to choose a suitable road? It goes back to the original problem. Since this palace is arranged in the form of begwa, there will naturally be 8 gates: Zyumen, Shangmen, Shangmen, Dumen, Jingmen, Simen, Jingmen, Kamen. Among them, walking into the palace of Kamen or Jingmen is at most just impassable, and there will not be any big problems. However, if one walks into the death gate, one will be subjected to the most serious murderous intent in the palace complex. Not to mention a warrior with a cultivation level of mountain and sea realm. Even a warrior in Nirvana realm will die if he is not careful. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.